Chapter 2181. Under Bao Er's arrangements, the group quickly cleaned up the residence. To Xiaochen, the residence was already very clean. However, after this cleaning, it actually looked brighter. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it looked brand new. The flowers and grass were trimmed, the walls and doors were repainted, and incense lamps were lit in the room. Wherever one went, one could smell a fresh fragrance, making one feel refreshed. Xiaochen sighed. Having servants and not having servants were indeed two different living environments. Big Brother Xiao, I have cleaned up the entire residence for you. This herb field has not been developed yet. If you have natural treasures or other spirit herbs, you can replant them here or go to a shop to buy the seeds you need. There are apothecary disciples among the servants who specialize in this. There will also be professionals taking care of those spirit beasts. I guarantee that they will not suffer any losses. Bao Er bowed slightly and asked, Is Big Brother Xiao satisfied? When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. He could put the herb field aside for now. After all, he was not an alchemist. He did not cultivate cultivation techniques that required natural treasures. However, he could think about the spirit beasts first. Xiaochen had not had the time to take care of the demon blood vulture, basically letting it roam. With professionals taking care of it, it should be better. Who is in charge of rearing the spirit beasts? Xiaochen asked, and an old man immediately appeared. He knelt before Xiaochen and said, Little master, this old servant is in charge of the spirit beasts. Just call me Elder Lu. Master, what instructions do you have? A flash of red light appeared, and the demon blood vulture appeared on Xiaochen's shoulder. Its wings were scarlet, glistening, and exceptionally beautiful. Do you recognize this bird? Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he answered, This is a demon blood vulture. Rumor has it that it lives in the Ash-Gray Sea, one of the 7 great forbidden seas. Its race is isolated from the rest of the world and hard to capture. It feeds on demonic nature and can consume any demonic nature in the world, growing infinitely. If one can activate its bloodline and feed its spirit blood fruits, it might even be able to recover its ancestral blood and become a great, desolate and ferocious beast, the blood phoenix. Master, this demon blood vulture is incredible. Its eyes are golden. It must have an extremely noble bloodline in the demon blood vulture race. What's even rarer is that his bloodline seems to have mutated. There's a very good chance that he'll become a blood phoenix. He, of course. My father is the blood vulture king. How can my bloodline not be noble? This old man has good eyesight. I can let him serve me. The demon blood vulture's cocky voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. Ignoring it, Xiaochen sized up the old man and was surprised. He really knew a lot. There were many things that he had never heard of before. However, he still had to continue experimenting. Then, do you know how to nurture the demon blood vulture? Senior Lu smiled and said, This old servant grew up in the beast-taming abode. I spent all my time raising 9,000 kinds of spirit beasts and demonic pets in the world. Although I have never raised a demon blood vulture before, I still know the method. At the side, Bao Er said softly, Big Brother Xiao, this Uncle Lu is a treasure. Xiaochen once nurtured an underworld ghost bird into a 9-vein sovereign emperor mutated beast. He was one of the top beast tamers in the Heavenly Alliance. If it wasn't for Lord Mu's order, he wouldn't have come with me. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and said softly, My eyesight is poor. I could not tell that Senior Lu was so capable. Sorry for the disrespect. No one in the Heavenly Alliance can be underestimated. What about you? Xiaochen turned his head to look at Bao Er and asked her, changing the topic. Bao Er's expression did not change. She smiled mischievously and said, How can I be capable? I'm just a maid who helps Big Brother Xiao dress and make his bed, serve tea, and pour water. Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not pursue the matter. He continued, Senior Lu, tell me how to raise this demon blood vulture. Senior Lu nodded and said, That will depend on how much resources Master gives me. If there are enough resources, I will definitely feed it demonic spirit fruits every day and bring it to the blood prison once every half a month. Then, I will go to the Spirit Beast Palace to exchange for cultivation techniques and martial techniques for demonic pets. This will also depend on how Master raises it. You can raise it in all aspects or focus on one attribute, like speed, killing intent, or devouring. The demon blood vulture is a rather well-rounded demonic pet. You can raise it however you want. It will depend on Master's preferences. Xiaochen thought for a while. This Senior Lu is really knowledgeable. He asked in his heart, Demon blood vulture, are you willing to follow me? I'm already drooling, the answer went without saying. Xiaochen said, from today on, you will be in charge of raising the demon blood vulture. Don't be stingy with resources. May I ask, what is the currency used for transactions in the Heavenly Alliance? Bao replied softly, any currency in the Heavenly Alliance will do. After all, we are doing business. Spirit jades, primeval heavenly pills, origin liquid, and divine crystals will do. However, we usually use origin liquid. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the primeval heavenly pills in his storage ring and the 10,000-year-old herb kings he obtained in paradise and handed them to Bao. Help me exchange them for origin liquid. From today on, you will be in charge of all the expenses in the residence. The amount that Xiaochen took out was a huge sum, especially the 10,000-year-old herb kings. Originally, Xiaochen intended to use these herb kings for himself. However, there was no point in using them after refining the Thundercliff tree. When Bao received all this, she did not feel shocked at all. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. Even the servants of the Heavenly Alliance are servants who have seen the world. Big Brother Xiao, thank you for your trust. I will help young Master settle this matter within half a day. After Bao counted the items, she agreed without hesitation. In that case, you all can withdraw first. I need to rest for a while. All right. After the group took their leave, Xiaochen went to a medicinal spring in the residence alone. The spring water surged, and spiritual energy spread everywhere. This was a medicinal spring that the Heavenly Alliance's alchemists specially refined for sovereign emperors. After soaking in it, one could eliminate fatigue, nourish one's mind, and remove hidden injuries. If one spent some origin liquid, one could add in medicinal pills to aid one's cultivation. The warm spring water made Xiaochen feel exceptionally comfortable as he soaked in it. After he closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsy. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, cultivators basically did not need to sleep. In fact, they found it very difficult to sleep. If one wanted to rest, one only needed to enter a meditative state. However, falling asleep would be somewhat difficult. Many people even found it impossible to fall asleep. Their spiritual sense would remain somewhat awake. However, in reality, sleep was the best nourishment for sovereign emperors. It was even beneficial to cultivation. There should be spirit herbs for calming the mind in the medicinal spring. Otherwise, it would not be so effective. Xiaochen did not reject this drowsiness, so he fell asleep. When he woke up, Xiaochen felt refreshed and full of energy. He looked around and discovered that Bao was already standing across from him, holding a white towel in her hand. Mist wafted out. When looking at Bao, who was not far away, he felt like he was looking at flowers in the mist, a hazy yet intense sense of beauty. Bao stood up and splashed the spring water. Then, she walked over and wiped down Xiaochen's body, then helped him put on his clothes. Xiaochen did not want to stand out in the Heavenly Alliance. Furthermore, he had nothing else on his mind, so he did not avoid these things and did not refuse. Bao found this somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were many scars on Xiaochen's body. They were not as clean as his delicate facial features. Some of the scars even layered over each other. The crisscrossing scars all over his body looked somewhat sinister and scary. When Bao finished helping Xiaochen put on his clothes, she still felt somewhat unsettled. How long was I asleep? Big Brother Xiao happened to have slept for a night. I have already completed the task that you instructed me to do yesterday. I exchanged for a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. I gave old Lu half, and the rest is with me. Does young master need it? Not for now. Keep it for me first. Xiaochen still had 25 tons of origin liquid on him. That was sufficient for regular cultivation. However, he had not opened his first divine vein yet, so he did not need so much origin liquid. All right. After hesitating for a while, Bao said, "Young master had best not cultivate for now. You can continue resting. When the Heavenly Alliance's missions come, you might not have time to rest. I'll listen to you." Hence, aside from occasionally cultivating, Xiaochen spent the rest of his time wandering around the residence. The residence was very large. There were several places that Xiaochen had not explored. Now was an opportunity. Only 2 days passed peacefully. Then, Xiaochen's first mission in the Heavenly Alliance arrived. A black-clad administrator hovered above Xiaochen's residence and said, "Heavenly Alliance 2 member Xiaochen, heed my orders. A local sect elder in the Xianxia cluster is advancing to Sovereign Emperor, threatening the Merchant Association's interests. I order you to go and deal with this problem for the Alliance within 10 days. Otherwise, you will fail the mission, and you will be severely punished." A jade strip fell. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and caught the jade strip. Then, he placed it on his forehead and checked it, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. "Big Brother Xiao, should I get old Lu to call the demon blood vulture over?" Bauer asked. "There's no need. The demon blood vulture is in the early stages of nurturing and is not suited for battle. Help me take care of the residents." Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he followed the administrator to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. Chapter 2182. The Constellation Zone referred to the Constellation Zone. In the Great Thousand Worlds, there was a sea of stars at the center of many star fields, and then they were named after the sea. For example, the Grave Sea cluster that Xiaochen once stayed in. The various cluster zones were now like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the Central Great Realm. The outer regions that the Central Great World cultivators spoke of mostly referred to these cluster zones. In the eyes of the Central Great World cultivators, the outer regions were like the countryside. Apart from some special clusters in the Outer Endless Sea, most of the Outer Endless Sea clusters didn't have enough connate spiritual qi, and the inheritances weren't complete enough, so the competition wasn't fierce enough. It was very difficult for an imperial lord to be born. As a sovereign personage, one could dominate the outer seas and enjoy the treatment of the Central Great Realm's foe gods. The Grave Sea cluster that Xiaochen once stayed in was like this. On the surface, it did not have a single sovereign personage. Perhaps only some rank 4 sects had sovereign personages nearing the end of their lifespans. Normally, such sovereign personages would not appear. The Xianxia cluster was much stronger than the Grave Sea cluster. It had 2 rank 5 sects, and the sect masters were sovereign personages. Many of the supreme elders were heaven-defying sovereign personages and even false emperors. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had never been an imperial lord. The various factions maintained a delicate balance, but now, a rank 1 sect had an imperial lord. This was incredible. Xiaochen was very clear about how strong a sovereign emperor was. In front of a sovereign emperor would only need 1 move to kill a sovereign emperor. No matter how many powerful trump cards one had, it would be useless. Even if one had a soul tool, it would only be a slight deterrent. If one side suddenly became stronger, the balance would be broken, and the original distribution of benefits would naturally need to be reshuffled. Xiaochen was going to the Xianxia cluster to protect the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant associations. He could not give up his own benefits just because the other party had a sovereign emperor. The mission did not specify a specific solution. He could choose to kill this newly advanced imperial lord or negotiate with him. There were many methods, but there was only one goal: to ensure the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's affiliated merchant associations. The better this task was done, the higher the merit would be. Otherwise, there would be punishment. Using the Dao platform at Sky Beyond Heaven, Xiaochen teleported to a Dao platform near the Xianxia cluster. This Dao platform belonged to everyone, not the Heavenly Alliance alone. By the time Xiaochen set foot on the Xianxia, half a day had passed. Xiaochen clearly sensed the difference between the spiritual energy of this place and the Central Great Realm's spiritual energy. 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant association here was the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. When Xiaochen thought about it, he felt that he had some fate with the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. If he remembered correctly, he had a VIP card in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Let's go to the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's headquarters in the Ink Sea first. The Starry Sea possessed a great gravitational pull. If one was not careful, they would be sucked in. The Starry Sea possessed a corrosive nature. If one's cultivation was not high enough, falling into it would be life-threatening. Xiaochen recalled that when they first arrived at the Grave Sea, Xiao Chen and Xiao Sua's group had been very careful, not daring to let down their guard at all. Now that Xiao Chen was a sovereign emperor, he did not need to worry too much. He turned into a bolt of lightning above the Ink Sea, piercing through the clouds without fear. 2 hours later, an island that could be called a continent appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This was the largest island in the Ink Sea, Red Cloud Island. The headquarters of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion was there. Normally speaking, since it was called Red Cloud Island, the largest city on the island would be called Red Cloud City. Red Cloud Island was not surprised. As Xiao Chen swaggered into the city, none of the guards or experts in the city noticed him. Hovering in the air, Xiao Chen swept his gaze around, spreading his spiritual sense to every corner of the city. In the next moment, his figure flashed, leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion was tall and majestic, occupying the best location. However, the entrance was somewhat deserted. This did not match the reputation of the top merchant association in the Ink Sea. Xiao Chen guessed something and directly entered. "This young master, are you here to buy something?" Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, a pretty maidservant with a faint smile immediately came forward to greet him. "Long Yun, withdraw. I'll take care of this guest." Before Xiao Chen could answer, a spirited old man in embroidered robes with a flushed complexion walked out of the hall's staircase. The maidservant gave Xiao Chen a strange look before withdrawing. However, she could not understand why the pavilion master would personally receive a youth. "This old man's family name is Qin, and my first name is Pe. May I ask for young master's great name?" the embroidered robed old man said to Xiao Chen with a smile as he walked down. This old man must have figured something out. Xiao Chen did not bother speaking nonsense with him. He flashed his Heavenly Alliance medallion in front of the old man. Qin Po's expression did not change. He said seriously, "Young master, please come with me." When Xiao Chen arrived at the private room at the top floor, Qin Po's expression changed drastically. He performed an incredibly respectful cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, my lord. I did not want to attract attention earlier, so I did not greet you properly. My lord, please forgive me." Xiao Chen sat on a mahogany chair with a calm expression, indicating that he did not mind. He said softly, "Xiao Chen, Grasshead Xiao, Morning Sunday. I do not like to speak nonsense, so please do your best to give a simple introduction of the situation. I will deal with you within 10 days. "Very well, my lord." Qin Po was very careful, not daring to be slow. This was a major character from the Heavenly Alliance. He could not afford to offend him. Even though Qin Po had seen many major scenes, he still felt somewhat nervous. After calming himself, he said, "The Ink Sea has 2 rank 5 sects. The Flying Cloud sect and the Azure Smoke Pavilion. 2 years ago, the Azure Smoke Pavilion's supreme elder, Xianxia, advanced to sovereign emperor. Half a year after that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion took 70% of the Ink Sea's resources. The other factions shared the remaining 30%. The Azure Smoke Pavilion has always done business with our merchant association. In the past, we earned 70% and they earned 30%. After Xianxia advanced to sovereign emperor, he demanded an exorbitant price. To think that he wanted us to take only 2%, while they wanted 80%. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The Ink Sea's resources were definitely in the hands of the sections. However, if the sects wanted to develop, they needed to work with the merchant association to maximize the benefits of the resources. This could be considered mutually benefiting, helping each other out. There were many ways to do this. However, it was very simple. It was just that whoever was stronger would benefit more. In the past, when the various factions interfered, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion could gain 70% of the profits. However, the situation changed now. The Azure Smoke Pavilion produced a sovereign emperor. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion could not gain any advantage, even getting bullied. There was no need to probe too deeply into the business matters. They had nothing to do with him. Xiao Chun grasped the main point. He asked seriously, "He advanced to Sovereign Emperor 2 years ago?" "I reported this matter to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters 2 years ago. However, we never received any attention," Xianxia said helplessly. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "It is not that we do not pay attention. It is just that we do not have enough manpower." "Continue." "Right. He wanted 80% of the profits. Naturally, we refused. After that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion stopped doing business with us. Instead, they supported a small merchant association and secretly suppressed us. For the past 2 years, we have nearly lost all of our business. You saw how bleak our business is now." Xiao Chun felt doubtful. How can a small merchant association compare to the Nine Cauldron Pavilion? The Nine Cauldron Pavilion had branches in the Central Great Realm. In terms of strength and accumulations, a small merchant association could not compare to it. In a fair competition, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion could take out more secret treasures, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques than the other merchant associations. Xianxia smiled bitterly. "With the Azure Smoke Pavilion secretly supporting us, we cannot do business at all. The merchant association's cargo ships responsible for transporting resources have even been robbed a few times. During this period, they have been openly suppressing us. Several of my Nine Cauldron Pavilion's guards died. Xianxia has already spread the word that all Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples are not allowed to do business with my Nine Cauldron Pavilion." On the surface, it looked like Xianxia forbade the Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples from doing business with my Nine Cauldron Pavilion. In reality, it was a warning to all the cultivators in the Ink Sea. Who in the Ink Sea would dare to offend a sovereign emperor? Xiao Chun grasped the key point again. He asked seriously, "He killed people from the Nine Cauldron Pavilion?" "With the Azure Smoke Pavilion supporting us, the other party does not have to worry." Xiao Chun said calmly, "That's easy. What is that merchant association called?" Xianxia did not understand what Xiao Chun meant, but he still answered honestly, "In the past, it was called the Red Cloud Merchant Association. Now, it is called the 10 Cauldron Pavilion." When Xiao Chun mentioned the name of the other party's merchant association, Xianxia's expression turned even more unsightly. This name was a direct slap in the face. "You have 9 and I have 10. This high-profile name is meant to suppress you. Is that merchant association's association chief in Red Cloud City?" "He has always been." Right after Xianxia spoke, he looked up and saw that Xiao Chun had already disappeared from his chair. The curtains fluttered a few times, indicating that someone had just left. How fast? This startled Xianxia. However, after he sat down, he felt somewhat uneasy. This Xiao Chun was simply too young. Xiao Chen's cold attitude also made Xianxia feel somewhat unreliable. He muttered to himself, "The Heavenly Alliance has not sent anyone for more than 2 years. Now that someone finally came, they sent a rash youth." Ding. Xianxia did not see any commotion, but Xiao Chun appeared before him again. Xianxia raised his head and spat out all the tea in his mouth. Xiao Chun held a head in his hand. It belonged to the head of the Red Cloud Merchant Association's association chief, whom Xianxia wished he could hack into 1,000 pieces. The other party appeared stunned. Based on his expression, he probably did not even know how he died. If Xianxia recalled correctly, this fellow was a holy venerate and had the protection of a heaven-defying sovereign personage from the Azure Smoke Pavilion. How did he die just like that? How did he do it? Before Xianxia could even warm his seat or drink his tea, Xiao Chun returned after killing someone. Xianxia could not help feeling fear in his heart. He quickly stood up and said in a trembling voice, "My lord, I killed the person and demolished the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. Make your preparations. Business should be here in the next 2 days." Xiao Chun said indifferently. His expression remained calm as if he had just done something unremarkable. However, killing a holy venerate before a heaven-defying sovereign personage was indeed an insignificant matter. However, Xianxia was already frightened silly. He said in a trembling voice, I'll go and make my preparations." This little one will take his leave first. Wait a moment. Qin Per immediately asked in a fluster. "Milord, what instructions do you have?" "Send this head to the Azure Smoke Pavilion as quickly as possible." Qin Per immediately felt startled. "Milord, you are provoking Xianxia. You have to think this through. Just do as I say." "Why so much nonsense?" Xianxia frowned slightly. Qin Po's words made it sound like he should not provoke the other party. However, when Xianxia thought about how the other party had been suppressed for a long time, it was understandable that he feared Xianxia. Xianxia softened his tone and said softly, "I want to provoke him. The faster I deal with this problem, the more contribution I will obtain, and the more benefits your 9-cauldron pavilion will obtain." Yes. "I'll do it now." Qin Per immediately felt somewhat excited. This little lord's temper and boldness were really great. It looked like the 9-cauldron pavilion was going to turn things around. Chapter 2183. Xianxia, Heavenly Cloud Mountain, one of the 3 blessed lands. A blessed land should have many sects, just like the Purple Flame sect, where Xianxia once stayed, which was just one sect in the blessed land. However, this Xianxia's Heavenly Cloud Mountain only had one sect, the Azure Smoke sect. The reason went without saying. Since a sovereign emperor appeared in the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect naturally wanted to monopolize all the benefits of this great blessed land. Disagree? If one dared to disagree before a sovereign emperor, it would be no different from seeking death. Right now, the Azure Smoke sect lived up to its name in the Xianxia. No one dared to oppose it. The sect disciples were even more arrogant and despotic, considering everyone else beneath them. In the Xianxia, no one dared to offend them. In an era when sovereign emperors did not appear, even the strongest false emperor could not be so domineering. After all, a rank 5 sect had a soul tool. Even a false emperor had to fear them. Everyone coexisted peacefully, living in harmony. However, now that a sovereign emperor appeared, a soul tool in the hands of a sovereign emperor and a sovereign personage were 2 different secret treasures. The might that a soul tool could bring out was completely different. In the hands of a sovereign emperor, the horrifying might of a soul tool could truly be brought out. In this Xianxia, a sovereign emperor was a supreme god. But tonight, there was something wrong with the Azure Smoke sect. A rumor had spread through the entire sect, from top to bottom, from the mouth of all the disciples and elders. Did you hear? Someone killed the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief. His head was delivered to our sect master last night. How could I not have heard about it? That fellow's death was really strange. He was not weak in the first place, and he had Marshal Grand Uncle Jiang's protection. However, he died just like that. Someone saw Marshal Uncle Jiang return last night. I heard that he was pale and dispirited, like he was scared silly. Who exactly is it? To think that he dares to provoke us. Does he not know that our Azure Smoke sect's ancestor is already a sovereign emperor? This is the most horrifying thing. He clearly knows that you are a sovereign emperor, yet he still dares to kill your people. The rumors were hard to stop. The 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief was killed, and the entire Merchant Association's headquarters was torn down on the street. This was an earth-shattering matter in the Xianxia. The various major factions received the news at the fastest time. The other factions had already received the news. It would be hard for the Azure Smoke sect disciples not to know about it. At this moment, the sect master and all the elders gathered in the Azure Smoke sect's ancestral hall at the main peak of Skycloud Mountain. Their expressions were incomparably grave as they looked at the items placed in the center of the hall in silence. That object was the head of the 10 Cauldron Chamber of Commerce's president. After the group of people received the heads, they discussed for an entire night, but they still couldn't come up with any ideas. The Azure Smoke sect's sect master, Luo Yun, did not look old, like a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a scholarly temperament. There was a sharp aura hidden between his brows. That was the foundation of an overlord. Everyone, we've discussed for an entire night, but we still haven't come up with a good idea? Luo Yun glanced at the elders gathered in the ancestral hall and said in a deep voice. There were not many elders. However, even the weakest was a holy venerate. 4 or 5 of the older ones were even sovereign personages. The Azure Smoke sect's entire foundation was here. Even without Xianxia, the Azure Smoke sect could be considered a peak existence among rank 5 sections. Those who could stand here naturally had some vision. They could tell that this was not a simple murder. Before a heaven-defying person died, Xianxia had silently killed another sovereign personage. Everyone was very clear on what kind of strength one needed to achieve this. This was especially so for that martial Uncle Jiang. After he returned, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Clearly, he had suffered a huge trauma in his heart. A false emperor could not make martial Uncle Jiang feel such fear. What kind of existence was above false emperor? No one dared to think about it, nor did they want to. They could only continue playing dumb when faced with Luo Yun's question. This is indeed making things difficult for everyone. Luo Yunling, who was sitting on the throne, let out a soft sigh. There was a trace of exhaustion on his face. Originally, Martial Uncle Qingyan should have been in charge of this matter. Unfortunately, Xianxia was currently in closed-door cultivation. Even when Luo Yun summoned him several times, he ignored him. Naturally, there was no solution to this difficult problem before everyone. Actually, Luo Yun guessed something. As the sect master of a rank 5 sect, he naturally knew some of the secrets of the Central Great Realm. Several thousand years ago, a sovereign emperor had appeared in the Ink Sea cluster. However, that sovereign emperor did not unify the Ink Sea. There seemed to be an invisible hand controlling the Ink Sea's movements in the unseen world. This kept the various factions of the Ink Sea in balance, preventing one faction from becoming too strong and monopolizing the Ink Sea. Even though martial Uncle Qingyan had become a sovereign emperor, Luo Yun did not want to drive the other factions to the edge. He feared that something bad would happen if this balance was broken. Although Luo Yun did not know what would happen, he still felt worried. However, martial Uncle Qingyan was stubborn, and the other elders were eager to try. Even if Luo Yun wanted to, he could not. Over the past 2 odd years, the Azure Smoke sect had continuously grown stronger, showing a flourishing momentum. This further dispelled Luo Yun's worries. Unexpectedly, the thing he worried about the most happened. This sigh contained some helplessness. Luo Yun was limited by his knowledge and vision. He could guess something, but he did not know what was going on. This was the helplessness he felt the most. The 5 super factions secretly controlled the entire Great Thousand Realms. Without reaching a certain level, one would not know about this. Even many sovereign personages in the Central Great Realm did not know about the Heavenly Alliance. How much could Luo Yun, a rank 5 sect master of the Ink Sea, know? Martial nephew, what are you worrying about? This sigh is very puzzling. Ha! Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Then, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall. Although this old man was skinny, his frail body gave off a frightening energy that could not be underestimated, appearing unfathomable. Old ancestor, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation. We were all scared out of our wits last night. Indeed. Quickly, think of a solution. This person was the most famous person in the Ink Sea for the past 2 years, the Xianxia, whom nearly everyone knew. Luo Yun's eyes lit up. He felt that his martial uncle's strength had improved significantly, becoming even more unfathomable. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Martial uncle, please take a seat." Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. He sat down in the seat that Luo Yun vacated. As he looked at the heads below, he smiled sinisterly. This fellow is finally dead. Whoosh! Xianxia stretched out his hand, and the head of the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's chief flew into his hand. Then there was a loud bang. Only a skull remained amid the azure smoke. Xianxia ferociously grabbed, and the skull turned into powder and fell to the ground. Everyone, including Luo Yun, showed startled expressions. This time, they were truly frightened. "Martial uncle," Luo Yun called out, feeling somewhat anxious. "This fellow is just a pawn that I placed in front of me. He will die sooner or later. It was worth it to be able to roam free for 2 years and suppress the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "As for the rest, martial nephew, there is no need to worry. I already made arrangements. If he had come a year earlier, I might have been in some trouble. As for now, this old man is waiting for him. If he dares to come, I will make sure that he never returns. As you wish, I am here. Bang! Right after the old man spoke, the doors of the ancestral hall, which were reinforced by formations, shattered. A strong wind blew at the broken doors, and a dazzling light as bright as the sun appeared, so bright that no one could open their eyes. A figure slowly appeared from the light. This figure was dressed in white, and he strode in with his head held high. How young! When the Azure Smoke sect elders saw this person's appearance, they all sighed in their hearts, feeling somewhat shocked. This was the person that the old ancestor was waiting for. This was the mysterious person that scared their martial uncle Jiang silly. Yu Weimian looked too young. Based on his appearance, he did not even look 50 years old. Naturally, the person who came was Xiao Chen. The head had been delivered to the Azure Smoke sect for one night, but the person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen came himself. I was wondering why the person did not arrive after one night. It turns out that you already condensed a divine vein. How admirable! How admirable! It is already not easy for you to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this desolate place. Now that you have condensed a divine vein, it is even more shocking. Xiao Chen glanced indifferently at the somewhat blind people. Then, he said softly, "Do you not understand what I said? Even in the Central Great Realm, this martial granduncle of yours can be considered a top character." These words were true. Even in the Central Great Realm, it was extremely difficult to advance to Sovereign Emperor. Old Ancestor, you? Clearly, the Azure Smoke sect's elders did not know how strong Qingyan Shangren was or where he ranked in the Central Great Realm. Qingyan Shangren revealed a cocky expression, gladly accepting Xiao Chen's praise. Being able to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this ink sea already boosted Qingyan Shangren's ambition, filling him with pride. This was the so-called instant success. However, that is all. In the end, the accumulations in the ink sea are lacking. Forcefully plundering the ink sea's resources to condense a divine vein is even more foolish. You probably do not even have a divine vein level cultivation technique to cultivate. Such a sovereign emperor would not be able to cause much trouble in the Central Great Realm. No wonder you only know how to put on airs in this ink sea. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would suddenly change the topic, belittling Qingyan Shangren as worthless? Qingyan Shangren was already extremely proud of advancing to Sovereign Emperor. He even felt that the Sovereign Emperors of the Central Great Realm would not be much stronger than him. Earlier, Qingyan Shangren enjoyed Xiao Chen's words. So, he prepared to negotiate with Xiao Chen about the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen's words would suddenly change the topic, deeply stabbing at Qingyan Shangren's pride? Rage flared up in his heart. The atmosphere in the hall immediately turned strange. The Azure Smoke sect's elders were frightened into silence. Everyone could tell that this youth had touched on the old ancestor's reverse scale. An icy chill spread in the hall. Qingyan Shangren showed a sullen expression, his skinny face filled with murderous intent. A great battle would start at any moment. Chapter 2184. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall turned strange. No one dared to speak. The group of elders, including Luo Yun, felt increasingly unbearable. The hall was so quiet that one could hear their breathing and heartbeats. Despite this unbearable feeling, they did not dare to move. It was like they feared breaking some sort of balance. Normally, these sovereign personages could call the wind and summon the rain in this ink sea cluster, supreme existences. Even though sovereign emperors appeared, sovereign personages were still incredibly rare in this ink sea cluster. Wherever they went, they were aloof and aloof. When had these sovereign emperors ever felt so unbearable? To put it bluntly, they did not even dare to let out a fart. The battle between Xiao Chen and Qingyan Shangren had already started. The two's auras clashed, their auras spreading to every corner of the hall. Both were storing up power in secret, searching for the other's openings, trying to suppress the other's aura. The invisible auras were already incredibly intense. Everyone here was a sovereign personage and naturally understood the profoundness of this. At this moment, if anyone dared to move, It would be like adding oil to the fire. Bang! Everything would explode. It was like time stopped in the hall. No one moved at all. Their expressions did not even change. Xianxia felt somewhat shocked. Although this youth before him had not opened any divine veins, his aura moved according to his heart. However, his aura moved according to his will, moving as he pleased. There were no openings at all. Could be said to be perfect. Dragon images seemed to appear behind Xiaoqin, howling and roaring ferociously. That was dragon might. This was a powerful, outstanding talent with a great, desolate Ian bloodline. Kasi. Just at this moment, one of the Azure Smoke Hall elders felt somewhat unbearable, so he shifted his body slightly. However, the sound amplified infinitely at this moment. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. However, it did not kick up ripples. Instead, it kicked up a deafening wave like a tsunami. Luo Yun's face sank. Knowing that things were bad, the group of elders executed their movement techniques and quickly moved far away. In that instant, the limit of stillness shifted to the limit of movement. It was like these people came back to life. The elders already moved very fast. However, they were not faster than Xiaoqin and Xianxia. The incorporeal dragon image behind Xiaoqin gathered together, turning from incorporeal to corporeal, turning into a huge azure dragon image that roared furiously into the 9 heavens. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he slapped the armrest heavily. He mobilized all the accumulations of the entire Qingyun Peak sect. The illusion of a huge incense burner appeared in front of him. There were 3 incense sticks in the incense burner, and green smoke curled around them. Xianxia flicked his finger, and the lingering azure smoke immediately turned into thousands of sword images that shot out. The 2 auras collided in an instant. With a loud bang, the green smoke ancestral hall collapsed into nothingness. Puchi. Luo Yun and the other elders of the Azure Smoke Hall spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The weaker elders, who were only at the Holy Venerate realm, even died on the spot from the shockwaves of the 2 auras. Not only did Luo Yun and the others not have the qualifications to interfere in this battle, but they might even lose their lives if they were careless. When sovereign emperors fought, the scale of the battle was already beyond what these sovereign personages could imagine or resist. Dang! The melodious sound of weapons clashing rang out, echoing throughout the entire heavenly cloud mountain. This blessed land, which was as large as a great realm, buzzed endlessly and trembled. The heavenly cloud mountain was very large and vast. It was at least 100 million kilometers long. In the past, dozens of rank 4 sects lived in this place. One could easily imagine how vast it was. However, this heavenly cloud mountain was also very small. To Xiaoqin and Xianxia, who were fighting, just the shockwaves could cover most of heavenly cloud mountain. Whoosh! A purple figure retreated from heavenly cloud mountain's main peak. As he retreated, he crashed into many peaks, kicking up huge waves in the seawater. Xiaoqin was not retreating alone. Instead, he was retreating with his aura. He did not crash into the tall peaks. Instead, his aura crushed them, turning them into surging tsunamis along with the seawater. Humph! How dare you disrespect me on Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Not to mention the fact that you have not opened a divine vein. Even if you did, you would not be a match for me. Xianxia stood proudly on the mountain summit. At this moment, his slender body seemed to contain boundless might, inspiring others to look up at him like looking at the sky. A strong wind blew as Xianxia looked coldly at Xiaoqin, who got knocked back. Then, he said sullenly, "You have a great background. I will not kill you. I will use you as a bargaining chip. My Azure Smoke Pavilion will dominate the Ink Sea, and we will not have to worry about anything in the future." Old Ancestor. When the many Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples saw Xianxia's majestic appearance and bold words, they felt their hot-bloodedness surge endlessly. Whoosh! Xiaoqin gently pushed off the surface of the sea, stopping his retreating figure. At the same time, the surging mountain-like seawater slowly fell back. However, the way it fell was incredibly gentle, following Xiaoqin's aura and spreading out again. What was even more miraculous was that the tall mountain that Xiaoqin crushed earlier actually retreated together with the seawater. It looked like time and space had reversed. In reality, it was just reuniting with Xiao Chen's aura. The mountain had already shattered. The mountain that Xiao Chen saw was only the mountain that existed in Xiao Chen's aura. It was like a painting. When Xiao Chen retreated, the white clouds, mountains, rivers, and sunlight had already entered the painting. Now, the painting was just reuniting. Xiao Chen looked at Xianxia, who stood proudly on the main peak like he was the sovereign of the world. However, Xiao Chen was not surprised at the other party's strength. A sovereign emperor's accumulations would not be child's play when a rank 5 sect erupted. However, since Xiao Chen dared to come, he had to have considered the other party's geographical advantage. You are courageous. After seeing my Azure Smoke Pavilion's accumulations, you still dare to not flee. Youths are like this, not fearing anything, thinking that they are fated. Today, I will teach you a lesson and show you what fear is. Xianxia smiled coldly. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the azure smoke lingering around the incense burner circled around his fingertip. At the instant his thumb and index finger came into contact with each other, countless sword cries resounded. They were loud and clear, and they seemed to descend from the heavens and descend from the netherworld. Since the establishment of the Azure Smoke Pavilion, the many disciples had been using their swords to visualize the incense burner every day. They used their bodies as swords to worship the incense burner, accumulating accumulations for 100 years, 1,000 years, countless days and nights. Xianxia flicked his finger, and thousands of sword hums gathered. This sword hum pierced through the entire blessed land from north to south. Stimulated by this sword hum, Heavenly Cloud Mountain's 300-kilometer-tall main peak erupted with resplendent light, looking like a sharp sword illuminating the entire blessed land. Aside from the strand of sword light that Xianxia flicked out for 50 million kilometers, only black and white remained in the world. The sword light illuminated Xiao Chen's eyes, making his handsome facial features look even more distinct. The sword wind scattered Xiao Chen's long hair, making him appear even more unruly and unruly. The sword light, which carried the sect's accumulations, looked like it could split the world apart. Then it instantly charged over. Everyone in the Azure Smoke Pavilion gasped in amazement at this sword strike. They had only heard of the sect's founding ancestor in the legends, having once flicked out such a strand of sword chi. Now they saw it with their own eyes. It was like the legends unfolded before them. The shock was indescribable. Everyone thought that Xiao Chen would die for sure under this sword strike. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured, unable to fight anymore. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. The yin and yang divine essence sees in his body silently merged, and the Taiji force field spread out. Whoosh! The instant the Taiji force field appeared, a light burst out from Xiao Chen's body in the originally black and white world. The entire world regained its color. This was Xiao Chen using his own strength to suppress the other party with his aura, breaking the momentum of this sword strike. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to receive this sword strike head-on. This sword strike carried the accumulations of a sect that had accumulated for thousands of years. If he tried to receive it, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating himself. Not to mention whether he could receive it or not, he would be too stupid to do so. After the sword chi entered the Taiji force field, it looked like it could travel through space and time. However, to Xiao Chen, it slowed significantly. Whoosh! Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and gently moved, looking like he had dodged this sword strike by a fluke. When the sword chi entered the sea, it was like a stream flowing into the sea, silently vanishing. This was because the charm contained in the sword chi had automatically dissipated after losing its target, and the sect's foundation had returned to the mountains and rivers. He dodged it. This startled Xianxia. To think that Xiao Chen managed to dodge his sure-hit sword strike. He could not help saying angrily, "Let's see how many sword strikes you can dodge." Xianxia flicked his finger, and another strand of sword chi that seemed to travel through space and time charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He drove the primal chaos divine energy in his body to the limits and used the Taiji force field to carefully slow down Xianxia's speed, narrowly dodging again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn it! I don't believe that I cannot kill you. Xianxia felt somewhat flustered and exasperated after failing to hit his target. He flicked his finger, and strands of sword intent shot at Xianxia without end. Day and night immediately sped up in the blessed land. Sometimes, only black and white remained. Another moment, the colors returned to normal. It was like the rising and setting of the sun were sped up. The Azure Smoke sect disciples were horrified to discover that as day and night sped up, their faces aged. Their fine black hair turned white. It was like time sped up several times. Let's see how long you can last. Under the berserk attacks, Xianxia appeared somewhat unable to hold out. Xianxia could not help laughing cockily. Just as he was about to make another move, enough! Xianxia, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shouted. This shout was like a clap of thunder, immediately kicking up countless huge waves on the vast sea. You are really vicious. Draining the sect's accumulations like this, completely disregarding the life and death of the disciples. I have a saber strike. Please give it a try. Gurgle. An unremarkable drop of seawater soared into the air amid the huge waves. Xianxia moved like a swallow, looking like he was about to fly but not soar. Then he flicked his finger. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplets shaking the firmament. Chapter 2185. A drop of water could break the vault of heaven. Xianxia used his one-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to drive the sect's 1,000-year-old accumulations. He used the 30-kilometer-tall peak under his feet as a sword, and hundreds of strands of sword chi could cause the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon to pale in comparison. Xianxia would be defeated with just one strike. Xianxia, who could drive Taiji with primal chaos divine energy, finally recovered. Xianxia's counterattack was as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of the sword chi of mountains and rivers. What he flicked out was a drop of water, a drop of rain, a drop of sweat that contained the inheritance of the devil blade. The scorching sun had tortured it for 3,333 years, the gale had battered it for 3,333 years, and the lightning had struck it for 3,333 years. Over the past 9,999 years, the thunderstorm, the gale, and the scorching sun could not change his heart. What is a demon? Lonely as I am, 10,000 years of time hanging high in the 9 heavens, I exist alone. What is a demon? Just like me, I am so proud that even the heavens cannot tolerate my heart. This was the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, using the state of water droplets to break the sky. This drop of water was so tiny that if one did not look carefully, they would not even notice it. But once one discovered it, they would never be able to forget it. It was so ordinary, yet so special. It was a demon. It's a drop of water. He flicked a drop of water. What is he trying to do? It's clearly just a drop of water, so why do I feel like I'm shivering and my legs aren't listening to me? Damn it, what's going on? Damn it, what the hell happened? Initially, when he saw this drop of water, he didn't think much of it. But soon he found himself unable to shift his gaze away from it, and his legs wouldn't listen to him. How strange and bewitching! Xianxia was somewhat dumbfounded. This raindrop that Xianxia flicked out completely surpassed his common sense. Although Xianxia was not a sovereign emperor, his knowledge was limited. He had never heard of the fiendish saber's name or seen such a martial technique. He knew that this raindrop was extraordinary, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Not just for a moment, but with his experience, even if he racked his brains, he still wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with it. If they had the advantage of the terrain, it would have been impossible for them to suppress Xianxia before by consuming the foundation that the sect's disciples had been accumulating for thousands of years. I don't believe that a mere drop of water can overturn the heavens. Xianxia shouted coldly. Then he waved his hand at the 3 incense sticks in the incense burner and wiped them gently. The little accumulations that the sect had accumulated were immediately drained. Using the sect's accumulations, Xianxia activated the sect protecting formation. Instantly, sword lights covered the main peak of Heavenly Cloud Mountain as the sect's formation activated. Then, the light surged, and the nearby mountains and rivers seemed to come to life as if a long sword had come to life. In an instant, thousands of mountains became one. Is it useful? Xiao Chen's face was expressionless and cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. That drop of rain appeared in the eyes of the Azure Smoke sect disciples. It got closer and closer, silently piercing through the tall mountains and breaking through layers of sword veils, heading for a lake in the middle of the sect. He watched as the droplet of rain pierced through the mountain and tore through the sword veil, but nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Xianxia could not help but laugh. You are just bluffing. You nearly drip. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, that droplet of rain landed on the lake. With a loud boom, the entire blessed land, not just the Azure Smoke sect's thousand-layered mountain gate, exploded with a loud bang. No! Xianxia showed a horrified expression as he screamed at the top of his lungs. The foundations of the Azure Smoke sect, which had been around for thousands of years, vanished before his eyes, completely destroyed. After that, the wind blew continuously. Layers of seawater exploded, and spirit springs spewed out everywhere. 7 colored lights scattered like fireworks. That was the top-grade spirit vein that sustained the blessed enclave. It had also been destroyed. Everything that he could see had been destroyed. However, he could only watch helplessly as the saber intent that erupted from that droplet of rain brought a calamity of destruction. One droplet of rain could destroy the sky. If the droplet of rain in that painting truly appeared, it might be able to sweep through the entire ink sea and destroy everything. Such a killing move already surpassed the norm of the mortal world. It could only be described as demonic. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back as he slowly approached. With every step he took, the dilapidated mountains and rivers recovered. It was like time flowed in reverse. By the time Xiao Chen arrived before Xianxia, the entire blessed land had recovered to its original state. You, how ruthless! Even if I was in the wrong, you could have just killed me alone. However, what crime did the tens of thousands of my Azure Smoke sect disciples commit? To think that you slaughtered them all. You destroyed the foundation of my sect for thousands of years. Xianxia felt extreme grief, looking haggard. The killing intent that erupted from that droplet of rain landed on him. That inferior-grade soul tool incense burner had already shattered. Xianxia looked haggard, in an extremely sorry state. Xiao Chen said calmly, I did not kill them. Old ancestor. Many figures descended from the sky with confused expressions, clearly at a loss as to what to do. In fact, they did not even know what was happening. Xiao Chen purposely controlled that droplet of rain. Most of the saber intent landed on the Azure Smoke sect's formations and Xianxia. The moment the saber intent erupted, the others got knocked back. When they landed, they saw this scene. These people did not even know that their sects were already destroyed and that the entire blessed land was gone, as everything had happened too quickly. You all, Xianxia looked over. These sect disciples all had white hair and faint wrinkles on their faces. They looked like they had aged many years. Xianxia could not continue. Previously, he only cared about defeating Xiao Chen, squandering the sect's accumulations and overdrawing on the vitality of these sect disciples. Otherwise, given his foundation in the ink sea, even if he condensed a divine vein, he would not be able to gain any advantage against Xiao Chen. He would not be able to gain any advantage against Xiao Chen. He would reveal an opening with one strike, not to mention suppressing Xiao Chen. Old ancestor, are you all right? The sect disciples did not understand the reason behind this. Instead, they started worrying about Xianxia injuries. Only Luo Yun and the other sovereign personages knew what was going on. However, they did not know what to say. They glanced at Xiao Chen, who was watching coldly from the side. Their hearts filled with fear and nervousness. Clang! Just as the sect disciples were worrying about Xianxia's injuries, they suddenly heard a melodious saber hum. A saber light flashed, looking like a short-lived, piercing and dazzling. What are you trying to do? If you dare to injure old ancestor, we will fight you to the death. After Xianxia became a sovereign emperor, he was like a god to the Azure Smoke sect disciples. This was especially so in the past 2 years, when he led the Azure Smoke sect to dominate a region. All the sect disciples worshipped him, holding him in high esteem. Seeing Xianxia draw his saber, the group of sect disciples all panicked, blocking Xianxia. "Move aside." Xianxia knew Xianxia's strength. Before Xianxia, these people were like paper, not threatening at all. "We are not leaving. I told you to move aside." Xianxia shouted angrily, shaking off all the disciples. Immediately, they were tossed out like sandbags. Holding the tyrant's saber, Xianxia approached step by step. When he arrived before Xianxia, he swung his saber. Luo Yun and the other sect masters immediately felt their hearts in their throats, feeling immense pressure. "Senior, if you have any requests, just state them. Our Azure Smoke sect will definitely do as you say. Is it because of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? We can hand over all the benefits we gained in the past 2 years. You just need to say the word, and we can spare Martial Uncle's life." In the end, Luo Yun could not bear to do this. He mustered up his courage and spoke in a trembling voice. This major character, who dominated a region and swept through the Ink Sea, now trembled in fear, filled with helplessness. Xianxia ignored Luo Yun. He only looked at Xianxia and said, "It is not easy to become a sovereign emperor in the Ink Sea. This is your opportunity. However, you should not be afraid. So what if you are from the Ink Sea? You managed to become a sovereign emperor in this insignificant Ink Sea. So what if you go to the Central Great Realm? The path of a cultivator should be fearless. Even if you suffer all sorts of hardships, it is fine as long as you keep moving forward. However, you remain stubborn, only wanting to dominate this Ink Sea, suppressing the other sects and squeezing out the resources of the entire Ink Sea. Heavenly Alliance's Xianxia, today, I will chop off one of your arms as punishment for bullying the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Behave yourself in the future." As the saber light descended, Xianxia sheathed his saber. Xianxia cried out miserably as his right arm was chopped off. Remnant saber intent lingered in the wound. This saber intent would remain for a long time. Even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover from it. Xianxia did not kill Xianxia because he wanted to maintain the balance in the Ink Sea. He was also doing this out of consideration for the Azure Smoke sect disciples. If Xianxia died, the sects that he suppressed for the past 2 years would definitely kill all these disciples, not leaving a single one alive to vent their hatred. The more important reason was to maintain the balance, to give the various factions of the Ink Sea time to catch a breather. Even if a sovereign emperor lost an arm, he would still be much stronger than a regular false emperor. However, he would still be incomparable to when he was at his peak. Furthermore, with the destruction of the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect could only rest and recuperate for a long time. In the future, when the Azure Smoke sect rose up, it would fear the 9 Cauldron Pavilion and not dare to bargain. Only then would the Azure Smoke sect be in line with the Heavenly Alliance's interests. Only then would the mission come to a perfect conclusion. Whoosh! Xianxia's figure flashed. Then, he turned into a flash of purple light and vanished. Boom! When Xianxia left, the aura around him scattered. The entire blessed land shattered like a painting, returning to its original state. The sect is gone. This scene stupefied those disciples, all of them gaping and at a loss for what to do. However, Sect Master Luo Yun and the group of Elder Wang knew about this long ago. The moment they were sent flying, the entire mountain gate, no, the entire blessed enclave was gone. When the aura was gone, everything turned to dust. That feeling of helplessness made one sad, but one could not do anything about it. If possible, one might as well live in the painting, living in the aura that Xianxia gathered. At the very least, the sect still existed. Even if one knew that it was fake, it was better than being in rubble. This made one feel despair and heartache. For the past few years, I monopolized the Ink Sea. I was really living in a dream. After I woke up from this dream, I realized that this Ink Sea was never my Ink Sea. Luo Yun smiled bitterly and sighed softly, appearing haggard. Chapter 2186. Outside Heavenly Cloud Mountain in the Ink Sea, a group of Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples looked at the ruined blessed land. There was another figure who was also observing silently. However, even if Xianxia were here, he would find it hard to detect this figure. What more these people? The mysterious person looked around and fixed his gaze on Xianxia's severed arm. Xianxia had left some saber intent there. It would be very difficult to disperse the saber intent that contained Xianxia's divine seal Dao domain, especially when Xianxia had left it behind. Xianxia would have to find someone much stronger than Xianxia to disperse this saber intent. Otherwise, even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover his arm. You did it beautifully. The mysterious person slowly withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention. To the Heavenly Alliance, killing Xianxia or not did not matter. The most important thing was to maintain the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's maximum benefits. If Xianxia was killed, the Ink Sea would definitely fall into chaos. It might even trigger a chaotic battle between the various factions, resulting in a drastic change in the situation. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was only a merchant association. It did not want to see such a scene. It still needed a stable Ink Sea without a strong ruler. After chopping off Xianxia's arm, Xianxia's strength decreased significantly. While he still deterred the other factions, it would be extremely difficult for him to regain his previous dominance. After learning this lesson, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion would fear him and not dare to do anything to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. As for Xianxia, it did not matter. A sovereign emperor who advanced in the Ink Sea was not sufficient. Actually, Xianxia's evaluation of Xianxia was already very fair. The true experts of the Central Great Realm all felt arrogant toward the outer regions in their hearts. It looks like he really obtained the fiendish saber inheritance. I have to remember this. As for the rest, there should be nothing else. The mysterious person muttered to himself before quickly leaving, vanishing from this place. Just like how no one knew when he arrived, he left without leaving any traces, as if he had never existed. As for Xianxia, he had already completed his mission when he chopped off Xianxia's arm. He could go to Red Cloud Island to report or ignore everything and directly return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. However, Xianxia was thinking about another problem. Could he take this opportunity to go to the Blue Dragon's homeland? But on second thought, he chose to give up. When he was in the sky beyond heaven, he felt like someone was watching him. After coming out, he still felt uncomfortable. It was best to be as cautious as possible. In the future, it wouldn't be too late to go when he could accept missions alone. Anyway, if there were people in the dark, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. After heading to the Starry Sky Dao platform, Xianxia returned directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. As soon as he set foot on Sky Beyond Heaven, the deacon who gave him the mission was already waiting for him. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "Deacon Mu." Deacon Mu nodded slightly. The headquarters gave you a 5-star evaluation. You got full marks for both the time you took to complete the mission and the results. Congratulations on completing the mission. You've been awarded 1,000 merit points. As he spoke, he took out his Heavenly Alliance medallion and stuck it to Xianxia's medallion. Then, Xianxia noticed that the number 1,000 had appeared on the back of his token under the 2 plum blossom petals. The number was well embedded in the vast white snow. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. You can exchange the merit points for resources. However, after you exchange them, the corresponding merit points will vanish. Deacon Mu gave Xianxia a simple explanation before turning to leave, not lingering. However, before he left, he gave Xianxia a few more glances, like he wanted to remember him. As Xianxia toyed with the Heavenly Alliance medallion, he thought to himself, to think that there is no reward for completing the mission. Is the merit the reward? However, if I exchange the merit points, I will have to wait to raise the rank of my plum blossom petals. While it looks like I am obtaining merit points for completing the mission, if I exchange them for resources frequently, the day I raise my plum blossom petals will be far away. The Heavenly Alliance must have done this on purpose. After returning to his residence, Xianxia greeted Bao. Then he entered the medicinal spring room, removed his clothes, and soaked himself in. The medicinal spring had a healing effect. When he fought with Xianxia, he had suffered some injuries from sword qi. This soaking could relieve his fatigue, heal his injuries, and eliminate hidden injuries. It was indeed pretty good. Xiaochen closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up, Bao was already waiting for him. She helped Xiaochen put on his clothes. Big brother Xiao, you completed this mission really quickly. You completed it in less than 3 days. After helping Xiaochen put on his clothes, Bao smiled softly and said, "Many of the deacons are praising you. If they were all as efficient as you, there would not be a lack of manpower." Xiaochen did not deny it. After chatting with Bao for a while, he entered the cultivation room and entered closed-door cultivation. Cultivating at the foot of the Heavenly Alliance's divine mountain was much faster than cultivating outside. He could clearly feel the divine energy in his body rejoicing. Xiaochen wondered how this divine mountain was forged for it to have such miraculous effects. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated, many different dragon images appeared in his divine energy sea. After 100 dragon images appeared, they stopped. Xiaochen was still far from forming the 10,000 dragons picture and reaching the first step of the 10,000 dragons art. However, Xiaochen still had a long time ahead of him. With this divine mountain to rely on, he could save a lot of time. Xiaochen's days of quiet cultivation did not last long. After 3 days, he received missions. Xiaochen, who was only a 2-petal plum blossom cultivator, did not have any free time. Now, he finally understood what Bao meant by resting more. Otherwise, he would not have any time to rest. Xiaochen did not say anything unnecessary. He just took the missions and left, completing them at the fastest speed possible. His efficiency was flabbergasting. In a short year, Xiaochen became famous in the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone knew about this white-clad bladesman. This was because Xiaochen needed only 1 year to become a 3-petal flower. Xiaochen did not use any of the contribution points for completing the missions. He saved them all up. When he met the requirements, he immediately chose to raise his cultivation. To Xiaochen, the Heavenly Alliance's divine mountain was sufficient for his needs. Little brother Xiaochen, are you sure that you are in such a rush to raise your cultivation? Administrator Mu, who was already very familiar with Xiaochen, said out of goodwill, "You can exchange these contribution points for many resources. If you choose to raise your cultivation, you will lose all of them." Xiaochen replied calmly, "I know. However, I have my own arrangements. The higher one's cultivation, the more contribution points one can obtain for completing missions. The highest reward for a 2-petal flower is only 1,000 contribution points. The lowest reward for a 3-petal flower is 10,000 contribution points. This will depend on how it is calculated." There was one more thing that Xiaochen did not say. If a 3-petal flower could choose its own missions, it would not be as passive as before. Administrator Mu smiled and said, "Since you have made your choice, I will not say anything more." Xiaochen returned the Heavenly Alliance medallion to Xiaochen. Then, another of the 8 plum blossoms lit up on the snowy scene on the back, making a total of 3. The numbers under the plum blossoms all turned to 0. Xiaochen would stand on a new starting point. "This is for you." Xiaochen found this somewhat strange. Then, he received a jade bottle from Administrator Mu. When he opened it, he saw that it contained 5 tons of origin liquid. This was a large sum. Even after selling the 10,000-year-old herb kings, Xiaochen had only obtained 50 tons of origin liquid. "This is?" Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. Administrator Mu explained, "This is the Heavenly Alliance's reward for you. All the lords saw your contributions for themselves in the past year. Originally, with the contribution points you obtained, it would have been a large reward. You could have even exchanged for an inferior grade soul tool. However, you did not exchange for it, which was equivalent to doing nothing. The lords felt that they could not let you down. They did not know what you needed, so they gave you 5 tons of origin liquid." When Xiaochen thought about it, he felt that this was true. He had worked hard in the past year. Normally, he did not feel much. This was because he felt that being in the Heavenly Alliance was the greatest reward. He had a divine mountain to cultivate on, a demon blood vulture to nurture, and combat experience to temper himself as a sovereign emperor. Honestly speaking, although these days were dull and tiring, they suited Xiaochen. Although Xiaochen had not opened a divine vein in the past year, his 10,000 dragons art progressed rapidly. He was only one step away from condensing the 10,000 dragons picture. Many thanks. Xiao Chen thanked Administrator Mu softly as he put away the jade bottle. Origin liquid was good stuff. He would not reject something that came to him for free. Administrator Mu smiled faintly and called out to Xiao Chen, who was about to turn around. Don't be in a rush to leave. The Alliance Chief wants to see you. The Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief was one of the leaders of the 5 superfactions of the Righteous Tao. He was one of the people who stood at the peak of the martial epoch. Although Xiao Chen was in the Heavenly Alliance, it was impossible for him to request an audience with the Heavenly Alliance Chief. There was too much of a difference in their levels. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Chen asked in a deep voice. His expression remained calm, not showing much fluctuation. Administrator Mu waved his hand and said, How could I know about such things? However, he is not meeting me alone this time. Grim Reaper Lin Feng is going as well. Chapter 2187. There was a divine mountain in heaven beyond heaven. At the summit of the divine mountain was a residence. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief, no one else was qualified to reside at the summit of this divine mountain. Under Administrator Mu's lead, Xiao Chen headed for the divine mountain summit. As Xiao Chen advanced, he felt the mysteriousness of the divine mountain. The foot of the mountain could not compare to the middle of the mountain. The density of the divine nature was like night and day. No wonder people wanted to climb higher. They needed to live high, be strong, and possess a high status. They needed to be aloof, looking down from above, enjoying others looking up to them. There was no need to describe the mysteriousness of the Alliance Chief's residence. With just one glance, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. Every brick and tile was made of alloy and decorated with spirit herbs and celestial flowers. There was a sense of elegance in the atmosphere. This was the so-called paradise. Little brother Xiao Chen, please enter. I'm not qualified to enter, Administrator Mu said with some envy. One could see the entire Heavenly Alliance great realm from the summit of this divine mountain. It was not easy to enter the residence and meet the Alliance Chief. Xiao Chen nodded and entered the residence with his head held high. There was no one in the hall to guide him, but there was only one path. He just had to keep walking forward. Pawns lined both sides of the path. There were elegant and ancient murals on the walls. Xiao Chen did not know which epoch they were in. As he walked, he pushed open a door. Then, Xiao Chen figured that he should be in the main hall. A person stood in the hall. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng, who had arrived earlier. When he saw Xiao Chen, he nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Chen nodded back in greeting. He felt admiration for this Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xiao Chen heard that Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor in the abyssal underworld. However, he betrayed the abyssal underworld and destroyed his demonic Dao cultivation technique. Lin Feng's cultivation returned to its starting point and started over. Then, he rose up again, comprehending the Death Great Dao and the Death Dao domain. He surpassed his previous peak and was extremely incredible. Rumor had it that Lin Feng's master betrayed him, offering his lover with an extreme Yin body to the underworld god Hall's vice Hall master. This person exuded an extremely heavy death qi. He did not befriend others and kept a low profile. He did not have much of a presence in the Heavenly Alliance. However, his strength made it so that no one could ignore his existence. All of the information about him were just rumors. Xiao Chen heard that he had directly become a disciple of Swerin Ji, the same Swerin Ji who had wanted to recruit Xiao Chen. How long have you been here? Xiao Chen walked over and asked softly. Lin Feng answered simply, an hour before you. Xiao. Just when Xiao Chen felt that Lin Feng wasn't that cold, a light flashed at the end of the hall. 9 figures appeared at the end of the path. They looked very close, but these 9 people seemed to be in another world. They were so close, yet so far away, their figures faintly discernible. 2 of them sat cross-legged, while the other 7 stood behind them. They had different expressions on their faces, as if they were shadows. Xiao Chen saw Mu Zifeng among the 7. These 7 should be the Heavenly Alliance's 7 core doyens. Needless to say, the 2 people who sat down were the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief and Vice Alliance Chief. Greetings to the 2 alliance chiefs and the 7 lords. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng bowed slightly, performing cupped fist salutes to show respect. These 9 people could be considered the Heavenly Alliance's core upper echelon. They held high positions and their cultivations were among the strongest. But I have long heard that my Heavenly Alliance produced 2 outstanding talents of the new generation. Today, I finally get to see them, the seated black-clad old man said. This person should be the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, one of the top experts of the current martial epoch. Mu Zifeng, Swearin Ji, are these 2 your disciples? Mu Zifeng replied softly, Xiao Qin is not my disciple. He is Peach Blossom's disciple. I can be considered his guide in the Heavenly Alliance. Peach Blossom, so, he is Peach Blossom's disciple. He still remembers how well the Heavenly Alliance treated him. Hua Tianyang said softly, help me prepare a gift tomorrow and send it to Desolate Sea Peach Blossom City. After Mu Zifeng answered, Swearin Ji smiled and said, Xiao Qin is not Mu Zifeng's disciple. However, Lin Feng is indeed my disciple. I noticed him the moment he entered the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng had no right to interfere when the powerhouses spoke. They could only let these people comment on them. Xiao Chen only glanced at Swearin Ji and saw his appearance clearly. Swearin Ji had a cold and gloomy face. His eyes flickered with a wild light, giving the impression of a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Xiao Chen, Lin Feng, the 2 of you have been in my Heavenly Alliance for more than a year. Perhaps the 2 of you cannot feel it, but the Heavenly Alliance's secret guards protected you every time you went on a mission. The Dark Guards saw everything. This is sufficient to prove your loyalty to my Heavenly Alliance. Hua Tianyang got straight to the point, not bothering with pleasantries. This confirmed the feeling that someone was monitoring Xiao Chen. In reality, the Heavenly Alliance's newcomers did not receive such treatment in the past. My Heavenly Alliance does not care about loyalty. We are very clear on how many spies there are in the vast Heavenly Alliance. However, it does not matter. As long as they can be used by my Heavenly Alliance, they can do whatever they want. Such boldness was indeed shocking. However, given the Heavenly Alliance's uniqueness, this was indeed the case. It is fine as long as you are used by me. As for other thoughts, I will just not let you come into contact with the core. Hua Tianyang continued, this time, I called the 2 of you here for a mission. I need the 2 of you to work together to complete it. This mission is tailor-made for the 2 of you. I can't find anyone more suitable than you. Xiao Chen thought to himself, tailor-made for the 2 of us? That means that Lin Feng and I have something in common, which makes us suitable for the Alliance Chief's mission. What do we have in common? After thinking about it, the only thing the 2 of them had in common was the dragon race bloodline. However, Xiao Chen was a flood dragon human, and his dragon race bloodline had mutated. As for his dragon race bloodline, to others, it should be a mutated mixed blood dragon bloodline. Mu Zifeng, come and speak to them, Hua Tianyang said softly. Mu Zifeng nodded and said, Xiao Chen, Lin Feng, the Alliance Chief wishes to send the 2 of you to the Abyssal Underworld to retrieve a holy item that the Heavenly Alliance once lost in the Abyssal Underworld, the Snow God Whip's dart head. 4,000 years ago, 5 superpowers joined hands to attack the Netherworld world, intending to eradicate the Underworld God Hall in one fell swoop. During the Great Battle, the Heavenly Alliance's Snow God Whip was destroyed, and the dart head was lost. The Heavenly Alliance has always wanted to find it. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for the people of the Righteous Tao to enter the Abyssal Underworld. If you're too strong, you'll be discovered before you even enter the Netherworld. If you're too weak, you won't be able to complete the mission. As long as the 2 of you complete this mission, you will be promoted to become a 4-petal member. The Alliance leader will also personally agree to one of your requests. Hua Anyang sighed and said, I am ashamed to say this. This sacred item was lost in my hands, but I am unable to retrieve it myself. Swearin Ji hurriedly said, Alliance Master, don't feel guilty. If not for this battle back then, showing the glory of our Heavenly Alliance to the world, showing our Heavenly Alliance's strength, our Heavenly Alliance would not have become a superpower. Furthermore, You entered the abyssal underworld 9 times and fought with the underworld monarchs several times, putting yourself in danger. You have already done enough. The other core doyens quickly consoled Hua Tianyang, not wanting him to feel too guilty. I know about that great battle. It is known as the final blood battle in the abyssal underworld. The 9 layers of the abyssal underworld suffered heavy casualties. If not for the Shuowu dynasty's help, the underworld god hall might have been destroyed. If I guessed right, this dart head should be in the final blood battlefield remnant. That place is considered a forbidden land in the abyssal underworld, Lin Feng replied softly. Lin Feng replied softly. He was rather clear about this battle. Before Lin Feng betrayed the underworld god hall, the underworld god hall had been proclaiming how despicable the people of the central great realm were. Lin Feng once thought of killing his way back to the Great Thousand Realms one day, establishing supreme beneficence for the underworld god hall, helping the flood dragon humans reclaim the divine dragon empire. However, that was all in the past. It was no longer important. That's right. If there are no surprises, this dart head should still be in the final blood battlefield. The 2 of you possess the dragon race bloodline. Lin Feng does not even need to disguise himself to return to the abyssal underworld without being discovered. As for Xiaoqin, the demonic Dao cultivation technique that you cultivate can hide your identity very well. Hua Tianyang changed the topic as he looked at Xiaoqin and smiled gently. When Xiaoqin heard that, his heart trembled. He revealed a horrified expression, feeling somewhat at a loss. Originally, Xiaoqin thought that the other party would say that he had a mixed blood dragon bloodline. That way, he would not be discovered. Who could have imagined that Hua Tianyang would expose his secret of cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique, leaving him at a loss? Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "There is no need to be nervous. Since ancient times, there have been people of the righteous Dao who cultivate demonic Dao cultivation techniques. All the talented people would study demonic Dao cultivation techniques, just like how there are people of the demonic Dao who cultivate righteous Dao cultivation techniques. My Heavenly Alliance's senior elder Swearenji cultivates a demonic Dao cultivation technique. However, it is still the same. As a core doyen of my Heavenly Alliance, no one in the righteous Dao dares to say anything. Don't think of the people of the righteous Dao as too pedantic. Some things are only said on the surface. In the end, it is still a conflict of interest. If you are strong enough, who will dare to control you? Of course, if you are not strong enough and do not have a backer, the result will be different." As Hua Tianyang spoke, Swearenji smiled sinisterly at Xiaoqin. His smile seemed profound and mysterious. Xiaoqin cursed in his heart. "I hid it well enough. Even a foe god would not easily discover it. It must be Swearenji who exposed me." While Hua Tianyang's words sounded like consolation, they were actually threats. "You have my Heavenly Alliance's protection. Just like Swearenji, no one will dare to say anything. If you leave the Heavenly Alliance and someone kills you as a demon, you will not be able to redress your grievances. However, this is not entirely a bad thing. If you are completely flawless with all your strengths, Hua Tianyang might not dare to trust you. However, once he discovers your secret, he will have something to use against you. On the contrary, he will trust you even more." Xiaoqin calmed down and said, "Alliance Chief is right. Xiaoqin has experienced it for himself." Hua Anyang nodded slightly and said, "Let's do it this way then. The 2 of you go and make preparations first. We can depart at any time." The moment Xiaoqin turned around, his expression turned somewhat sullen. Without saying a word, he quickly left. The Heavenly Alliance is not a good place to stay. No wonder the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor chose to leave back then. As Mu Zifeng watched Xiaoqin leave, he sighed to himself. The Alliance Chief had decided on this. He could not inform Xiaoqin in advance. "Swearenji, you did well this time. You managed to discover Xiaoqin's weakness. Otherwise, given how cautious he is and how he does things, the hidden guards who were observing him would not have discovered any weakness," Hua Tianyang praised softly. "Only when there was a weakness would it be easier to control Swearenji. Only then would Swearenji feel assured to do some things. Otherwise, Hua Tianyang would not be able to leave this matter to Xiaoqin." Swearenji smiled and said, finding the holy relic is Alliance Chief's greatest wish. Naturally, Swearenji will do his best. Chapter 2188. When Xiaochen returned to his residence, he had already calmed down. He had not expected his secret to be exposed. At that time, Xiaochen felt somewhat stunned. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it might not be a bad thing. Cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique had always been a knot in Xiaochen's heart. Now that it was exposed, he felt much more relaxed. From now on, he would no longer have this knot in his heart. Hua Tianyang was right. The battle between the righteous factions and demonic factions, eliminating demons and protecting the Dao, was ultimately a battle of interests. How could the people of the righteous Dao be so pedantic? How could a faux god have such low standards? Since ancient times, many people had cultivated demonic Dao cultivation techniques. However, most of them did not end up well. On the surface, everyone showed fear. However, who could guarantee that they did not secretly learn or look at demonic Dao cultivation techniques? Even from the perspective of knowing oneself and one's enemy, this was not a bad thing. However, Hua Tianyang's last sentence was even more right. If one was strong enough, no matter what cultivation technique one cultivated, others would not dare to say anything about it. Say anything? If they said anything more, they would kill them. However, if one was not strong enough and did not have any backing, they would be killed if they dared to cultivate it. Speaking of which, killing a demon would increase Xiaochen's reputation significantly. He would give others a handle to use against him and would not be able to redress his grievances. Big Brother Xiao, your expression seems somewhat off. Did something bad happen when you met the Alliance Chief? Bao asked timidly when she saw that Xiaochen had not said anything after he returned. Her expression also looked somewhat frightening. Xiaochen took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "It's fine. The Alliance Chief gave me a heavy responsibility. It is hard to say whether I will survive or not." "Oh," Bao said, not asking anything more. She just obediently filled Xiaochen's teacup. As the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy, Mu Zifeng went directly to Xiaochen's residence. Then he waved his hand to dismiss Bao. "Big Brother Mu." Xiaochen stood up. Mu Zifeng gave Xiaochen a deep look. Then, he said, "You should have told me in advance that you cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique. Otherwise, if Swearenji found out about it, I would not have been forced into such a passive state." Xiaochen showed a doubtful expression as he said, "Big Brother Mu will be implicated as well." "Of course. Did you think the Alliance Master didn't have a motive for asking if you were one of my disciples?" Mu Zifeng said softly, "Alliance Chief Hua is injured and will retire in a few years. At that time, one of the 7 of us will have to choose the position of Alliance Chief." Suddenly, Xiaochen felt somewhat tired. He felt very uncomfortable in the Heavenly Alliance. It was much worse than when he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace. There were schemes everywhere, and there were hidden guards at all times. It made people feel a little depressed for no reason. Now, Xiaochen increasingly understood why the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor left back then. Mu Zifeng was somewhat different from what Xiaochen had imagined. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. For him to climb to the position of a court doyen, how could he be someone with few desires? "My apologies for implicating Lord Mu. I am truly sorry," Xiaochen replied calmly. His expression was calm, but he did not show much sincerity in his apology. Mu Zifeng sensed the distance in Xiaochen's words. He sighed in his heart and stopped dwelling on this problem. "Let's drop this matter. Let's talk about the holy relic. If possible, you have to obtain the dart head yourself. You have to get the most credit." Xiaochen frowned slightly, feeling displeased in his heart. Mu Zifeng was purposely trying to sow discord between him and Lin Feng. Before the mission even started, he was already scheming. Mu Zifeng observed Xiaochen's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said seriously, "You might not know this, but the Heavenly Alliance spent a lot of time and resources on this holy relic. For the sake of retrieving the holy relic, Hua Tianyang nearly lost his life. Left with no choice, he came up with this plan. This is the best opportunity. The Heavenly Alliance has been making preparations since the start of this batch of newcomers. After a few rounds of secret screening, We finally decided on you and Lin Feng. Your appearance is simply a heaven-sent opportunity." When Xiaochen heard that, his heart sank. Does that mean that Mu Zifeng thought of this mission the first time he saw me? Mu Zifeng's shrewdness was somewhat scary. You can say that the core doyen behind whoever retrieves the holy relic will be the next Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief, Mu Zifeng said softly to Xiaochen. Seeing that Xiaochen remained silent, Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "I can promise you that if I become the alliance chief, the position of Dragon Emperor will be yours. There are no longer any heroes in this world. It is impossible for you to obtain the position of Dragon Emperor by relying on so-called dreams and emotions. I can tell you this. The forces involved in the position of Dragon Emperor are many times greater than you can imagine. You absolutely cannot become the Dragon Emperor by yourself. You need my support, the support of the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief." Mu Zifeng did not bother with pleasantries or threatening Xiaochen. He only explained all the benefits to Xiaochen. Seeing Xiaochen reveal a contemplative expression, Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "You are very similar to Peach Blossom. You only want to pursue the martial Tao, not caring about the karma of the mundane world. However, you and I are in the mundane world, so we cannot avoid it. The heavenly realm shattered, and the martial epic no longer has a true god. To think that you talk about the dream of pursuing the peak of the martial Tao. In my opinion, this is rather comical. Of course, I personally admire these people, including you and Peach Blossom. This could be considered the age of decline. True gods of the martial Tao no longer existed. There was no peak, no goal. Several generations of faux gods were already lost. This was the worst age." Mu Zifeng's words represented the thoughts of most sovereign emperors and faux gods. Xiaochen put down his teacup and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Lord Mu, let's talk about the mission." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "It is fine if you want to run away. I will not force you. I already said it. Being born in the mundane world, the karma of the mundane world cannot be avoided. You will make your own choice when the time comes." Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. He knew what Mu Zifeng meant. At this moment, Swearin Ji was probably saying the same thing as Lin Feng. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the mission. This is a replica of the Snow God Whip. You can take a look." Mu Zifeng took out a long whip that looked like a plum blossom. There was a total of 9 segments, each one looking like a plum blossom branch. In reality, it was made of plum blossoms, supplemented by divine materials and transcendent alloys. When Xiaochen touched it, he could feel a flourishing life force amid its coldness. It contained an extremely strong life Tao. At the top of the 9-segment plum blossom whip was a dart head flickering with 7-colored light. It looked like the tip of a spear, but it was sharper and more exquisite. This is... Xiaochen found it somewhat familiar, but he could not recall what it was. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "You must be very familiar with it. Take out your medallion and take a look." Xiaochen took out the Heavenly Alliance medallion and immediately understood. The front of the Heavenly Alliance medallion had divine characters made of 7 pieces of metal. This is a 7-color stone. When the Heavenly Alliance was first established, the 7 merchant associations collected all the supreme treasures in the world and refined them into a fantasy divine stone. If not for fear of getting into trouble because of its value, the Heavenly Alliance's Grandmaster-level martial sages could have forged it into a transcendent grade soul tool. Hence, they could only forge it into a dart head, which resulted in the peak superior grade soul tool, the Snow God Whip. Although the other parts of the so-called Snow God Whip are precious, they are not worth mentioning compared to this 7-color stone. Xiaochen toyed with the Snow God Whip in his hand. Then he gently swung it, and snowflakes immediately drifted down. The scarlet plum blossom whip in his hand looked exceptionally beautiful against the backdrop of the wind and snow. It had its own grace, swaying gracefully in the snow. Since this dart head is so miraculous, aren't you afraid that Lin Feng and I will take it and flee? Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Don't even think about it. Without a cultivation technique to complement it, you cannot bring out its true might. Furthermore, given the two of your smart, you will not do something so foolish, trying to control a treasure that is not of your own strength." Mu Zifeng was right. Without sufficient strength, controlling such a treasure would only bring disaster upon oneself. The Heavenly Alliance did not have to worry. Furthermore, the two of them had weaknesses. They did not dare to fall out with the Heavenly Alliance. No wonder Hua Tianyang said that this mission was tailor-made for the two of them. To the Heavenly Alliance, the two of them were the best candidates. There was nothing more suitable. After chatting for a while, Mu Zifeng stood up and said, "Let's not talk about the mission anymore. This Snow God Whip replica is a peak Dao tool, no weaker than some inferior-grade soul tools. I'll give it to you. There's also this. Take it as well." Xiaochen received a seed and asked, finding it strange, "What is this?" "This is a rank 9 peony seed, the devastatingly beautiful peony, the king of flowers. The instant it blooms, life force fills the air. It can suppress the death Dao domain for 1 hour. Even if you do not need it, you can keep it to protect yourself. Of course, I hope that you will take the initiative to use it. After all, who knows what Swearenji prepared for him?" Mu Zifeng smiled meaningfully. Then he patted Xiaochen's shoulder and turned to leave. Xiaochen set the seed aside. Then he picked up the teacup and fiddled with it, thinking about everything Mu Zifeng said. On the other side, as Mu Zifeng expected, Swearenji also gave instructions to Lin Feng. "Do you understand everything that I told you?" Swearenji's deep voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Lin Feng nodded silently, not saying anything more. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Horror flashed in his eyes. A ghostly figure appeared and circled Swearenji, making him look even more sinister and cold. Swearenji smiled sinisterly. Then he flicked his finger, and a ghostly figure appeared. It turned out to be a strand of Ho Soul. The Ho Soul in Swearenji's hand turned into an arrow flickering with a green light. It was a bona fide ghost Ho arrow, radiating a frightening chill. Lin Feng could not suppress the horror in his heart, so he had to take another step back. Swearenji smiled faintly and said, "Are you afraid? I'm not here to kill you. This dragon-killing arrow is to send that fellow to heaven. After you obtain the holy relic, kill him for me." This little bastard actually dared to reject my invitation back then. He must be tired of living. Now, he even dares to be so close to Mu Zifeng. How reckless! Lin Feng grabbed the dragon-killing arrow flying at him. He felt his soul tremble. This was the innate fear of the dragon race bloodline toward the Ho. However, Lin Feng was Lin Feng after all. After holding the arrow for a while, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he suppressed the might of the arrow. "Very good. I hope that you can bring back not only the holy relic but also Xiaochen's head." Swearenji revealed a satisfied smile. He liked ruthless people like Lin Feng, who were ruthless to themselves and even more ruthless to their enemies. Chapter 2189. After sending off Mu Zifeng, Xiaochen made preparations for his trip to the Abyssal Underworld and Lin Feng's meeting at the summit of the Abyssal Underworld 3 days later. The two of them nodded slightly and greeted each other. Even though they were both feeling a little strange, there was no trace of it on their faces. They were extremely calm. It didn't take long for Hua Tianyang and the 7 core Grand Elders to arrive. "It looks like you're almost done with your preparations. I won't be able to send you off on this trip. Kuyun, help me send the two of them off." Unexpectedly, Hua Tianyang did not send Mu Zifeng or Swearenji. Instead, another core doyen, Kuyun, did it. This Kuyun was known as Master Kuyun. Among the core doyens, he was in charge of the Heavenly Alliance's blacksmithing and blacksmithing matters. He never competed with others. "Follow me." A figure that seemed to have jumped from the other side of the world appeared before the two of them. It was Master Kuyun. Xiaochen and Lin Feng followed Master Kuyun to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. The Netherworld was located beneath the Central World. It was composed of 9 realms and had its own laws. It was equivalent to the dark side and shadow of the Central World. The two were interdependent, and neither could destroy the other. "Xiaochen, your alloy battle armor seems to have reached 2 stars. Master Kuyun exclaimed in shock when he saw Xiaochen's gloves. Lin Feng, who was at the side, also looked over in surprise. The upgrade of alloy battle armor required an enormous amount of resources, and he was still stuck at a 1-star alloy battle armor. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, "I used all the resources in the faux god world on the alloy battle armor. When I returned to the Heavenly Alliance, I asked Lord Mu Zifeng to upgrade it." "No wonder. Come, let's head to the central world first." It was just a small matter, so it was over after a brief mention. Through the Dao platform's teleportation, he arrived at the central world. Xiao Chen looked at the familiar surroundings and felt slightly shocked. This place seemed to be the Desolate Sea. Desolate City was not far ahead. Is this Barren City? Indeed. We should do our best to keep a low profile. The Desolate Sea is a good place to hide from others. Come, I'll send you to the abyssal underworld. Master Ku Yun used his own cultivation to carry Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Soon, they arrived at a deep chasm. Demonic energy gushed out from the pitch-black abyss. The surroundings were secluded, and there was no one in the wilderness. This was one of the more secretive passageways from the central world to the abyssal underworld. Very few people knew about it. This 10,000 demon abyss is too dangerous and leads directly to the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Very few people use it. You too should be careful, said Master Ku Yun as he looked at the bottomless abyss filled with unknown dangers. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng exchanged glances. Then, they did not hesitate to jump down. The two of them were no strangers to the netherworld. Xiao Chen had once carried out a mission in the Heaven Dragon Hall and killed Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike. However, at that time, he had gone to the first layer of the netherworld. This time, he was going to the even more dangerous 9th layer of the netherworld. As for Lin Feng, he was originally a flood dragon human and had been born in the netherworld since he was young. Coming here was like returning home. Looking at the two of them entering the abyss, Ku Yun fell into deep thought before he shook his head and sighed. Soon, two figures descended from the sky. They were Xuerenji and Mu Zifeng. Master Ku Yun did not feel surprised at the two's appearance. He just nodded slightly to them. "Brother Mu, who do you think will bring back the holy relic in the end?" Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, "The abyssal underworld is very dangerous. Brother Xueren, you should be worried about whether they can return alive. As for finding the holy relic, they have failed for so many years. It would not be strange for them to fail again." Xuerenji smiled and said, "Stop pretending. You and I both know that the chances of finding the holy relic this time are the highest. However, you are right. We still have to worry about whether Xiao Chen can return or not. That is the most important thing. After all, he has not even opened a divine vein." Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor expert and grasped the Death Dao domain. He should not have to worry about self-preservation. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Xueren thinks that Xiao Chen will definitely fall in the abyssal underworld. Let's see who can return alive at that time." The two clashed with each other, their words containing needles. After exchanging a few words, the atmosphere turned exceptionally hostile. Master Ku Yun did not find this strange. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said, "The two of them have already arrived in the abyssal underworld. It is time to go." After saying that, Master Ku Yun left first, not lingering. Mu Zifeng and Xuerenji both snorted coldly and left at the same time, not leaving any traces behind. At the bottom of the 10,000 demon abyss, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng landed one after another. When they looked around, they saw a desolate scene. Tall shrubs grew on the ground, and dark clouds hung in the sky. A blood moon hung high in the dark clouds. After landing, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. His journey in the 10,000 demon abyss had not been smooth. There were many ferocious abyssal underworld creatures, especially vampire bats. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. If one was not careful, one would end up sucked dry. As Xiao Chen sized up his surroundings, he saw a gushing river at the limits of his vision. There seemed to be the silhouette of a city further away. With a thought, the yin and yang divine energy sea in Xiao Chen's time core flipped over. Now, the divine energy sea surging with demonic qi was revealed. Immediately, Xiao Chen's aura changed drastically. Xiao Chen's eyes turned pitch black, filled with a demonic nature. His entire body gave off an aura that could devour the world, inspiring fear. Xiao Chen could feel the demonic qi divine energy filling his meridians. A violent and bloodthirsty emotion spread throughout his body. This was the first time he allowed the demonic qi divine energy to occupy his physical body without holding anything back, so he was not used to it. After calming down for a while, Xiao Chen's mental state returned to normal. Now, he could deal with the demonic qi divine energy in his body, as well as the violent and bloodthirsty emotion. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted as he watched from the side. In the blink of an eye, it was like Xiao Chen had vanished. A bona fide demonic Dao sovereign emperor stood beside Xiao Chen, radiating a frightening aura from all over. The two of you are too big of a target. Let's split up for now. We will meet at the final blood battlefield half a month from now. Lin Feng suddenly spoke before Xiao Chen could stabilize himself, startling him slightly. All right. After thinking about it, separating for now was not a bad idea. So, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. As Xiao Chen watched Lin Feng leave, he guessed that Lin Feng might be meeting some people or doing some other things in the abyssal underworld. After all, Lin Feng had grown up here and became a sovereign emperor here. This was fine. After all, Xiao Chen could not figure out Lin Feng's thoughts. Furthermore, Lin Feng's death Dao domain was extremely difficult to deal with. Anyone would be tired of being on guard all the time. Xiao Chen changed into black clothes and a conical bamboo hat. Then, he got the demon blood vulture to perch on his shoulder. His getup was perfect. Xiao Chen chose a different direction from Lin Feng, heading forward. The abyssal underworld had a total of 9 layers. The 9th layer was the most bustling. Aside from the Azura race, which controlled the 9th layer, the elite cultivators of the Rakshasa race and Xianxia race from the other layers gathered there. This was because the Underworld God Hall's main hall was in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Aside from the abyssal underworld's races, there were also many human demonic Dao cultivators in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Most of them were here on experiential training. The demonic Dao cultivators and the abyssal underworld cultivators cultivated very similar cultivation techniques. Hence, they frequently communicated with each other. Along the way, Xiao Chen met with several demonic Dao cultivators. When the Azura race and the other abyssal underworld cultivators saw Xiao Chen, they did not find him strange and did not give him a second look. There was no one in this place except for righteous Dao cultivators. Perhaps there were, but they disguised themselves better. The righteous Dao cultivators and the abyssal underworld's races could be considered mortal enemies. They had fought several times before, wanting to destroy the other side as soon as possible. Unlike Lin Feng, Xiao Chen's understanding of the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld was limited to some information on paper. If Xiao Chen wanted to reach the final blood battlefield, he needed to head to the nearest abyssal underworld city and obtain a map there. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find the final blood battlefield if he was blind? For hours later, Xiao Chen arrived before the river at the limits of his vision. That was a scarlet river. The gushing river looked like the rough blood of a demonic beast, looking very uncomfortable. The gushing river was like the sea with horrifying waves. From time to time, layers of ghostly shadows would appear, causing people to tremble with fear. Xiao Chen knew that this was the abyssal underworld's holy river. It held a high and sacred position in the hearts of the abyssal underworld's races. The holy river gushed all the way to the Azura Purgatory. The Underworld God Hall was above that Azura Purgatory. Even the abyssal underworld's races were not allowed to touch the holy river water. Only those with meritorious contributions or noble bloodlines could enjoy the baptism of the holy river. As for outsiders, that went without saying. Right now, Xiao Chen was a demonic Dao cultivator. He could only obediently wait for the underworld boat on the other side to cross the river. Several cultivators already gathered at the pier. There were many Rakshasa, Xianxia, Azura, and demonic Dao cultivators. Most of them were only star venerates or holy venerates. Even sovereign personages were rare. Xiao Chen spread out his aura slightly, attracting the attention of the crowd. This attracted the attention of the crowd. They kept their distance from him and looked at him with respect. Even the Azura cultivators, the masters of the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld did not dare to show any disrespect or be impudent. In the abyssal underworld, the respect for the strong was exceptionally exaggerated. The underworld boat docked on the holy river. As long as Xiaochen did not leave, no one dared to move. After Xiaochen boarded, the cultivators behind him rushed to board the underworld boat. The surging river water surged. However, the underworld boat, which was not very large, moved against the current like it was on flat land. Xiaochen stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the river. The river was vast like the sea, boundless. Blood mist and ghostly figures filled the air. Occasionally, he heard the cries of infants and the wails of malicious spirits. That should be a demon blood vulture on that senior's shoulder, right? That should be it. What a strong demon blood vulture. Its bloodline is already starting to revert. How enviable. It would be great if I had such a demonic pet. Recently, many demonic Dao seniors have come to our 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. I wonder why they are here? Who knows? How can we be qualified to participate in the matters of these major characters? The cultivators whispered to each other as they looked at Xiaochen at the bow. Their words were filled with awe and worship. Xiaochen felt very satisfied with this. Before he came, he had learned that the abyssal underworld worshipped the strong. If he deliberately kept a low profile, he would end up attracting trouble. The races of the abyssal underworld were all hot-tempered, cold-blooded, and bloodthirsty people. It would be much more convenient to keep a low profile. Not only would no one dare to seek trouble for him, but it would also be more convenient. Greetings, senior. As Xiaochen looked at the river, a trembling voice came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a young Azura race cultivator calling out to him. Chapter 2190. The Azura clan had a very interesting characteristic. The nobler the bloodline of this race, the better looking they were, and the higher their status. This was the case for both men and women. If you saw a member of the Azura clan with an ugly appearance, needless to say, his strength and talent would probably be average. This was a race that looked at appearances. With one look, one could tell the status and strength of the Azura race member. The young Azura race cultivator who appeared before Xiaochen was rather handsome. He had a single horn on his head, snow-white hair, and a pair of eyes that looked like blood jades. "What's the matter?" Xiaochen asked indifferently as he turned around. That Azura race cultivator calmed himself and said, "I am Luoho Yun, from the Luoho clan, one of the 4 royal clans of the Azura race. I took the liberty of disturbing you because I want to get to know you. This underworld boat was forged by my Luoho clan." Under the cloak, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. Based on this person's appearance and the many cultivators behind him, it seemed like he was telling the truth. "My family name is Xiao. Young Master Luoho is too polite." Seeing that Xiaochen did not get angry, Luoho Yun rejoiced. "Senior, please come with me. This is not a good place to speak." Xiaochen followed the other party to the top of the underworld boat. Luoho Yun received Xiaochen warmly. Luoho Yun took out some rare and precious fruits that contained a demonic nature and pure demonic spiritual energy. Xiaochen glanced at them and thought to himself, "I do not like these demonic nature fruits. However, if I don't eat them, I will easily expose myself. Left with no choice, I can only feed these abyssal underworld spirit fruits to the demon blood vulture on my shoulder." When Luoho Yun saw this scene, he felt shocked. "Senior, do you normally use these 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits to feed the demon blood vulture?" This was not wrong. After entering the Heavenly Alliance, the demon blood vulture only ate 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits under Senior Lu's nurturing. Xiaochen did not deny it. He replied indifferently, "It's all right." Luoho Yun felt somewhat flustered. To think that he took out the spirit fruits for feeding demonic pets to receive Senior Xiao. He quickly apologized, "I was rude earlier. However, this underworld boat is very simple. I simply cannot take out any decent spirit fruits to receive Senior Xiao." "I'm fine." Xiaochen responded casually. For the time being, he would take it as learning about the Azura race. Among the many races in the netherworld, the Azura race seemed to have the highest status. Rakshasa, Wuxia, and the other layers of the netherworld were all servants of the Shura for a very long time. Later on, they slowly grew stronger. However, from the looks of it, even though there were some differences between the Nether Kings and none of them were willing to submit to each other, the Nether Kings were not willing to submit to each other. However, it was undeniable that the Azura race was still the strongest, and they controlled the underworld god hall. As they chatted idly, Xianxia brought the topic to the final blood battlefield to see if he could obtain any useful information. Final blood battlefield? That place had not been peaceful recently. It was normally a forbidden area, and those who dared to go there were all experts. However, it seems like some incredible treasure appeared this time, attracting the experts of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld over. There are also many demonic Dao experts from the Shuawu dynasty. When Luo Ho Yun mentioned the final blood battlefield, excitement flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly extinguished it. Normally, Xianxia could not go to the final blood battlefield. Now that it was so chaotic, he could not go. The genes of the Azura race flowed in their blood. They had an innate desire for battle and worshipped the strong. While the final blood battlefield was not peaceful, the more it was so, the more the Azura race cultivators would be curious and hot-blooded. However, Luo Ho Yun was merely a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Even if he went to the final blood battlefield, he could only wander around the periphery. If he dared to enter, there would be only one result: death. Xianxia could not remain calm in his heart. Something appeared in the final blood battlefield. Could it be a dart head made of 7-color stone? Do you know what it is? Luo Ho Yun shook his head and said, I'm not sure about that. However, the final blood battlefield was the decisive battlefield between the abyssal underworld and the Great Thousand Realms more than 4,000 years ago. Both sides suffered countless casualties. The only things that can be excavated are the remains of faux gods, soul tools, demonic weapons, and powerful treasures. Normally, most of them are incomplete fragments. I believe that a relatively complete soul tool or strange treasure was discovered this time. Perhaps it is some holy relic of our ancestors. That is all that can be excavated from the battlefield. It should not be natural treasures or rare fruits, right? This little fellow understood rather well. Indeed, that was all that could be excavated from the battlefield. However, Xianxia had some misgivings in his heart. If the dart head was really exposed, his and Lin Feng's mission would be somewhat uncertain. After the underworld boat docked, Luo Ho Yun invited Xianxia to return to his clan with him, wanting to introduce him to his father. There were 4 Azura kings in the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. The position of the 9th underworld monarch had always been passed between the 4 royal clans. Xianxia guessed right. This Luo Ho Yun's father might be Luo Ho Wang, one of the 4 Azura kings. After the boat docked, Xianxia discovered that Luo Ho Yun had a sovereign emperor expert by his side, protecting him in secret. However, Luo Ho Yun himself did not know this. For Luo Ho Yun to be able to send out a sovereign emperor guard, it showed Luo Ho Yun's position in the Luo Ho clan. If Xianxia went to meet this Luo Ho Wang and exposed his identity, only death awaited him. However, the other party was a Luo Ho Wang. He would definitely know what happened in the final blood battlefield. That would be of great help to completing the mission. After thinking about it, Xianxia chose the former. He could take his time to find out information about the final blood battlefield. Xianxia only had one life. If he lost it, it would be gone. Furthermore, Xianxia was not very enthusiastic about the mission to retrieve the holy relic in the first place. I have matters to attend to. Never mind. Let's meet again if we are fated, Xianxia said indifferently. After saying that indifferently, Xianxia slowly vanished from Luo Ho Yun's gaze of worship. Big Brother Hong, how high do you think Senior Zhao's cultivation is? Peak Holy Venerate, Sovereign Personage, or False Emperor? Luo Ho Yun asked one of the guards beside him. I can't tell. However, I always feel on edge when standing beside him. I keep feeling like I will be swallowed up at any moment. I hope we can meet again. To think that I was fortunate enough to meet such an expert today. This is truly incredible. When Luo Ho Yun thought about it, he felt some admiration for himself. To think that he dared to step forward and greet Xianxia. The meeting with Luo Ho Yun was just a small interlude in Xiao Chen's journey to the abyssal underworld. His plan had not changed. After arriving at the nearest city and obtaining a map, Xiao Chen rushed to the final blood battlefield. Along the way, Xiao Chen kept an eye out for information about the final blood battlefield. However, there were many rumors about it. There was no definitive answer. Recently, Xiao Chen even heard that righteous Dao cultivators had joined in, startling even the underworld god guards. This gave Xiao Chen a headache. Since he was not familiar with the abyssal underworld, he could not find any reliable information. 3 days ago, Xiao Chen had already arrived at the final blood battlefield. Xiao Chen wandered around the battlefield's periphery a few times, killing some abyssal underworld ferocious beasts that did not know better. At the same time, he familiarized himself with the battlefield's environment. According to rumor, this final blood battlefield was not the only place where the great battle 4,000 years ago took place. Since ancient times, many great battles had taken place here. Back then, the Black Dragon King fought the 9 underworld monarchs here as well. The decisive battle with the demonic Dao cultivators had also taken place here. This was an ancient battlefield with a long history. Just by wandering around the periphery, one could feel the corpse qi that had accumulated for many years. Without reaching the Cloud Sea realm, one would not even be qualified to enter. Even sovereign personages had to be extremely cautious in this ancient battlefield. As for Divine Vein realm sovereign emperors, as long as they were careful, they would not run into too much danger in this ancient battlefield. Even if they ran into someone they could not afford to offend, they should not have any problems fleeing in advance. The truly terrifying ones were the other sovereign emperors who entered this place. These people were far more dangerous than the Forbidden Land itself. Is Lin Feng not coming? It looked like the appointed time with Lin Feng was approaching, but the other party had not appeared yet. The Heavenly Alliance medallion could sense each other's presence. The medallion did not react at all. This meant that the other party was still far from the final blood battlefield. As the blood moon rose, the appointed time passed. Then, Xiao Chen shook his head and entered the final blood battlefield alone. Since the other party had not arrived yet, there was no need to wait. However, Xiao Chen did not notice a spot behind him that his spiritual sense could not detect. A figure slowly put away the bow in his hand on the summit. The arrow flickered with a cold light, looking startling under the illumination of the blood moon. No one knew what would happen if this arrow was fired. However, in the end, the owner of the bow chose not to attack. Chapter 2191. Unable to wait for Lin Feng, Xiao Chen could only enter the final blood battlefield alone. The ancient battlefield was desolate. Broken weapons could be seen everywhere. From time to time, one could see evil spirits and vengeful spirits floating in the air. They all had sinister faces and frightening expressions. They were formed from the resentment of the battlefield and the remnant souls of dead martial artists. Most of them had no intelligence, only a vicious nature and bloodthirsty brutality. However, when these evil spirits saw Xiao Chen, they all ran far away. Their instinctive fear told them that they couldn't provoke Xiao Chen. While waiting for Lin Feng at the edge of the battlefield, Xiao Chen had explored this place a few times and was already very familiar with it. This time, Xiao Chen did not hesitate, directly flying towards the depths of the final blood battlefield. When one reached the depths of the battlefield, one had to be careful. The Tao of many martial techniques from that battle still lingered. It might be a blade of grass, a flower, or even a gust of wind, but it contained the remnant martial technique Tao of a faux god realm expert. Of course, what they should be more wary of were the remains that had turned into corpses. The monstrous resentment and demonic qi in this place would cause a corpse to turn into a corpse, and it would display strength no weaker than when it was alive. Moreover, there was no end to killing them. Even if their bones were crushed to ashes, as long as the blood moon still existed, as long as the resentment here didn't scatter, there would always be a time for them to revive. Pa. Xiao Chen held the replica snow god whip in his hand. As he brandished it, snowflakes drifted down, and cold winds blew. She was like a beauty dancing in the snow. However, this beauty had a bad temper. She was so cold that no one dared to approach her. Amidst the thunderous cracking of the whip, a group of zombies that were charging towards Xianxia were all frozen and then shattered into pieces. Xianxia was somewhat surprised to discover that this was the snow god whip replica that Mu Zifeng gave him. When he drove it with his Ice Dao domain, it was very smooth to use. Suddenly, Xianxia frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. The Heavenly Alliance medallion sensed someone approaching. Aside from Lin Feng, there should not be any other Heavenly Alliance members in the 9th Abyssal Underworld. Turning his head, he saw a cold figure rapidly approaching him. It was Lin Feng. "Sorry, something happened. I'm late." After Lin Feng landed, he said calmly. No one could tell what he was thinking from his words. Xianxia didn't think too much about it and said in a deep voice, "It's fine. It just so happens that I also discovered something and wanted to tell you. Before I came, I heard that something seemed off with the final blood battlefield." The discovery of a strange treasure startled not only the 9 layers of the Abyssal Underworld but also the experts of the Shuowu dynasty. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I was just about to say this. What was unearthed was not the holy relic of our Heavenly Alliance but the corpse of an ancient demonic sovereign that fell out of a space-time crack." The corpse of an ancient demonic monarch? Yes, it's an ancient demonic monarch with the abilities of a true god. It's possible that he fought with someone before and was swept into the space-time flow. Now he has appeared here. Xianxia thought to himself when he heard that. Simply put, a true god's corpse landed in the final blood battlefield. The key point was that this corpse had once been sucked into the space-time flow. Now that it had reappeared, it meant that it had died not long ago. Its value was self-evident. No wonder he hadn't been able to find out about it before. Even among the great forces of the Netherworld, only the top ones would know of such secrets. As for Lin Feng, he used to be in the Netherworld, so he probably knew some of the more secretive intelligence organizations. Since it is not the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, it has nothing to do with us. Should we split up or continue moving together? Next, they would start searching for the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. The two of them had a jade strip on them. As long as they were within a certain range of the dark head, they would be able to sense it. Although it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, with this jade slip and the speed of a sovereign lord, they would be able to find a sovereign lord. As long as the holy relic was still in the final blood battlefield, he would definitely be able to find it. It was just a matter of time. Let's split up and search. We'll meet up once every 7 days. Cross out the areas that have already been explored so that we don't have to explore again. This way, the efficiency will be very high. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's settled then. After the two discussed, they parted once more in the depths of the final blood battlefield. Searching for holy relics was a very boring task, especially when one had to deal with zombies that appeared out of nowhere. Some of the zombies were even very horrifying. Even with Xianxia's strength, he had to avoid them. Of course, what was even more unfortunate was accidentally triggering the remnant Dao of a faux god powerhouse. That was like a faux god traveling through space and time to attack. If one was not careful, one would turn to ashes, dying on the spot. No wonder Xianxia had always thought that he could not complete this mission. He was too weak, unable to survive in this final blood battlefield. He was too strong and could not hide himself, easily attracting the Underworld God Hall's experts. Take Hua Tianyang, for example. He had appeared 9 times in the past and returned empty-handed, nearly dying here. On the other hand, the demon blood vulture was like a fish in water here, incredibly happy. The demon blood vulture could swallow up all demonic nature. When it opened its beak and sucked, it was like swallowing a demonic spirit fruit. With the demon blood vulture as a means of transportation, Xianxia had a much easier time in this forsaken place. There, in the depths of the final blood battlefield, a majestic and tyrannical figure appeared in the hazy dust cloud in the distance. The figure's eyes swept through the surroundings. Everyone who met its gaze trembled in fear, not daring to look at it for long. An ancient demonic sovereign. Xianxia knew that should be where the ancient demonic sovereign fell. In the past few days, he had seen several abyssal underworld sovereign emperors and demonic Dao experts rushing over. Actually, deep in his heart, Xianxia wanted to go and take a look. He had heard that no one had been able to get within 100 kilometers of the ancient demonic sovereign. Even though the ancient demonic sovereign died, the strong demonic god's might still lingered, making it hard for people to move. However, this had nothing to do with the mission, so he could only put it aside for now and not join in the excitement. After 2 months, Xianxia still gained nothing in the final blood battlefield. He had no clue about the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. The dry days could temper his mental state. Xianxia discovered that even when he filled his entire body with demonic Tao divine energy, he could freely control his killing intent, rage, and all sorts of negative emotions in the final blood battlefield. During this time, Xianxia even saved some demonic Tao experts and Azura race cultivators. Xianxia gained some fame. Most of the cultivators who went to search for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse knew about this loose cultivator. Although this loose cultivator had not opened any divine veins, he cultivated an extremely powerful demonic Tao cultivation technique. He was very strong and skilled in the ice Tao. His whip techniques were extremely strange. "It looks like the thing that I feared the most has happened," Lin Feng said helplessly, sighing softly. The two had already searched every place in the final blood battlefield. Only the place where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse was left unexplored. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. However, there were already many factions fighting over that place on the surface. It was chaotic, not to mention the experts hiding in the dark. I heard that with the various experts working together, they can already get within 10 kilometers of the demonic sovereign's corpse. Xianxia suggested softly, "Perhaps we can wait a little longer. After they deal with the demonic sovereign's corpse, we can make our move." It looks like that's all we can do. However, just at this moment, a strange light flashed in the two's eyes. Then, they each took out a jade strip. The jade strip flickered with a multicolored light. The two looked in the same direction at the same time. Lin Feng said sullenly, "That's impossible. I already searched that direction. How could the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic be found there?" "It is moving." Whoosh! The demon blood vulture flashed with light and turned into a beam of scarlet light, flying quickly in the air. Xianxia sat on the demon blood vulture's back and got it to quickly fly in the direction of the holy relic. In such an environment, the demon blood vulture was even faster than a regular sovereign emperor. It should be able to help Xianxia take the lead. However, Xianxia clearly underestimated Lin Feng. The instant Xianxia moved, Lin Feng stood on the demon blood vulture's back together with him. "Brother Lin, if this demon blood vulture carries 2 people, it will be slower," Xianxia said, feeling somewhat upset. Xianxia said somewhat unhappily. This fellow reacted rather quickly, directly jumping onto the demon blood vulture's back. This prevented Xianxia from making a move. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia, showing an expression that said, "You understand, I understand, don't pretend to be confused." Then, he said indifferently, "That is still faster than me. When the holy relic appeared, whoever gained the initiative would definitely snatch it first." "Stop!" Xianxia was about to say something when he sensed an extremely strong aura. He quickly ordered the demon blood vulture to stop flying in the clouds. Lin Feng frowned slightly as well. The two felt that something was wrong. When the two squinted, they saw a group of Azura race cultivators 500,000 kilometers below. Even the weakest of them was a sovereign personage. This was especially so for the person in the middle. His strength was extremely horrifying, at least a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Someone who could condense 3 divine veins was already extremely strong among sovereign emperors. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven. At the very least, the current Xianxia and Lin Feng were not a match for this person. Luoho's sovereign emperor. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he recognized this 3-vein sovereign emperor. It was an old acquaintance. Xianxia also recognized Luoho's sovereign emperor. Luoho's sovereign emperor rode a tall mutated beast. Another person rode a mutated beast beside him, walking shoulder to shoulder. This was Luoho Yun. After recognizing Luoho Yun, it was not hard to guess Luoho's sovereign emperor's identity. However, all this was not the important point. The important point was the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. It was currently adorned as a crown on Luo Ho Yun's head. When Xiaochen saw this, he could not help breaking down. It turned out that he had been working for nothing in the past 2 months. Someone had discovered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic long ago. However, it seemed like these people did not know how miraculous the holy relic was. Chapter 2192. The holy relic that the Heavenly Alliance was searching for was actually an ornament on Luo Ho Yun's crown. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng didn't expect this at all. This meant that the sacred item had been discovered long ago. The two of them had been working hard for nothing. Lin Feng muttered, "Looks like this Luo Ho king is also here for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. As a loose cultivator, you should be able to sneak in, wait for an opportunity to snatch the dart head, then leave immediately without caring about anything else." When Xiaochen heard this, he felt somewhat helpless. Snatching the holy relic from Luo Ho Wang's side is easier said than done. With Luo Ho Wang's strength, even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him. I can't care so much anymore. If you manage to snatch the relic, I'll cover for you. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to block him together. Lin Feng was very confident in his and Xiao Chen's strength. Then it's settled. Xiao Chen was also a decisive person. He couldn't think of any good ideas in such a short period of time. For now, he could only do this. Lin Feng turned around and leaped into the clouds, leaving Xiao Chen alone on the demon blood vulture's back. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen got the demon blood vulture to turn into a beam of scarlet flame and purposely flew past Luo Ho Wang's group. Senior Xiao. Indeed, Luo Ho Yun, who was beside Luo Ho Wang, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw the demon blood vulture. Luo Ho Wang had a face even more handsome than Luo Ho Yun's. He raised his hand to stop the group from advancing. Then, he looked at the scarlet flame flying over and asked, "Yun, do you know that demonic cultivator?" Luo Ho Yun nodded and said, "Father, this is the senior Xiao that I told you about. I met him by chance on the underworld boat. Unexpectedly, we met again here. I wonder if he heard me calling out to him?" Luo Ho Wang thought for a while before saying, "The final blood battlefield is currently a gathering place. It is not surprising that this demonic cultivator is here. With his cultivation, he should have heard your voice. As for whether or not he will come to see you, that's hard to say." Luo Ho Yun rejoiced. "In that case, Senior Xiao will definitely come." Luo Ho Wang shook his head, but he smiled and did not say anything. Devil cultivators were usually cold-blooded people who killed without batting an eyelid. How could they really have any friendship with you? Even if he came, it would be because of me, King Luoho. Xiao. The scarlet flame flashed, and the demon blood vulture carrying Xiao Chen flew back. "Father, I told you. Senior Xiao will definitely return," Luo Ho Yun said joyfully, appearing very excited. "King, should we stop him?" Luo Ho Wang slightly waved his hand and said, "Let him come over." Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor experts would attract attention no matter where they went. If this person didn't have any special background and was willing to join his team, he would have a higher chance of success. Under the cloak, Xiao Chen exchanged glances with Luo Ho Wang and said in a deep voice, "This Xiao greets Luo Ho Wang and young Master Luo Ho." Luo Ho Wang smiled faintly and said, "Your eyes are pretty good. I heard from my son that you are a demonic Dao loose cultivator. What is your purpose in coming to this final blood battlefield?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "I don't think I need to report my purpose in coming here to King Luoho." "How dare you not answer King Luoho's question?" A guard below immediately scolded, dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. "Where does that insignificant sovereign personage get the courage to scold me?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Dyed by his demonic Dao veritable essence energy, the snow god whip instantly coiled around this person's neck like a pitch-black venomous snake. Xiao Chen gently whipped the whip, wrapping it around the guard. Then he smashed the guard heavily to the ground. This guard grabbed the whip with both hands, wanting to undo it. However, his body instantly got sealed in ice, unable to move. Clang! All of a sudden, the Azura guards tensed up. They drew their weapons and released killing chi. Their auras locked onto Xiaoqin, waiting for Luoho Wang to give the order to attack. Luoho Yun had never seen such a lineup before. Furthermore, he had never seen Xiaoqin make a move before. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin was so strong. The sovereign personage guards that Luoho Yun normally found incredibly strong actually could not last one move against Xiaoqin. Luoho Yun was too shocked, somewhat at a loss. On the other hand, the two sovereign emperor experts beside Luoho Wang remained calm and indifferent. How dare you? What have I taught you normally? When a sovereign emperor speaks, you are not qualified to interrupt. Put away your weapons, Luoho Wang shouted. King Luoho barked, and the group of guards hurriedly sheathed their weapons. When Xiaoqin saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. In this rundown place, no one would listen to you or believe you if you spoke nicely. You directly showed your strength. The stronger you were, the more people would respect you and trust you. It looked like Xiaoqin had made the right bet. Otherwise, if this group of people started fighting, he would not be able to remain in this final blood battlefield. After removing the seal on the Azura guards, Xiaoqin casually waved his hand, and the whip sent that guard back to his mount. Because he wanted to meet Luoho Wang, Xiaoqin had already changed the dart head of the snow god whip replica to avoid attracting the other party's attention. When Luoho Wang saw the snow god whip, he did not think much of it. After all, it was just a peak Dao tool. What Luoho Wang truly valued was Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was arrogant, unruly, and ruthless. If not on account of Luoho Wang, the person who shouted at him would have died already. Meeting this person here should just be a coincidence. After all, Luoho Wang's group set off with light equipment, bringing only 2 sovereign emperors and many sovereign personages. Yet, they arrived at the final blood battlefield in one day. If the other party knew about this in advance, that would be too terrifying. Furthermore, when Yun first came into contact with the other party, it was Yun who took the initiative to seek out the other party. I will take my leave first. Originally, I was curious about why young Master Luoho came to this final blood battlefield. Now, I understand after seeing Luoho Wang. After saying that, Luoho Wang turned and left, not lingering. Father, why did you not leave him behind? Luoho Yun could not help grumbling. My king, this person should be a loose cultivator who came to the final blood battlefield to try his luck. However, he probably underestimated the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse and did not gain anything. Since he is a loose cultivator, he should be useful if we offer him great benefits. The 2 sovereign emperor subordinates sent a voice projection to Luoho Wang, giving him their suggestion. Loose cultivators valued benefits. As long as there were sufficient benefits, one could keep the other party around and use him. Luoho Wang entered deep thought. Then his figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared before Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin feigned shock. He asked seriously, King Luoho, what is the meaning of this? Luoho Wang smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, don't overthink. I want to make a deal with you. If you are willing, I can give you an inferior grade soul tool. Or 50,000 kilograms of origin liquid. You can choose. Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. He asked sullenly, could it be that you want me to scout ahead? Too many factions are targeting the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. If I go, I will just be seeking death. Even if you give me 10 soul tools, I will not go. Luoho Wang said seriously, don't worry. I just want you to protect my son. Consider this 25 kilograms of origin liquid a deposit. After saying that, Luoho Wang tossed a jade bottle to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin casually caught it. After thinking for a while, he nodded slightly and said, if it is just to protect young Master Luoho, this deal is doable. But it's a deal, and after the matter is over, I will definitely reward you greatly. Whoosh! After a while, Luoho Wang and Xiaoqin returned to the group. Then Luoho Wang said softly, Mr. Xiao will be traveling with us from now on. Everyone, do not be rude to Mr. Xiao. If the 2 lords and I are not around, you will have to listen to Mr. Xiao. Luoho Wang's orders confused these sovereign personage guards. However, they still obeyed. Let's go. Give Mr. Xiao a savage beast. Riding on Luoho Wang's mutated beasts, Xianxia and the others quickly headed for the ancient demonic sovereigns group. Xianxia discovered that the three sovereign emperors, including Luoho Wang, appeared very anxious. As they rushed, they kicked up dust clouds. This appeared somewhat strange, raising suspicions. This Luoho Wang seemed to fear that someone else would snatch away the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse before him. There were only 3 sovereign emperors in Luoho Wang's group. Clearly, they were traveling light, not wanting to startle the other 3 Azura kings and other stronger factions. In the middle of the night, Luoho Wang and the other 2 sovereign emperors went out to scout, wanting to see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. Xianxia took this opportunity to ask Luoho Yun, "Young Master Luoho, this final blood battlefield is so dangerous. Why did your father bring you here?" Luoho Yun smiled and replied, "I begged him to come. Father said that it would be good for me to see the world. However, you don't have to worry about my safety. The crown on my head is a peak defensive soul tool that Father forged for me. Even if a sovereign emperor charged over, I would be able to protect myself." When Xianxia heard that, he naturally did not believe it. Even Luoho Wang might not be able to control the situation here. Unless the older generation experts of the Luoho clan made a move, they might be able to control the situation. However, that would definitely startle the older generation experts of the other factions. At that time, the factions near the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse would be even more chaotic. However, under the cloak, Xianxia saw the Heavenly Alliance holy relic on Luoho Yun's crown. This was an opportunity to take the holy relic and flee far away. Chapter 2193. This was indeed a chance to take away the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. However, it was too risky. Luoho Wang did not know when he would return. If the group of sovereign personage guards delayed him for even a moment, he would be in big trouble. After thinking for a while, Xianxia chose to give up. He changed the topic and started chatting with Luoho Yun. After a while, Luoho Wang and the 2 accompanying sovereign emperors rushed back. Xianxia rejoiced that he had not chosen to make a move. The situation is not good. There are really many experts. Luoho Wang and the 2 sovereign emperors discussed the situation. They frowned heavily and did not look optimistic. Unexpectedly, the Rakshasa race and the Wuxia race are here. However, fortunately, we did not expose ourselves. Luoho Wang revealed a faint smile as confidence flashed in his eyes. As long as the other 3 Azura kings do not come, this ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame will most likely be mine. Xianxia felt somewhat suspicious when he heard that. Luoho Wang should not have much desire for the true god flame. The most valuable thing about the true god flame was the expert's inheritance it contained. Furthermore, Luoho Wang already possessed the strength of a 3-vein sovereign emperor. If Luoho Wang received another inheritance, it would be hard to guarantee that it would not conflict with the Luoho clan's original inheritance. At that time, Luoho Wang would have to make a decision about whether to give up on his cultivation or not. The gains might not make up for the losses. Moreover, he was already old enough. It was hard to say if he would have enough time to cultivate a new inheritance. Or rather, Luoho Wang would only be able to accomplish this much in his lifetime. At best, he would be a 6-vein sovereign emperor. Obtaining the true god flame would be a waste, unable to bring out its greatest value. Of course, perhaps Luoho Wang only cared about the divine might and soul energy contained in the true god flame, which could strengthen his divine seal. However, was there a need to take such a huge risk just to strengthen his divine seal? Luoho Wang only brought 2 sovereign emperors. Clearly, he wanted to make a sudden move, taking out the true god flame without startling the other 3 Azura kings. Xianxia looked around and fixed his gaze on Luoho Yun. Then his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he understood something. If he left the true god flame's inheritance to Luoho Yun, everything would be different. Luoho Yun was young, no more than 20 years old, but he was already a star venerate. Talent, comprehension ability, and bloodline went without saying. If he could obtain this great opportunity, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step, and his future would be limitless. No wonder Luoho Wang dared to take the risk of bringing only 2 sovereign emperors, traveling light. "Mr. Xiao, take this." As Luoho Wang's thoughts wandered, he took out a black talisman and handed it to Xiaoqin. This is for hiding. We will be heading to where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse is in 4 hours. Are the people of the Shuowu dynasty already impatient and are about to make a move? Shuowu dynasty. Yes, this group of people seems to be determined to obtain the corpse of the ancient demon monarch. However, since the corpse has appeared in the 9th underworld, this group of demonic cultivators is destined to be one-sided. When Xiaoqin heard this, he was slightly startled. He looked into the distance, where the ancient demonic monarch's monstrous divine might condensed into a majestic figure. Was he finally going to get close? Although Xiaoqin had been in the final blood battlefield for a long time, he had not truly gotten close to the demonic sovereign's corpse. At that time, there is no need for Mr. Xiao to make a move. Mr. Xiao just needs to protect my son, Luoho Wang said seriously as he looked at Xiaoqin. Luoho Yun smiled and said, "Father, go in peace. With Senior Xiao around, I will definitely not be in any danger." Luoho Yun was very confident in Xiaoqin. He was even more confident in his father. Be it his father or Xiaoqin, they were both unrivaled existences in Luoho Yun's heart. This little fellow simply does not understand the gravity of the matter. Luoho Wang looked at Luoho Yun with doting eyes. This time, he took the risk because of Luoho Yun. Luoho Wang wanted to give Luoho Yun a future that surpassed that of the Azura King and the Azura race. Let's go. Xiaoqin activated the black jade strip, and demonic qi immediately shrouded his entire body. His aura merged perfectly with the surroundings of the final blood battlefield. Interesting. This jade strip is really miraculous. Given this, even a faux god would find it hard to discover them. At this moment, to others, Xiaoqin's group was like the baleful aura and resentment of the final blood battlefield. Soon, the group felt the ancient demonic sovereign's horrifying might and pressure. Their footsteps slowed. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. Even in death, this fellow still possesses such divine might. How terrifying! When the group was only 5,000 kilometers away, Xiaoqin and the other sovereign emperors could already see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. This corpse wore scarlet battle armor, and his body was as huge as a small mountain. His eyes glared furiously as black demonic qi continuously spread out from his corpse, materializing thousands of mysterious phenomena. Many overwhelming ferocious beasts materialized by demonic qi stood around him, looking like they were alive, inspiring fear. Many factions stood 10 kilometers away from the demonic sovereign's corpse amid the demonic might, finding it hard to advance. Luoho Wang whispered to Xiaoqin, "Of these factions, the ones we really pay attention to are the Rakshasa race, the Yaksha race, and the Shuowu dynasty's group. The leaders of the Rakshasa race and the Yaksha race are experts under Rakshasa Tian and the Yaksha king. They are two vain sovereign emperors. As for the Shuowu dynasty's group, they seem to be from the royal court. If I recall correctly, the leader should be the current dynasty's 8th prince. As for the others, they are just some stragglers. There is no need to fear them." Xiaoqin entered deep thought. There seemed to be another strong faction in the surroundings. However, like Luoho Wang and the others, they were all in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. As for those stragglers, Xiaoqin felt that something was wrong. With his sharp spiritual sense, he noticed that there seemed to be people of the righteous Tao disguised as demonic cultivators among them. If Luoho Wang was overly confident and rashly made a move, the consequences might be dire. However, Xiaoqin did not dare to be certain. If he said it, Luoho Wang would suspect him, so he could only keep it to himself. At the same time, the various factions made their final preparations, waiting for the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse to slowly weaken. The Rakshasa race group had 2 sovereign emperors and several heaven-defying sovereign personages. They stood 10 kilometers away. The Rakshasa race cultivators looked at the demonic sovereign corpse helplessly, unable to get any closer. "Lord Feng Sun, we can't get any closer." The leader was a sovereign emperor with 2 divine veins. His family name was Feng Sun, and he possessed horrifying strength. As for the other sovereign emperor, his strength was ordinary. Feng Sun said after some thought, It looks like we can only think of a way after this demonic might weakens. However, it looks like the Shuowu dynasty's people have other plans. A sovereign emperor at the side nodded and said, they might have a holy tool that can break the demonic might. However, they do not seem confident, so they have not made a move yet. After some thought, Feng Sun said, let's see how capable this group of demonic cultivators of the Shuowu dynasty are. On the other side, the two Wuxia race sovereign emperors also looked at the Shuowu dynasty's group. Not only that, but the rogue cultivators wandering nearby and the factions hiding in the dark also looked at the group of people. Back then, Xiaochen blinded the Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince Li Yun in the desolate sea's Azure Mountain town, forcing him to flee in a sorry state. Now, Li Yun's eyes had recovered. Not only that, but he was also a sovereign emperor. Li Yun must have cultivated in a secret realm in the demonic Dao Hall. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have increased so quickly. This time, he probably intended to take away the demonic sovereign corpse and make a comeback. Senior Tang, are the holy tools not ready yet? The 8th prince Li Yun stood 10 kilometers away, showing a somewhat crazed expression as he looked at the demonic sovereign corpse. The 8th prince could feel the gazes of many sovereign emperors on his group. He smiled coldly in his heart, not minding it. Although the abyssal underworld's sovereign emperors of the various races did not get along, they were still people of the abyssal underworld. But in any case, they were all from the netherworld. If they were to fight, it was obvious that they would first get rid of this group of demonic cultivators. The 8th prince had already thought of this before coming, so he did not panic. Your Highness, it is not time yet. We are not completely confident yet. The holy tools can be used at any time. However, Li Yun asked sullenly, however what? This old man is still somewhat worried about whether Yan Songming's group is reliable or not. The 8th prince Li Yun smiled and said, there's no need to worry. Even in his dreams, this fellow wants the flood dragon humans to have a foothold. I gave him a conferred land in the central great realm. There is no way he could reject it. In that case, this old man can rest assured. We can use the holy tools at any time with your Highness's command. Li Yun scanned the surroundings indifferently, finally locking his gaze on the demon monarch's corpse, regardless of how many people were hiding in the dark. He did not care what the Rakshasa race and Wuxia race experts thought. As long as he used the holy tools, everything about this ancient demonic sovereign would belong to him, Li Yun. Chapter 2194. The sky of the abyssal underworld was perpetually covered in dark clouds. Light rarely shone in the final blood battlefield. It seemed like time moved more slowly in such an environment. If one could not calm down, one would easily feel restless. This was the case for the 8th prince, Li Yun. When he saw the demonic might not weaken at all, he cursed, damn it! Why is it still not weakening? Old Tang, I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool. Clearly lacking confidence, Elder Tang said, Your Highness, if the sacred tool forcibly breaks the demonic might, it will not last for long. If we wait for the demonic might to weaken before using the sacred tool, we will be able to obtain the demonic sovereign corpse. Wait. How long? The longer we wait, the more variables there will be. This prince has already waited for more than 2 months. I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool. The 8th prince said somewhat irritably, showing rage on his face. Elder Tang sighed. After thinking about it, this made sense. The longer he waited, the more variables there would be. Taking out the sacred tool in a situation that no one expected might have a miraculous effect. After consoling himself, Elder Tang took out the sacred tool. It was a strange weapon, the Scarlet Moon, a scimitar that looked like a crescent moon. The interior of the crescent moon was very complicated, looking like a skeleton connected together. The entire moon was close to 3 meters long, looking incredibly huge. It gave off a strange demonic might. Elder Tang showed a serious expression as he started to drive the Scarlet Moon. The divine characters on the skeleton seemed to come to life. Soon after, blood seeped out of the crescent moon. The entire moon looked like an ancient ferocious beast coming to life. In that instant, everyone in the entire final blood battlefield heard a terrifying, ferocious roar in their hearts. This is? Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as shock flashed in his eyes. As he looked in the 8th prince's direction, he saw a scarlet moon slowly rising. At this moment, nearly all the factions in the final blood battlefield looked over. Indeed, he brought out the Shuwu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon. Luoho Wang muttered, not showing much surprise in his eyes. Scarlet Moon? What is that? A sovereign emperor at the side asked, feeling confused. Luoho Wang said softly, the dynasty's sacred tool is refined using a secret technique. I heard that the entire Shuwu dynasty refined only 10 of them. For a short period of time, it can make this saint tool reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool. While Luoho Wang was speaking, the 8th prince also made his move. He pushed the blood-colored crescent wheel with all his might. Boom! The dazzling blood-colored divine energy turned into crescent scimitars that forcefully split apart the demonic might and carved out a path. So, Li Yun's figure flashed, and the originally insurmountable barrier was broken. In an instant he advanced 100 meters. The Shuwu dynasty experts behind quickly followed, not moving an inch. Following Li Yun's forceful breakthrough, the originally flourishing demonic might weakened slightly. Even with the blazing demonic might, it was hard to avoid being affected. Should we make a move? A Rakshasa sovereign emperor asked Feng Sun. Clearly, these people could no longer sit still as they watched Li Yun slowly approach the demonic sovereign's corpse. Feng Sun crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "There's no rush. The demonic might has not weakened to the point where we can make a move. When he is halfway there, we should be able to make a move. If that is all he is capable of, he can forget about snatching away the demonic sovereign's corpse." Undercurrents immediately surged. An overwhelming aura accumulated in the dark. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Xiaochen did not care about this. He was thinking, where is this brat Lin Feng hiding? Xiaochen looked around and did not discover Lin Feng. He did not have any talisman to hide his aura. However, when Xiaochen thought about it, he realized that this fellow comprehended the horrifying death Great Tao. It would not be impossible for him to hide in this final blood battlefield. Actually, Xiaochen had never considered this question. Would Lin Feng be interested in this demonic sovereign's corpse? If Lin Feng was interested, then this game of Go would be even more interesting. All the experts present, both in the open and in the dark, felt very tense. Only Xiaochen remained as calm as still water, appearing indifferent. Luoho Wang, who was at the side, slowly showed a grave expression on his handsome face. His hands trembled slightly. The silly prince, Luoho Yun, seemed to sense this atmosphere as well. His originally cheerful mood slowly turned somewhat tense. No matter how stupid Luoho Yun was, even a fool could sense that the atmosphere was unusual. Luoho Yun seemed to already know that this operation was not as simple as bringing him here to broaden his horizons. "Father, Yun is a little afraid." In reality, Luoho Yun's expression turned somewhat unsightly when the 8th prince took out the sacred tool. Luoho Yun was the weakest here. The instant that sacred tool appeared, even Xiaochen felt fear in his heart. What more an insignificant star venerate like him? Only sovereign emperors could participate in this game of Go. Sovereign personages could barely be considered cannon fodder. Star venerates could not even be considered cannon fodder, just air. Luoho Wang revealed a smile on his tense face. He said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your father is here. Furthermore, with Mr. Xiao around, no one can hurt you." Luoho Yun seemed to understand. He asked sullenly, "Father, what are you going to do later?" Luoho Wang stared at the ancient demonic sovereign corpse and said, "I'm going to fulfill my promise to your dead mother. Just wait in peace. Father will return after killing them. Your Majesty, we will definitely protect little prince's safety to the death." The group of sovereign personage guards said in unison, sounding somewhat solemn. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. "You are just a group of cannon fodder. If something really happens, it will be hard for you not to die." Luoho Wang felt somewhat helpless. As he looked at the group of sovereign personage guards, some words did not need to be said. With just one look, everyone understood. This group of guards also knew that they were cannon fodder. At best, they would only give Luo Ho Yun more time to flee. However, they still followed willingly. Such loyalty was hard to come by. Mr. Xiao. Luo Ho Wang shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin did not wait for Luo Ho Wang to finish. He said seriously, Luo Ho Wang, don't worry. Loose cultivators value benefits. I will definitely do my best to fulfill my promises. In that case, I'll leave it to Mr. Xiao. This is the remaining origin liquid. If you can return, come to my residence. I will give you an inferior grade soul tool. Luo Ho Wang handed over a jade bottle containing another 10 tons of origin liquid. Your Majesty, they are going to attack. The two sovereign emperors at the side, who had been watching the situation closely, said softly. Luo Ho Wang's expression immediately changed. After handing the jade bottle to Xiaoqin, he focused all his attention on Li Yun, who was about to reach the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. Heavenly Cloud Dawn Chop. Evil Wind Palm. Breaking Blood Sword. At the same time, the sovereign emperor experts of the Rakshasa race and the Yuxia race attacked first. The loose cultivators roaming the surroundings also attacked at this moment. In that instant, 10 odd sovereign emperors launched their attacks at the same time. Rumble. Immediately, all sorts of Dao domains clashed. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared, causing the sky to change color and the ground to tremble. Xiaoqin felt the talisman concealing his aura being affected. The baleful aura that he gave off rippled chaotically. However, at this moment, even if there was some chaos, it would not matter. No one paid attention to them at all. The scene of 10 odd sovereign emperors attacking at the same time was too shocking. Even for Xiaoqin, this was his first time seeing this, which shocked him slightly. The Dao might containing a divine nature appeared at the same time, temporarily suppressing the ancient demonic sovereign's overwhelming demonic might. When facing so much pressure, Li Yun, who had the sage tool hovering above his head, did not panic. Instead, he laughed. His laughter contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He said loudly, Senior Tang, bring people to retrieve the demonic sovereign corpse's parts and essence blood. Leave the true god flame to me. I will deal with these people. The sage tool's might rose another level, reaching its peak. It burst out with the might of a medial-grade soul tool. However, this was not the most horrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that Li Yun's bloodline was perfectly compatible with that sage tool. It was like a medial-grade soul tool bringing out 80% of its might. Li Yun relied on the Shu dynasty's sage tool to block 10 odd sovereign emperors by himself. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. No matter who comes today, don't think of stopping me from obtaining this demonic sovereign corpse. I will reign supreme under the blood moon. After blocking 10 odd sovereign emperors, Li Yun laughed somewhat arrogantly, his laughter filled with cockiness. Feng Sun and the other two vain sovereign emperors gritted their teeth in anger. This Li Yun was nothing in their eyes. However, the sage tool's might was too strong. Even though they were two vain sovereign emperors, they could only barely block Li Yun's attacks. Everything proceeded according to Li Yun's plan. Suddenly, winds and clouds blew, and the aura of a ruler surged out. Luo Ho Wang revealed himself, riding a bloodthirsty savage beast and holding a golden saber as he rushed over. Scatter! Those who block me will die. Luo Ho Wang's strength as a three-vein sovereign emperor stood at the top. He led his two sovereign emperor subordinates and charged forward, sweeping through everything in his way. No one dared to block him. Luo Ho Wang. It's Luo Ho Wang. Why is he here? Damn it. Why is he here instead of guarding his conferred land? Damn it. Is this fellow crazy? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The moment Luo Ho Wang, one of the 4 Azura kings, appeared, he shocked everyone, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2195. The moment Luo Ho Wang appeared, his strong aura and vast accumulations as a three-vein sovereign emperor shocked everyone. When the two sovereign emperors charged over, no one dared to block them. Luo Ho Wang instantly inflicted severe injuries on some of the slower sovereign emperors, sending them flying back. Their survival was unknown. The strongest sovereign emperor present was only a two-vein sovereign emperor. As for Luoho Wang, he had been a three-vein sovereign emperor for many years. Of the 9 divine veins, every 3 was a threshold. If one could cross it, it would be a whole new world. If one could not, one would be stuck. While divine vein realm sovereign emperors were said to have 9 grades, in reality, there were only 3. Within 3 divine veins, one would be considered a small perfection sovereign emperor. After 3 divine veins, one would be considered a great perfection sovereign emperor. After 6 divine veins, one would be considered a consummation late-stage sovereign emperor. Luoho Wang's 3-vein cultivation could be said to be at peak small perfection. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. Unless a great perfection sovereign emperor appeared, no one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Although there were many sovereign emperors present, most of them fought for themselves, like a plate of loose sand. Shocked by Xiaoqian's aura, how could they dare to stop him? Luoho Wang only had one target, which was Li Yun, who had the dynasty's saint weapon on his head. His goal was even simpler, to kill him and seize the ancient demonic monarch's true god flame. But it wasn't easy to make it a reality. After all, Li Yun had used his own strength to block the terrifying attacks of 10-odd sovereign emperors earlier. The strength of a sage artifact was evident. When he saw Luoho Wang appear, a trace of undetectable panic flashed across Li Yun's arrogant eyes. He wasn't sure if the sage artifact could stop Luoho Wang, who was at the peak of 3 meridians. His fate would be even more miserable. It was hard to say whether he could even withstand 3 moves from Luoho Wang. Insignificant prince, how dare you behave atrociously in my Azura underworld? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not giving the Shuowu dynasty face. Luoho Wang's handsome face was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. The accumulations of a king's might unintentionally spread out, causing Li Yun to feel immense pressure and even waver. However, when Xiaoqian thought about it, he remembered that he had Yan Songming's help in secret. It was not impossible for him to fight. Furthermore, the demonic king's fire of the true god was his only chance to make a comeback. He could not give it up. Having made up his mind, Li Yun's heart no longer wavered. He bellowed, "Today, even if the king of hell from the 9th level of the underworld comes, don't dream of making me retreat. Luoho Wang, since you dared to show yourself, then I shall have a taste of your Azura tactics. Under the blood moon, only I am supreme." Li Yun shouted and pushed the might of the sage tool to its limits. The scarlet moon above his head looked like a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The image of a dynasty quickly materialized on the back of the moon wheel. Rumble. The foundation of the ancient dynasty was activated by Li Yun at this moment. A shocking demonic might erupted from his body, as though he had grown tens of thousands of feet tall. Screams of agony echoed in the air. The savage beasts that Luoho Wang and the other 2 were riding on suddenly died. Luoho Wang's indomitable aura was actually forcefully forced back. Their auras clashed, and this part of the world began to tremble. Woo-woo-woo. The countless ancient war souls that had settled in the final blood battlefield for 10,000 years seemed to be startled awake. True cries came from the depths of the ground. There were even war drums that transcended time and space, sounding like thunder, ringing out endlessly. This made one's bloodline swell, and their battle hunger and souls burned. "I'll deal with this fellow. The 2 of you, go to the demonic sovereign's corpse." Luoho Wang instructed, getting his 2 sovereign emperor subordinates to stop Li Yun's subordinates from attacking the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. "You want to get past me? Forget about it. Lonesome moon lives alone." When Li Yun saw the situation, he immediately attacked, wanting to block the 2 sovereign emperors. Boom! The moon will send out a scarlet light, encasing the 2. Then, Li Yun threw 2 palm strikes. The thousands of scarlet shadows in his palms immediately turned into layers of crescents, charging at the 2 Azura sovereign emperors. The crescents were like blood. As they spun, light and shadow changed. Scarlet light flickered endlessly within 5,000 kilometers. Earlier, these thousands of crescent moons blocked the many sovereign emperors, making them flustered and fatigued from dealing with them. Every crescent looked like a true blood moon, containing the vast might of a dynasty. With the support of the scarlet light, Li Yun's Dao domain reached peak 3rd layer, appearing startlingly mighty. Luoho Wang snorted coldly, and a slender saber appeared in his hand. As the saber light moved, a force that could uproot mountains and rivers erupted from Luoho Wang's body. With his strong 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation, he forcefully broke these 2 terrifying palm strikes. The 2 Azura sovereign emperors quickly took advantage of this opportunity to get under the ancient divine emperor. Elder Tang and the others felt shocked. They had no choice but to stop what they were doing and fight these 2 Azura sovereign emperors. Damn it! Luoho Wang, you spoiled my plans. I'll fight it out with you. Sensing Luoho Wang's strength, a crazed look flashed in Li Yun's eyes. His figure flashed, and he actually took the initiative to attack Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang's expression did not change as he dealt with Li Yun calmly. It would not be easy to deal with this crazed Li Yun, who wielded a sacred tool. The 2 of them quickly clashed, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out continuously. The other spectating sovereign emperors immediately moved back. Of these 2, one was a 3-vein sovereign emperor, and the other was a madman wielding a dynasty's sacred tool. Neither was easy to deal with. No one dared to interfere in the huge battle. The scattered shockwaves were not easy to deal with. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He was already certain that aside from the experts of the Rakshasa race and the Xianxia race, there were definitely righteous Dao cultivators among the loose cultivators in disguise. When those loose cultivators retreated earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed a familiar aura. However, he could not recall where it was. Let's go. Not daring to take the risk, Xiao Chen led Luoho Yun far away. The Rakshasa race and the Xianxia race still harbored the thought of Luoho Wang and Li Yun injuring each other and taking advantage of the situation. Hence, they did not retreat far. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He did not want to target that ancient demonic sovereign either. So, he led Luoho Yun far away, continuously retreating. Senior, I want to see my father. I don't want to leave. Luoho Yun was worried about his father's safety, so he resisted somewhat. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain, forcefully pulling him far away. They kept retreating until they were 500,000 kilometers away. Even then, they could still hear the earth-shaking sounds of battle. Little Prince, stop messing around. Mr. Xiao is doing this for Little Prince's safety. Luoho Yun only stopped after retreating 100,000 kilometers. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly consoled Luoho Yun, who had been making a fuss along the way. Luoho Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. I don't care. I want to see my father. I don't want anything to happen to him. I want to go back. As Luoho Yun spoke, he actually started crying. The group of sovereign personage guards could not do anything, feeling somewhat flustered. Xiao Chen could no longer stand by and watch. He ferociously stretched out his hand and flung Luoho Yun off the savage beast's back, causing Luoho Yun to fall heavily to the ground. You are a man. What is the point of crying? If you go back, you will die. If you want to die, I will kill you now. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and released his killing intent, scaring the group of sovereign personage guards. Luoho Yun also panicked. Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. Little Prince lost his mother when he was young. He grew up with King Luoho and had a deep relationship with him. It is hard to avoid some. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly explained, thinking that Xiao Chen really wanted to kill. Xiao Chen sighed when he heard that. Then, he said softly, since your father handed me to you, I have to take responsibility for you. The demonic sovereign corpse land is much more complicated than you imagine. You are just a star venerate. Going there is simply seeking death. In the end, Luoho Yun was not a fool. After being scared by Xiao Chen, he recovered his wits. However, he asked, Senior, will my father be fine? Xiao Chen did not feel confident. If he really had confidence in Luoho Wang, he would not have retreated so far away. Xiao Chen had made such a decision because he felt that something was wrong. That should be the case. Luoho Wang is a 3-vein sovereign emperor. It should not be difficult for him to survive. That was all Xiao Chen could say. Right after he spoke, he suddenly felt the dynasty's accumulations in the distant scarlet moon weaken for a moment. This is? Not caring much, Xianxia opened a vertical eye on his forehead under the conical bamboo hat, activating his heavenly eye. Xianxia's vision continuously expanded. Finally, the scene of the demonic sovereign corpse land appeared before him. Cracks appeared in the scarlet moon above Li Yun's head. The dynasty's sacred tool seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Xianxia immediately rejoiced. Something must have happened when Li Yun forcefully broke the demonic might. Otherwise, the dynasty's sacred tool would not have lasted until now. Li Yun's crazed expression instantly paled in fright. He cursed as though he was trying to say who betrayed him. Seeing that he could not defeat Luoho Wang and that the sacred tool could not hold on any longer, Li Yun merged the sacred tool into his body and retreated quickly. Luoho Wang snorted coldly. Then, he wanted to pursue and kill Li Yun in one go. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xianxia's heavenly eye suddenly felt a piercing light, and a trace of blood appeared. Xianxia gritted his teeth and grunted. Then he quickly closed his heavenly eye, showing an uncertain expression. The instant the intense light appeared, Xianxia saw the person who attacked. It was the profound heaven's holy son, Wenrenyu. Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, who had conflicts with Xianxia in the faux god world, stood beside Wenrenyu. When the three worked together, they seemed to activate some kind of secret treasure, instantly erupting with a Tao might that surpassed that of the dynasty's sacred tool. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Although Luoho Wang had been wary of others attacking in secret, he relaxed his guard when he saw Li Yun's defeat. Furthermore, he had not expected such a strong attack. Although Xianxia did not see what happened later, he could guess what happened. After Luoho Wang suffered such an attack, he was surrounded by 10 odd sovereign emperors. His situation was definitely not good. Chapter 2196. A piercing light lit up the entire final blood battlefield like the blazing sun. Even from 1 million kilometers away, one could see the intense light and dazzling eyes. The light was too dazzling, blinding people temporarily. Aside from the intense light, they could not see anything else. When the intense light faded, Luoho Yun exclaimed in shock, "Light Tao domain. It's a righteous Tao cultivator. Why would righteous Tao cultivators appear in the final blood battlefield? Are these people tired of living?" After the group of sovereign personage guards startled to their senses, they showed worry on their faces, clearly feeling ill at ease. How can it be like this? Did Luoho Wang think of it? What a terrifying light Tao domain. It is even stronger than the 8th prince's sacred tool. Although the light only appeared for a short while, not as long as the sacred tool's might, the might it erupted with was much stronger than the sacred tools. Luoho Yun and the other Azura race cultivators could not help feeling nervous. Anyone would worry about Luoho Wang's safety under such circumstances. Xianxia's expression had already recovered its calm. Before he came, he had heard rumors of righteous Tao cultivators in the final blood battlefield. However, these people hid very well, mixing in with the demonic Tao loose cultivators and deceiving them. The demonic Tao loose cultivators were humans, and so were the righteous Tao cultivators. As long as they hid their auras, others would not notice them if they did not. Furthermore, the baleful auras in the final blood battlefield were chaotic, easily disrupting the perception of cultivators. "Let's go. This place is no longer safe," Xianxia said softly. Luoho Yun and the others had not seen it, but Xianxia had personally seen Luoho Wang get struck. Xianxia did not know what the situation was now, but he was certain that Luoho Wang could no longer control the situation. "No. I want to go and find father. I'm not leaving. Something must have happened to father. I want to go and save him." Luoho Yun showed a flustered expression, his eyes bloodshot. Perhaps it was because of the father-son connection, but he felt that Luoho Wang's current situation was terrible. Speaking of which, Luoho Yun had been rather miserable. Before coming here, he had not known anything. He had really thought that his father had brought him here to broaden his horizons. He had not expected such a cruel thing to happen. Xianxia frowned slightly. Emotionally, he could understand Luoho Yun. However, rationally, he had to leave. Luoho Yun tried to flee. However, he was trapped in Xianxia's Taiji force field, unable to move an inch. his demonic essence surged all over his body as he howled, but he still could not move. "Damn it! Let go of me! Let go of me!" Luoho Yun shouted angrily, cursing Xiaochen. Xiaochen could not be bothered with him. He calmly ordered, "Capture him. Let's go." The group of sovereign personage guards knew that Xiaochen's actions were correct. Although they felt dissatisfied with Xiaochen, they still did as he said. However, Luoho Yun suddenly became stubborn. He said, "Let go. If any of you dare to touch me, I will die in front of you." "Little prince, don't be stubborn. Listen to Mr. Xiao and let's go." "That's right. With the king's strength, there's no need to worry about self-preservation. At that time, if he comes out and sees that something has happened to you, little prince, then it will be troublesome." Luoho Yun refused to obey no matter what. He kept nagging that something must have happened to his father. Something must have happened. Xiaochen sighed softly, "Let him be. We will wait here for King Luoho." Xiaochen understood Luoho Yun. After a 20-odd-year-old child erupted with emotions, he would inevitably lose his rationality. If Xiaochen forcefully brought Luoho Yun away, something bad might happen. Since that is the case, so be it. Xiaochen felt helpless in his heart. King Luoho really gave him a tough job. Xiaochen could not be bothered with anything else. Then, he closed his eyes and cultivated peacefully on the demon blood vulture's back. Xiaochen only spread out the Taiji force field. No matter how hard Luoho Yun tried, he could not struggle free. If Luoho Yun grew tired, he would naturally stop. 2 hours later, Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a horrifying demonic might surging towards him from the fog-covered battlefield. However, if one carefully sensed it, one would discover that this aura was already a spent force. Luoho Yun held on to his last breath and rushed forward. Indeed, when Xiaochen could sense it with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this aura came from Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang rushed over with all his might. A group of sovereign emperors chased after him. The surprising thing was that the profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were among this group of people. These demonic Dao cultivators, abyssal underworld sovereign emperors, and righteous Dao cultivators actually worked together to chase after Luoho Wang. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen entered deep thought. Luoho Wang forcefully obtained the true god flame? After thinking about it, this was the only possibility that could make the various factions put down their differences and work together to deal with Luoho Wang. Boom! A strong wind blew, scattering the demonic fog for 5,000 kilometers around. Then, Luoho Wang's figure appeared before Xiaochen and the others. Wounds covered Luoho Wang's body. The huge wound on his chest, which still gave off a profound white light, was the most ghastly sight. Along the way, Luoho Wang forcefully carved out a bloody path. From a distance, it looked like a scarlet river spanning 5,000 kilometers. "Father!" The somewhat distracted Luoho Yun erupted, tears flowing down his cheeks. Xiaochen scattered the Taiji force field, and Luoho Yun struggled free. Then he started running frantically. Protect Luoho Wang. The group of sovereign personage guards could no longer hold themselves back. They all rushed out to block the group of sovereign emperors. When Luoho Wang saw Luoho Yun, he squeezed out a smile on his handsome face. Then he leaped into the air and arrived before Luoho Yun. Pusi. However, the instant Luoho Wang landed, he fell to the ground with a plop. Then he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and coughed endlessly. Miserable shrieks rang out. The sovereign personage guards could not resist these sovereign emperors, instantly dying miserably. However, this group of sovereign personage guards was very ruthless. Before dying, they chose to self-detonate, making things difficult for the sovereign emperors. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and arrived beside Luoho Yun and Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang could no longer speak. Luoho Wang tightly held Luoho Yun's hand with one hand and tightly clenched the other, showing no signs of letting go. Luoho Yun looked at Xiaochen. His eyes were red from crying as he said, "Senior, can you save my father? I beg you. I beg you." Xiaochen said in frustration, "How could a bona fide 3-vein sovereign emperor die so easily? If Xiaoqun handed over the true god flame, would these people dare to kill him, Luoho Wang? The Luoho clan also had older generation faux god experts. They were just children, yet they made it seem like they were parting forever. This made Xiaoqun feel a little sour. While Luoho Yun spoke, Luoho Wang already appeared weak. He did his best to raise his head and look at Xiaoqun. There was no need for words. Xiaoqun could tell what Luoho Wang wanted to say from Luoho Wang's eyes. Luoho Wang wanted Xiaoqun to protect Luoho Yun and let him inherit the true god's inheritance. Xiaoqun did not say anything. It was not that he was indifferent. It was just that he was a Heavenly Alliance member. Right now, he only needed to take away the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. There was no need for Xiaoqun to cause other trouble and take the risk of becoming enemies with so many sovereign emperors. Luoho Wang could not say anything. However, heavy sorrow appeared in his eyes. Now, it seemed like his life force was starting to fade. If one's heart died, even if one's body was fine, one would be no different from a dead person. Luoho Wang's final look touched the softest and weakest thing in Xiaoqun's heart. Xiaoqun thought of the faux god world. He thought of facing Lu Ryue for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, suffering unspeakable pain. Xiaoqun thought of the days when his heart broke out like a living dead. The demonic fog lingered in the ancient final blood battlefield. Strong winds blew endlessly, dark clouds lingered, and a blood moon hung high. The souls of the deceased seemed to sing a sad song of the past in the howling wind, coldly watching the story of the day. The sad song remained forever. The battlefield never changed. The story was still the same. However, the heroes changed wave after wave. Sooner or later, we will all become heroes, legends, and later generations will recite our stories. Luoho Wang, are you a sentimental person as well? In that case, I, Xiaoqun, will help you this once. Xiaoqun nodded silently under the conical bamboo hat. When Luoho Wang saw Xiaoqun nod, he put down the bamboo hat and closed his eyes. Luoho Wang released his tightly clenched left hand, and the black flame immediately struggled free. Then, it slowly rose and hovered in the air. A dark demonic sovereign was always accompanied by fear. However, this black flame before Luoho Wang was dazzling, looking as pure as a star or gem. It actually looked somewhat holy. The 10-odd sovereign emperors behind immediately went crazy. However, not all the sovereign personage guards had died yet, still self-detonating. Even if they wanted to go forward, they did not dare to act rashly. Only Luoho Yun hugged Luoho Wang, crying his heart out. This silly fellow did not even know what agreement his father made with Xiaoqun. If the White Dragon King were here, he would definitely rejoice that he had a daughter. Giving birth to such a silly son was truly frustrating. Don't cry. Your father is not dead. Xiaoqun leaped down and grabbed the true god flame with one hand. Then, he used his other hand to carry Luoho Yun and Luoho Wang onto the demon blood vulture's back. When Luoho Yun heard Xiaoqun's words, he did not get angry at all. Instead, he exclaimed, "Senior, my father is fine?" Xiaoqun explained. Then, he cut to the chase. Your father's injuries are just too severe. His body automatically entered a protective state, and he chose to forcibly sleep. When he recovers, he will naturally wake up. Don't say anything or ask too many questions. Take off the crown. Without sufficient intelligence, communication was difficult. Luoho Yun did not dare to say anything more. When he heard that his father was fine, he relaxed and did as Xiaoqun said, taking off the crown. Xiaoqun received the crown and glanced at the dying sovereign personage guards. Then he said calmly, "Let's go. Don't be foolish enough to jump down. You and your father will be fine." Luoho Yun startled awake. "Senior, what about you? Come with us. I'll bring you to the Luoho royal residence." There was nothing wrong with having good intentions. However, being brainless was not right. Xiaoqun felt helpless. "If I go with you, can you still leave?" Xiaoqun could not be bothered to explain. He opened his left hand and looked at the ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame. Then, he made a move and forcefully separated the inheritance flame from the divine nature flame. Then he gently tapped the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance flame and entered Luoho Yun's forehead. Before Luoho Yun could let out a startled cry, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet flame and soared into the sky. Xiaoqun did not care for the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance. However, the divine nature it contained was a great supplement to Xiaoqun. After giving Luoho Yun the inheritance and leaving behind this divine nature flame, Xiaoqun fulfilled Luoho Wang's promise. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It kicked up sand and nearly blew Xiaoqun into the air. Without needing to look, Xiaoqun knew that the group of sovereign personage cannon fodder should be all dead. The 10-odd sovereign emperors no longer held back, directly charging over. Xiaoqun did not say anything. He only removed the 7-color stone from the crown, revealing the complete shape of a dart head. Then he replaced it with his snow god whip. Back then, Hua Tianyang had shaken the world with the snow god whip, gaining fame and turning the Heavenly Alliance into a super faction. Now, the snow god whip was complete again. Even without a secret technique, as long as he could bring out 10% of its might, he would not fear this group of small fries. The many sovereign emperors looked at Xiaoqun, not acting rashly. Everyone had more or less heard of a mysterious demonic cultivator with a mysterious identity and strange whip techniques. However, they did not expect him to be with the Azura king. The Shuawu dynasty's 8th prince leaped out and shouted, "No matter who you are, hand over the true god flame, and I'll spare you from death." 8th prince, it looks like your eyes are not completely healed. You can't even recognize me. Xiaoqun smiled faintly and casually tossed off the conical bamboo hat on his head. Then, his black clothes exploded, revealing his white robes and long hair fluttering in the wind. "It's you. It's Xiaoqun. Lord Feng Sun, he is Xiaoqun, the Xiaoqun who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone back then." When the 8th prince clearly saw Xiaoqun's appearance, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off, completely stunned. The profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were equally shocked. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Those Rakshasa cultivators also recognized Xiaoqun. This was the dragon race cultivator that Rakshasa Tian wanted dead. Kill him. The group of Rakshasa cultivators could no longer suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. They roared, and 10-odd sovereign emperors charged at Xiaoqun at the same time. Xiaoqun snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said, "All of you withdraw for this Xiao." Xiaoqun grasped the snow god whip with his right hand and gently swung it. Immediately, the scarlet whip, which looked like plum blossoms, gave off a startling crack in the air. Pa! The talisman scripts in the whip came to life. The instant the crack rang out, the 7-colored dart head gave off a magnificent light. Suddenly, pear blossoms filled the land. That crack of thunder caused snowflakes to fill the sky, covering the vast land. The 10-odd sovereign emperors felt their souls tremble as they vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the crack of thunder knocked them back. Chapter 2197. What whip is this? The group of people were scared out of their wits. Just a single thunderbolt had shaken them all away and even wounded their souls. Boundless white snow covered the ground, making the final blood battlefield look like a world of ice and snow. White covered the entire world. The baleful aura and resentment that lingered on the battlefield seemed to be covered up for now, vanishing without a trace. The might of the snow god whip startled the group of sovereign emperors. Xiaoqun was similarly shocked. However, after this strike, he felt like some of his soul was sucked out. The soul energy in his divine seal drained a lot. It looks like I forced myself to use this snow god whip. I wonder how long my soul energy can last? However, it should be enough to deal with these people. Humph! Let's see what you are up to. The 8th prince Li Yun roared, unwilling to submit. Then he brought out the scarlet moon and charged at Xiaoqun again. Elder Tang, who was beside Li Yun, also charged over, trying to use the Shuwu dynasty's sacred tool to suppress Xiaoqun. No matter the price, I have to kill him today. Shock flashed in the profound heaven holy sun's eyes. Back in Peach Blossom City, he had not truly cared about Xiaoqun. However, now that Xiaoqun showed such elegance, the profound heaven holy sun sensed danger. If Xiaoqun obtained the true god flame, it would be terrible. As the profound heaven-holy sun spoke, he gritted his teeth. Then, an astrolabe appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the sky. As the astrolabe spun, it turned into a vast star chart that covered the entire sky. Stars flickered, and a river of stars surged. Covered in starlight, Wenren charged over again in a flash. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. When he saw that astrolabe, he recalled some matters. He could not help saying, "Wenren, it turns out that you were the one who came to steal my ethereal immortal palace key in the Heavenly Fragrances residence." The mystery was finally revealed. Xiaochen could not help feeling shocked. This fellow really hid himself deeply. Wenren retorted coldly, "So what? After today, you will be a dead man. Could it be that you can report me to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter?" "Xiaochen, we'll settle the score between us today." Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju hated Xiaochen to the bone. Back at the faux god world's god-conferring platform, Gu Yuhan, Mu Yunju, and the others got chopped in half by Xiaochen. If not for their master begging the Holy Lord to help, they would have died long ago. The experts of the Rakshasa and Yuxia clans calmed their souls for a moment before charging over. After being knocked back by the thunderclap, these sovereign emperor experts no longer dared to hold back. They either took out their soul tools or executed their secret techniques. For a time, many Dao domains joined together and pressed down on Xiaochen. He wanted to suppress Xiaochen's aura. He executed all sorts of killing moves, vowing to kill Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not panic. He activated his fourth-layer Thunder Dao domain and used all sorts of secret techniques to deal with the attacks. The snow god whip in his hand continuously unleashed might. Put, put, put. Immediately, heavy snow flew, and thunder crackled. Xiaochen brandished the whip, the snow god whip changing thousands of times, dazzling everyone's eyes. Thousands of plum blossom petals surrounded Xiaochen. Against the backdrop of the heavy snow, the plum blossoms looked as vibrant as fresh blood, looking poignant and beautiful. Using the might of the snow god whip and the supreme dragon fist, Xiaochen fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors without falling into a disadvantage. However, Xiaochen knew that this was only temporary. When he drained his soul energy and could no longer swing the snow god whip, only death awaited him. "I need to end this quickly." Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8th Prince Li Yun. Li Yun scolded, "Little mixed-blood dragon, what are you looking at? Once your soul power is completely exhausted, this prince will definitely tear your body apart and extract your soul." Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. Of these people, Li Yun was the weakest. Furthermore, Li Yun had fought a huge battle with Luo Ho Wang and was no longer at his peak. Who knew where he got his confidence to be so arrogant? "You overestimate yourself. I'll start with you." Xiaochen's figure flashed as he dodged Wenren and Mu Yunju's attacks. Then, he shook his hand, and the flexible snow god whip suddenly charged at Li Yun like a venomous snake. The plum blossoms exploded, and the dart head made of 7-color stone turned into a beam of light as it shot out. It expanded infinitely in Li Yun's eyes, shattering the crescent moon that Li Yun sent out and piercing into his forehead. Just as the dart head was about to strike Li Yun, a figure rushed over. "Your Highness, be careful." It was Elder Tang. He flew forward and blocked this sure-hit attack. "Pu Chi!" The instant the dart head entered Li Yun's forehead, a crisp bang rang out. Li Yun's head exploded into powder, and he could not be more dead. Bang! The dart head did not lose any momentum, knocking Li Yun, who was behind, into the air. Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood, and the scarlet moon above his head fell to the ground. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and beckoned, collecting that scarlet moon into his storage ring. Now is the time. This moment of distraction gave the other sovereign emperors a great opportunity. They locked onto Xiaochen at the same time, launching all sorts of killing moves at close range, sweeping away 1,000 armies. Xiaochen roared as he infused his soul energy into the snow god whip. The snow god whip became like a spear as it swept out. In an instant, the various killing moves broke. The shattered mysterious phenomena filled the air, and shock waves spread out. Xiaochen felt that if he continued to use the snow god whip in such a gradual manner, he would exhaust himself to death sooner or later. I'll go all out. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and entered the state of martial and soul as one. Then he brandished the snow god whip without any care for his soul energy. Pa! A thunderclap shook the sky. The snow god whip split a demonic Dao loose cultivator who had yet to open a divine vein in half. Put, 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 put. Without any care, Xianxia's soul energy drained like a gushing river. He appeared to be in a frenzy. However, the horror of the snow god whip was fully revealed. Every time the whip landed, it tore open a crack in the ground. Terrifying demonic chi came out of the cracks. As the snow god whip lashed out madly, it was as if the world itself was shaking. It was as if the world was collapsing, and no one dared to block it. Pu ci. Cracks appeared in Wenrenyu's star chart. Even though she managed to avoid the danger, she still managed to escape. Even though Wenrenyu managed to avoid the danger, the whip still tore his flesh, causing him to shriek miserably. As the crazed Xianxia held the snow god whip, he looked like a demon god descending upon the world. In just a short moment, this boundless land had been shattered into pieces, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Without exception, the many sovereign emperors were all covered in wounds. The sovereign emperors who had not opened a divine vein could not even block one whip, instantly dying miserably, their souls extinguished. Go! 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 This fellow is crazy. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were all frightened out of their wits. They no longer dared to linger and fled. No one knew what would happen to them if they got struck. No one dared to gamble on whether they would die or not. Let's go. After all, we did not come to this final blood battlefield for the demonic sovereign corpse. It is not worth losing our lives here. We still have time. When Wenrenyu saw the cracks in the star chart and the whip images whipped him into a miserable state, he did not dare to linger. After communicating with Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju, Wenrenyu quickly retreated. Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju could no longer hold on. After receiving the voice projection, they quickly fled. As the world crumbled, Xianxia gave chase while holding the snow god whip. Xianxia did not know how long he could last. He needed to inflict severe injuries on these people, killing as many as he could. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. This was advancing as a way to retreat. After chasing for 2 million kilometers, Xianxia stopped only when he could no longer see anyone. After overdrawing on his soul energy, the backlash started. Black cracks appeared on Xianxia's face as if his soul would scatter. Gritting his teeth and snorting coldly, Xianxia took out the ice fire lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then he opened his left hand, which he had kept tightly closed during the battle. Without hesitation, he quickly sent the black divine nature flame into his forehead. Boom! The exhausted blue dragon divine seal, which was crying piteously for food, instantly received great nourishment, frantically absorbing and refining this divine nature flame. Unable to care much, Xianxia refined the divine nature flame on the spot. Then he closed his eyes and circulated his energy. A scene of 10,000 dragons flying in the sky and diving into the ground appeared behind him. The ancient demonic sovereign's divine nature flame far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. After an entire night, he managed to refine only 10% of it. However, this 10% allowed his soul energy to return to its peak, go even higher. If he could completely refine it, he wondered how great of an opportunity it would be. However, Xianxia had no choice but to stop now. A person had appeared on the ice fire lotus platform. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw Grim Reaper Lin Feng walking over. The other party showed a calm expression, not showing much emotion on his face. Lin Feng had been around all this while. Xianxia knew that Lin Feng had many opportunities to kill him when he fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors. However, Lin Feng did not make a move. Clearly, Lin Feng was not a sinister person, someone who did not like to kill people behind their backs. Lin Feng only showed up now because he wanted to wait until he recovered before making a proper move. When Lin Feng arrived 50 kilometers before Xianxia, he stopped moving rhythmically. As he walked over, Xianxia could not feel any killing intent or aura. The instant Lin Feng stopped, the aura of the Death Dao domain turned into an overwhelming killing intent surging towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen's divine seal flickered. 3 Dao domains of the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao instantly appeared, layering over each other and blocking the aura of the Death Dao domain 25 kilometers away. Whoosh! The instant the 2 terrifying auras clashed, they silently merged into the surroundings, entangling with each other. I know that you will definitely not hand over the holy relic. Let's make a bet. Whoever wins will take the holy relic and leave. Lin Feng said slowly, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiaochen. As Lin Feng spoke, a green arrow image coiled around his right hand like a snake, flickering with a ghostly light. Xiaochen flipped his hand and caught the seed that Mu Zifeng handed him with 2 fingers. Then he nodded and said, "Sure." Chapter 2198. One move. In the end, Grim Reaper Lin Feng was a hot-blooded man. Back then, before Xiaochen entered the battlefield, he already had a chance to make a move. Yesterday, when Xiaochen fought with others, he had many more chances to make a move. However, Lin Feng still did not choose to make a move. He waited until Xiaochen recovered to his peak and appeared before Xiaochen. Actually, one could figure it out after thinking about it. This person betrayed the underworld god Hall for a woman, destroyed his cultivation, and then started cultivating again. It was hard to say what kind of person Lin Feng was, but he was definitely not a despicable person who liked to sneak attack. The 2 both had great killing moves. Xiaochen had the divine great peony seed that Mu Zifeng gave him, and Lin Feng had the dragon-killing arrow forged by the ghost Ho. Deciding the victory in one move was very likely to decide life and death in one move. On the Ice-Fire Lotus platform, Xiaochen slowly stood up and activated his alloy battle armor. At the same time, Lin Feng's alloy battle armor also activated. The silver battle armor, coupled with the black death chi, looked somewhat strange. The 2 did not dare to be careless. Xiaochen had already experienced how horrifying the Death Dao domain was. Back then, when Xiaochen fought the flood dragon human Yen Songming, he had experienced it. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Similarly, Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate Xiaochen. This was especially so when the other party had a great killing weapon like the Snow God Whip. However, Xiaochen did not place much hope on the Snow God Whip, as cracks had already appeared on the 7-color stone. It was already impossible for the Snow God Whip to bring out yesterday's might. However, it was still the strongest move that Xiaochen could rely on. It had a miraculous effect on countering the Death Dao domain. The 2 looked at each other from 50 kilometers away. Before they started fighting, their auras had already started clashing. Xiaochen's 3 Dao domains layered over each other. Lightning, ice, and saber intent intertwined, merging into every corner of space. The surrounding 50 kilometers looked calm. However, in reality, there were 2 auras clashing in the air. However, they canceled each other out, resulting in a silent scene. When the 2 truly made a move, their Dao domains with divine seals erupted, shaking the ground and mountains. See, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. He saw strands of black fog spreading out from the ground behind Lin Feng. With one look, he knew that this was the materialization of the Death Dao domain. The mist was so thick that everything behind him seemed to have disappeared. Not even light could penetrate it. A huge black hole appeared, making one's heart palpitate and tremble. They were about to make their move. Xiaochen understood that this was the prelude to Lin Feng's attack. He tightened his grip on the Snow God Whip. Suddenly, without any warning, the 2 attacked at the same time. Xiaochen activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline and instantly infused most of his divine energy into the divine great peony seed in his left hand. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and condensed his divine essence into a bow. The black fog behind him condensed into a huge figure. Like a grim reaper, it also condensed into a bow with great pressure. Fallen peony, fallen petals profusion. Touch of death. Xiaochen shouted as the peony seed in his hand suddenly bloomed. In that instant, the peony blossomed, and countless petals danced in the surroundings. A boundless life force swept out in all directions like a ferocious beast. The instant the peony blossomed, the snow god whip gave off a thunderous sound. Then, it turned into a dragon that pierced through the petals and shot towards Lin Feng. The instant Xiaochen attacked, his heart trembled. Fear from his bloodlines spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Xiaochen's great desolate Ian bloodline actually panicked. This was a familiar fear. Xiaochen immediately startled to his senses. It was a ghost hoe. This was not an ordinary ghost hoe. It was a 10,000-year-old ghost hoe that a faux god expert had modified using a demonic Dao secret technique. Then Lin Feng infused his death Dao domain into it. Now, a dragon-killing arrow was knocked on the bow. That dragon-killing arrow and Xiaochen's snow god whip attacked at the same time without any delay. Shock flashed in the two's eyes. They had both underestimated their opponent's trump card. The ghost hoe was the nemesis of the dragon race. However, Xiaochen did not fear an ordinary ghost hoe. However, this dragon-killing arrow had a 10,000-year-old ghost hoe as its foundation. Ji personally refined it using a demonic Dao secret technique. Then Lin Feng drove it with his death Dao domain. Its might had long surpassed Ji's expectations. Even Ji had not expected this dragon-killing arrow to have such a horrifying aura when driven with the death Dao domain. Lin Feng had not expected Xiaochen to take out a peony seed when he attacked, either. As the boundless life force swallowed, the force field formed by Lin Feng's death Dao domain instantly weakened, and its defense plummeted. Wuxia. The two could not react in time. The moment they attacked, they got hit at the same time. The snow god whip pierced through Lin Feng's alloy battle armor, and the seven-color stone pierced his chest, shattering his internal organs. The divine seal in Lin Feng's Sea of Consciousness also suffered severe damage. It dimmed and his mind trembled. The horrifying saber intent contained in the dragon-killing arrow wreaked havoc in his body, battering the divine energy sea where his dantian was. Xiaochen did not fare well either. The dragon-killing arrow pierced through his chest and turned into a ghost hoe. Then, it rampaged through Lin Feng's body. Finally, it entered Lin Feng's Sea of Consciousness and turned into a horrifying ghost hoe, wanting to swallow up the divine seal. Plop! The two fell to their knees at the same time. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions turned incredibly pale. With just one move, the two could no longer continue attacking. They had to focus on dealing with the problems they faced. Xiaochen had to deal with the ghost hoe in his Sea of Consciousness and expel the death qi in his body. Lin Feng had to deal with the saber qi in his Sea of Consciousness and the life force contained in the seven-color stone. To him, that boundless life force was like a great flood or ferocious beast. The two coughed continuously, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. They looked incredibly miserable. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes first. He had the two-star alloy battle armor and the blue dragon divine body. In the end, his recovery and resistance were superior. Pooh! Lin Feng ferociously whipped the snow god whip out of his body. The snow god whip dragged the half-kneeling Lin Feng into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's body bounced up and down a few times before finally falling to the ground weakly. However, he could not move at all. When the two fought, they competed on the trump cards that Mu Zifeng and Ji gave them. No matter how horrifying the ghost hoe was or how it changed, it was still a ghost hoe in the end. Coincidentally, Xiaochen was different from the other dragon race cultivators. He had a strong resistance to the ghost hoe. The other dragon race cultivators would not be able to block this dragon-killing arrow. At this moment, the ghost hoe would devour their souls, and the death qi would corrode their physical bodies. Their souls would be destroyed, their physical bodies would rot, and their Dao would disappear. However, Xiaochen had experienced the ghost hoe several times before. He had even killed the ghost hoe more than once. After the initial fear, he quickly calmed down. However, he still did not feel good. This injury was even more severe than when he fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors the day before. Xiaochen looked at the motionless Lin Feng, who was barely breathing. Then, he frowned slightly and said, "He can't be dead, right?" Right after Xiaochen spoke, Lin Feng coughed intensely a few times. Then, he struggled to stand up weakly. With one glance, Lin Feng could tell that Xiao Chen was in a better state than he was. You win. Lin Feng's complexion paled. However, the scarier thing was that his pale face still had black veins covering it like a spider web. Lin Feng's face looked like it would explode at any moment, appearing horrified. Xiao Chen knew that this was the price of cultivating the Death Dao domain. The pain would be indescribable with words. Whoosh! Lin Feng gritted his teeth with much difficulty. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he ferociously waved his hand. Then, the death qi in Xiao Chen's body was continuously sucked into his palm. Whoosh! Phew! Phew! Xiao Chen immediately felt much better. This Lin Feng was willing to admit defeat. He said one move and he meant it. If he lost in one move, the grudge would be over. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen could not help Lin Feng. The life force contained in the snow god whip was materialized from the divine grade peony. He could not retrieve it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, several figures suddenly arrived in the air. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked over and saw a group of abyssal underworld cultivators wearing underworld god guard uniforms charging over. The 8th Prince Li Yun seemed to be among them. When Xiao Chen clearly saw the faces of the two leaders, his expression changed again. It was Yan Songming and the deranged Jin Yuan. Xiao Chen chopped Yan Songming into pieces with one saber strike, but he did not die. Not only did Yan Songming not die, but he even seemed to have obtained an opportunity and became an underworld god guard. Li Yun, was it that bastard who lured him here? A murderous intent immediately surged in Xiao Chen's heart. Given his and Lin Feng's current states, they could not fight at all. Someone is coming. Let's go. Xiao Chen had always been decisive. Without overthinking, his figure flashed and landed beside Lin Feng, preparing to leave with him. Whoosh! 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 However, it was too late. With a few flashes, Yan Songming and the others blocked Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Just as Yan Songming was about to say something, his gaze landed on Lin Feng. This stunned him and shock flashed in his eyes. After a while, he muttered, "First senior brother, I thought you already died." Chapter 2199. First senior brother, I thought you were already dead. Yan Songming's words stunned Xiao Chen slightly. Then he looked at Lin Feng, whom he was supporting. What's going on? To think that these two were actually senior brothers. Based on Yan Songming's gaze, it seemed like they once had a deep connection. Yan Songming's usually cold and emotionless face appeared somewhat dazed. It was like he was immersed in some memories, unable to extricate himself. Why are you in a daze? I called you over to kill this fellow. My dynasty's sacred tool is still in his hands. Yan Songming, why are you still not making a move? When he saw Yan Songming in a daze, he said somewhat impatiently, the 8th Prince Li Yun got angry when he saw Xiao Chen. Yan Songming did not seem to hear Li Yun, remaining unmoved. He only stared at Lin Feng and the alloy battle armor Lin Feng wore. Lin Feng's gaze also fell on Yan Songming. When he saw the underworld god guard uniform, he felt slightly stunned. Congratulations. In the past, you have always wanted to join the underworld god guard. Now, your wish has finally been fulfilled. Now, you finally got your wish. The pale Lin Feng sighed softly, his tone somewhat mocking. Yan Songming said indifferently, indeed. Back then, I wanted to be like first senior brother, to join the Underworld God Hall and become an Underworld God Guard. My first senior brother was the hero of the Flood Dragon humans, the disciple that Master was the proudest of. He was the first Flood Dragon human to become an Underworld God Guard, the person I admired the most back then. At this point, the complicated expression in Yan Songming's eyes slowly faded, turning cold again. You are not my first senior brother. My first senior brother is already dead. He absolutely would not wear the Heavenly Alliance's alloy battle armor. All the more, he would not support a mixed blood dragon. Back then, he swore to lead the Flood Dragon humans back to the Divine Dragon Empire, the hero. Yan Songming's voice grew increasingly softer. As he spoke, the murderous intent coming from him intensified. Yan Songming turned back into that cold and emotionless Yan Songming, who could endure humiliation and bear a heavy burden. Compared to Lin Feng, Yen Songming was more suitable to be called the Grim Reaper. Lin Feng, no matter what method you use, delay him for another minute. I just need 1 minute. Otherwise, we will both die here. Xiao Chen was not interested in the grudges between these two senior brothers. Right now, he only wanted to live. Under the current situation, not to mention Yen Songming, just Zhen Yuan alone was more than enough to deal with the two of them. Furthermore, there were several underworld god guards and Li Yun here. Although they were not in desperate straits, they were not far from it. Lin Feng thought for a while before nodding in the end. Then he looked at Yen Songming and said, 2 months ago, I went to junior sister's grave. Thank you for your care and worship over the years. Her spirit in heaven should be very happy that little junior brother from back then has grown into a man now. Yen Songming paused for a moment. The murderous intent that he gathered vanished, and pain and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Now! Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and drew the tyrant saber on his back. Then he executed the fiendish saber's first move, all things rejoicing together. In that instant, the final blood battlefield for 500,000 kilometers around seemed to come to life. The mountains and rivers were shaking, and the ancient departed spirits were roaring. Every inch of land and every inch of light and shadow turned into a fiend, turning into the saber intent in Xiao Chen's heart. The instant Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber, the entire world seemed to come to life. The instant the saber light left the scabbard, it turned into a saber hum that sounded like a peerless zither. It reverberated in all directions in this boundless battlefield. It sang loudly in the howling wind, rejoicing with all things in this immortal final blood battlefield filled with demonic creatures. The green mountains were the green mountains, the white clouds were the white clouds. All things had spirits, all things were fiends. What was a fiend? All things rejoiced together. The world turned silent. In the next moment, the vast battlefield and 500,000 kilometers of desolate plains rejoiced together with Xiao Chen. Boundless saber lights burst out from the dark clouds in the sky, bursting out from the vast desolate plains. Aside from Xiao Chen and Lin Feng, countless saber lights shot towards Yen Songming and the others. Immediately, it looked like the sky fell and the ground cracked. Resplendent saber lights lit up the entire battlefield. This startled Yen Songming and the other underworld god guards. They all made their moves to block the boundless saber lights. Dang! Ding! Ding! Amid the chaos, the underworld god guards could not even take care of themselves. So, Xiao Chen carried Lin Feng and leaped high into the air. As Xiao Chen leaped over the sky and landed, a bewitching red light shot out, catching Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Then they quickly flew far away. This was the demon blood vulture that had left and returned. It came at the right time at the crucial moment. Pu Si. The moment Xiao Chen landed on the demon blood vulture's back, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Executing all things rejoicing together in a severely injured state, Xiao Chen really did not care about his life. However, in the earlier situation, Xiao Chen had no other choice. He had to fight for a chance of survival. The saber chi materialized by all things rejoicing together flustered the underworld god guards. The saber chi pierced through the weaker underworld god guards, leaving them in miserable states. By the time everything calmed down, the surroundings had already changed. The terrain had changed. This all things rejoicing together had turned space into an unrecognizable mess. Damn it! Yen Songming, why did you not make a move earlier? Why were you in a freaking daze? The 8th Prince Li Yun raged. He pointed at Yen Songming and cursed. Yen Songming simply could not stand wasting such a good opportunity on his grandson. How could he endure this? Furthermore, he had been severely injured by the saber chi, so he could not help but feel even angrier. Bang! However, before he could finish cursing, a figure suddenly appeared beside Li Yun. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a kick. After landing on the ground, that foot stomped heavily on his face. The one who attacked was Zhen Yuan, the demonic blade. Yen Songming looked indifferently and said calmly, "Let him go." But Zhen Yuan did not hold back. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and sent the other party flying again. After a few ups and downs, Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at Yen Songming and the other underworld god guards in a somewhat sorry state. He discovered that these people were all looking at him expressionlessly. Their calm expressions made him feel somewhat afraid. "Ooh, what do you want to do?" "Yen Songming, don't forget our agreement. Previously, you reneged on it, not helping me deal with Luo Ho Wang. That was already too much. Are you rebelling now?" Li Yun asked with a somewhat trembling voice, feeling fear for some reason. "Agreement? What agreement?" "I have an agreement with your first brother. He told me to take care of you and not to die in this final blood battlefield, embarrassing the Shuwu dynasty." Yen Songming revealed a smile as he spoke with some mockery. "What?" This stupefied Li Yun. It was like a bolt from the blue, rendering him speechless for a long time. Li Yun came to the final blood battlefield to obtain the ancient demonic sovereign true god flames so that he could make a comeback and fight for the throne with his first brother. When Li Yun suddenly heard Yen Songming's words, the horror in his heart was easy to imagine. It turned out that his first brother had anticipated Li Yun's every move. Furthermore, his first brother had even sent Yen Songming to watch him. Yen Songming said softly, "So, don't overthink. The underworld god guards did not come to the final blood battlefield to be your helper. If not for your first brother's instructions, I would not have bothered with you. Now scram. Scram as far as you can. Don't appear before me again." Li Yun was at a loss. However, when he saw the cold gaze in Yen Songming's eyes, he suddenly felt that Yen Songming's emotions seemed somewhat unstable. Yen Songming was not joking. If Li Yun did not leave now, he might not be able to. Li Yun used his hands and feet to crawl to his feet, fleeing in a fluster. However, after taking a few steps, a roar from hell suddenly erupted from behind. When Li Yun looked back, the entire world immediately turned dark. The black mysteries of death lingered, looking like a ferocious beast from hell opening its mouth and swallowing Li Yun up. Amid the miserable shriek, Li Yun roared, "Yen Songming! Yen Songming! You did not keep your word." Then, Li Yun's voice grew softer and softer until the death chi swallowed up all his life force, turning him into a dried-up corpse. "When did I say that I would not kill you? Idiot!" Yen Songming snorted coldly. However, the cold chi from his body did not weaken by much. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, knew that Yen Songming had purposely let Xiao Chen and Lin Feng go earlier. In the end, Zhen Yuan could not steel himself to truly kill his first senior brother. However, Yen Songming had already become the Yen Songming that Zhen Yuan knew. From now on, Zhen Yuan would no longer have any worries. Yen Songming's earlier benevolence meant that Yen Songming had made a clean break with the past, no longer having any ties to it. From now on, the past would become the norm. As for Li Yun, it was purely because Yen Songming had nowhere to vent the pain and depression in his heart. Furthermore, he sought death himself, so he vented it all on Yen Songming. If Li Yun died, so be it. He would just treat it as a gift to his first brother. "Senior brother Yen, should we continue searching for the ethereal immortal palace key or chase after the traitor Lin Feng?" An underworld god guard asked softly after stepping forward. Yen Songming replied seriously, "We must kill the traitor Lin Feng. Both of them are injured and cannot go far. Bring over the underworld god guards keeping an eye on the universe origin sect and the profound heaven holy land. Search the entire final blood battlefield and find these two." Chapter 2200. When the blood moon set, the entire final blood battlefield plunged into absolute darkness. Speaking of which, it was strange. The abyssal underworld only had some light at night, when the blood moon appeared. On the contrary, it was always dusky during the day. As for the final blood battlefield, it was pitch black during the day. Even spiritual sense was restricted by the complicated environment of the battlefield. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. After flying for half a day, it had to stop. The demon blood vulture had to stop. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng could no longer hold on and needed to recuperate. What the two lacked was time. Even with their peak strength, they might not be able to block the underworld god guard's attacks. However, if they did not recover from their injuries, they would not have any chance to leave. Only death awaited them. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture landed, and the two landed one after another. Xiaochen looked at Lin Feng and handed the Ice Fire Lotus platform to him. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Use it yourself. You forcefully executed a killing move. Your injuries are no lighter than mine." Xiaochen said softly, "You are overthinking. Perhaps my Dao domain is not as good as yours, but my physical body is much stronger. My injuries will definitely recover faster than yours." Lin Feng thought for a while and did not refuse. Then he sat cross-legged on the Ice Fire Lotus platform and started to treat his injuries. The final blood battlefield was not peaceful in the darkness. Demonic creatures ran amok, and corpses littered the ground. The demon blood vulture roamed the surroundings, protecting the two. Circulating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art to absorb the surrounding demonic chi to heal in the final blood battlefield would definitely be faster than the 10,000 dragons art. With a thought, Xiaochen circulated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. His body immediately became like a funnel, frantically absorbing the surrounding demonic chi. As Xiaochen circulated his cultivation technique, a huge demonic cloud bird image slowly appeared, encasing Xiaochen. This demonic cloud bird, a great desolate Ian ferocious beast, opened its huge mouth and swallowed the surroundings, looking like it wanted to swallow up the world. Xiaochen's divine energy recovered quickly. Now, he was one with the demonic and divine. Whether it was demonic chi or spiritual energy, it would eventually turn into primal chaos veritable essence energy. After that, he could manifest spiritual energy and demonic chi divine energy as he pleased, merging them into one. There was no distinction between righteous and demonic. To put it simply, how much devil chi divine essence there was how much spirit chi divine essence there was. The two were one, and they were each other's shadow. 2 hours later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. His injuries were already half healed. Xiaochen's internal organs had all healed. Only his divine seal and soul were still somewhat dim. Unfortunately, this place was not peaceful. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to continue refining the divine fire of the ancient demon monarch. However, once the process of refining the divinity flame was interrupted, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Not everyone was like Lin Feng, giving him a chance to have a fair fight with him. On the Ice Fire Lotus platform, Lin Feng opened his eyes at the same time. With the help of the Ice Fire Lotus platform, his complexion looked much better in just 4 hours. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In reality, there was not much color on his face, but the black aura that resembled a spider web had already disappeared. Neither of them were talkative people. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, not saying anything. Then they each did their own things. Xiaochen took out a bottle of burning moon and leaned against a rock to taste it alone. After Xiaochen finished the wine in the bottle, it was time to continue. The longer he stayed in the final blood battlefield, the more danger he would face. Lin Feng casually lay on the ground, toying with an exquisite mirror box. He rubbed it repeatedly with a gentle gaze. When Xiaochen glanced at it, he nearly vomited the wine in his mouth. Lin Feng's current expression was too different from his usual stern expression. The strong contrast between this and the way he rubbed the mirror box looked like he was caressing a young girl's hand. Honestly speaking, Xiaochen felt that Lin Feng looked like a pervert. After taking only one glance, Xiaochen looked away. If he took a few more glances, he might really vomit the wine in his mouth. Xiaochen took out the snow god whip. The dart head made of 7-color stone already had many cracks. When he removed the dart head, it immediately lost its divine nature. Xiaochen shook his head and sighed softly. No wonder Luo Ho Wang treated it as an ornament. The Heavenly Alliance's holy relic had lost too much of its divine nature over time. Furthermore, Hua Tianyang had used it too often back then, so it had probably overdrawn. Otherwise, the dart head would not have fallen off. Now that Xiaochen used it, it could be considered to have used up the last of its power. It might just be trash. Hua Tianyang probably would not be too happy about sending it back. The 7-color stone was no longer comparable to the one from back then. After Xiaochen finished the wine in the bottle, he shook it a few times. When he confirmed that there was nothing left, he stood up to leave. However, he discovered that Lin Feng was still doing the same thing. Xiaochen found this somewhat strange. He walked over and asked, "What is in this box?" Lin Feng startled awake and sat up. Then, he said softly, "This is the token of love that my junior sister gave me back then." "What is it?" "Junior sister said that it was her most precious thing. She handed it to me and told me to take good care of it, to treat it well forever. You still have not told me what is in it?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know what it is either. Since junior sister said that it is the most precious thing, then it is definitely the most precious thing. I could not bear to open it. After she passed away, I could not bear to open it. What if I opened it and it was gone?" Xiaochen felt somewhat confused. In the end, he did not even know what it was, yet he had been touching it for so long. "I did not misunderstand you. You are indeed a monster." However, Xiaochen's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what was in it. "Let's open it and take a look." Lin Feng said seriously, "There is no need. Junior sister said that it is the most precious thing, so it is definitely the most precious thing. I will know without opening it." This fellow is really infatuated, Xiaochen thought. He could not help feeling some admiration for Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew into a rage for his lover, betraying the underworld god Hall and crippling his demonic Dao cultivation technique. Then he restarted his cultivation with a righteous Dao cultivation technique. All for one thought, to charge back and take revenge for her. Sometimes, when Xiaochen thought about it, Yan Songming was right. Lin Feng's first senior brother was indeed dead. After the person he loved the most died, he no longer had a first senior brother. Such a person lived only for his obsession. Once that obsession was fulfilled, there might be no more meaning in living. After taking revenge, Lin Feng would probably choose to commit suicide to accompany his junior sister, no longer longing for anything in the world. Seeing that Lin Feng was unwilling to open it, Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he said softly, "Perhaps she wants to say something to you in this mirror box. Think about it. Your junior sister's words are definitely very important. She definitely wants you to know. You have been unwilling to open it all these years. Isn't that because you are not willing to see what your junior sister wants to say to you?" Lin Feng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Xiaochen said made sense. Lin Feng's expression changed somewhat, but he still felt some doubts. Xiaochen continued, "Open it. Perhaps the two of us will not be able to leave this final blood battlefield alive. At that time, it will be a lifetime of regret." Xiaochen was right. No matter what, this was the abyssal underworld's territory. Two Heavenly Alliance members had appeared and had a grudge with Yan Tsung. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be for them to leave. Originally, Xiaochen had not expected to expose his identity during the mission and face so many twists and turns. Mu Zifeng and Swearen Ji probably would not have expected this, either. All the more, they would not have guessed that Xiaochen and Lin Feng would work together to flee. Xiaochen's words thoroughly moved Lin Feng. At this moment, his survival was uncertain. The underworld god guards might catch up at any moment. If Lin Feng died, it would be, as Xiaochen said, a lifetime of regret. When the mirror box opened, Xiaochen and Lin Feng were somewhat stunned. This was especially so for Lin Feng. He stared at the mirror box for a while before saying, "A mirror? How can it be a mirror?" Unexpectedly, when he opened the mirror box, there was nothing but a mirror in it. A confused Lin Feng appeared in the mirror. His pale complexion, the grief in his eyes, the stubbornness hidden in the depths of his eyes, the helplessness of living like a walking corpse, and the pain he suffered over the years all appeared clearly on that face in the mirror. Lin Feng felt somewhat stunned. "This is me? Kasi." As Lin Feng felt confused, a crisp sound came from the mirror. The mirror cracked, and a drop of blood seeped out. The blood slowly dripped out like a tear, looking extremely strange. What happened? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Then he looked at Xiaochen angrily and said, "I told you not to open it, but you insisted on making me open it. Now it's really gone." Xiaochen felt that something was strange. He looked at Lin Feng and said calmly, "Are you trying to kill me with that look in your eyes? Don't think too much about it. My injuries are lighter than yours. The one who will die will be you." Although his words were harsh, They were the truth. Lin Feng coldly snorted and ignored Xiaochen. Xiaochen said softly, "This mirror is a little strange. Let me take a look." Without any hesitation, Xiaochen took it over and blocked Lin Feng, who was about to snatch it back, with one hand. With the other, he held the mirror box and examined it carefully. So, that is the case. This mirror reminded Xiaochen of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket. However, this mirror did not have that many special tricks. What was special about it was that it could feel the emotions of the person in the mirror and make a decision. Just as Lin Feng was about to explode, Xiaochen returned the mirror box to him. "I understand now. This mirror is indeed strange. It can feel your emotions and react accordingly." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did you say?" Xiaochen said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, you can smile at the mirror. If I guess right, the mirror should slowly heal." Lin Feng felt suspicious. As he looked at the bleeding mirror, he entered deep thought without saying anything. After a while, he said, "I can't smile." Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. Getting him to smile was even harder than ascending to heaven. "I got it. Watch me. Look at the mirror and don't move." "That's right. That's it." Xiaochen walked over to Lin Feng's side and placed his right hand on Lin Feng's mouth. Then, he pushed up and forced out a smile. It had to be said that this forced smile was uglier than crying. However, something strange happened. It was as Xiaochen said. The mirror slowly healed, and the flowing blood vanished. Xiaochen lowered his hand, and Lin Feng's face turned lifeless and cold again. The mirror immediately stopped healing, and the cracks started spreading. "Do you understand now? This is your junior sister's most proper item. What is the most precious? The person in the mirror is the most precious to her. Didn't you swear to charge back to the Divine Dragon Empire? This is clearly sending yourself to death. Your junior sister did not say it, but she understood it in her heart. That's why she gave you this mirror. She hoped that you could understand that all she cared about was you. She wanted you to live, wanted you to be happy, wanted you to be happy. She would be like this mirror, watching you forever." As Xiaochen spoke, he found himself unable to continue. Perhaps back then, his junior sister already knew that the underworld god Hall's vice hall master would kill her as a cultivation furnace. She also knew that Lin Feng would disregard everything and fall out with the underworld god Hall for her. Hence, when she was alive, she gave this mirror to Lin Feng to let him understand her feelings. "I don't want you to become the hero of the Flood Dragon humans. I don't want you to be infatuated with me. I only hope that you can live and smile when you are free. That's all. That's all." However, Lin Feng was destined to be a hero. He was destined to never be able to smile. There were infatuated people in the world. Xiaochen thought of himself. "What about me? Am I infatuated?" Chapter 2201. Junior sister Lin Feng's infatuation reminded Xiaochen of his own emotional wounds, making him feel somewhat helpless. It was easy to criticize others, but it was hard to see oneself clearly. Xiaochen shook his head, not bothering with this matter. The night was long, and he was not in the mood to continue traveling. After rummaging around in his storage ring, Xiaochen found the pipa that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King once left behind. This was a medial grade soul tool. Xiaochen had intended to give it to his little martial nephew to use as a token of love for the headliner Ling Long. Xiaochen recalled that his little martial nephew had a 5-year agreement with the headliner Ling Long many years ago. Now, it had been 10 years since he parted with his little martial nephew. Xiaochen wondered how his little martial nephew was doing since he went to keep the appointment. It was all because of love and helplessness. Xiaochen casually strummed the pipa, unable to vent his emotions. The sound of his saber being drawn rivaled the most wondrous zither music in the world. However, Xiaochen was not good at music. Even though he had a powerful instrument, he could not play a complete tune. He could only casually play a seemingly unrelated tune in this boundless night. Ding, ding, don't, don't. However, the pipa in Xiaochen's hand was a medial grade soul tool. Even though Xiaochen was not good at music, the pipa was connected to his heart. The tune he played was what he thought and longed for in his heart, which was surprisingly pleasant to the ear. It was like a clear spring in the mountains, flowing water splashing rocks. It was pleasing to the ear, containing a trace of sorrow and helplessness. There was also a trace of longing gathered at his fingertip, turning into a clear sound that lingered endlessly in an empty valley. In the boundless night of the final blood battlefield, which had existed since ancient times, two men, one played the pipa in a comical manner, his movements jerky and inelegant. The other was even more comical, doing his best to squeeze out a smile in the mirror, trying to repair the broken mirror and stop it from dripping blood. Suddenly, the pipa music stopped. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be a sharp light on his face, illuminating the dark night. Lin Feng put away the mirror box. His face filled with coldness and sternness. One for each, Xianxia suggested to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Whoosh! The two turned into beams of light, moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were each 50,000 kilometers away. Before the two underworld god guards who had followed the pipa music could react, they were startled by Xianxia and Lin Feng's sudden appearance. Xianxia and Lin Feng would not be able to fight for long in their current states. In Xianxia and Feng's underworld Chen and Feng, the underworld Lin Feng could not last for long. This Xianxia's king. Xianxia, your head is worth an inferior grade soul tool to the Rakshasa race. Xiao Feng of Qin of. With Lin Qin back, Xianxia. When he Qin to the Lin. Qin shuk. When he Feng when Chen for Qin had Tian. Xiao. Lin Qin to say Qin the Qin. In. Back then, Xianxia had not even reached sovereign personage, so one could easily imagine the shock it caused. Xianxia asked softly, "Is it that valuable? However, I'm afraid that you do not have the ability to take it." Is that so? The spirit Qin smiled coldly. Then he grasped the bone spike in his left shoulder with his right hand. Then he pulled hard, and a white bone sword came out of his body. The sword intent surrounding the bone sword was connected to the spirit Qin's mind, flesh, and blood. Using the bone as the sword and the body as the scabbard. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the sword. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the Rakshasa race were very strange. Xianxia entered deep thought. The Rakshasa race's sword Dao seemed to have some similarities to his flawless saber Dao. However, the spirit Qin was even more extreme. He directly refined his shoulder bone into a sword and fed it with his flesh, blood, and soul. His cultivation, Dao domain, cultivation technique, martial technique, and even his divine seal were all in this bone sword. Take this. The spirit Qin thrust his sword forward. Just this strike alone caused the entire world to tremble. Rumble. The sword move was like a ferocious beast from the great desolate Aeon. Now it easily crushed the tall mountains and the ground, unblockable. Interesting. Unfortunately, I do not have time to exchange pointers with you. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He felt interested in this Rakshasa race's sword Dao. If Xianxia had time, he could use his flawless saber Dao to exchange pointers with the other party. However, now was not the time. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique, Buddha in the mortal realm. When facing the overwhelming mysterious phenomenon materialized by this sword move, Xianxia countered in an even more berserk manner, drawing the tyrant saber. A supreme killing Buddha image appeared. That killing Buddha was 30 kilometers tall, looking down on the world. Its expression was as cold as ice, emotionless and devoid of desires. Only its Buddhist might shook the surroundings. Buddha is merciful. Bang! The killing Buddha ferociously pushed its palms forward, and the middle-aged Rakshasa race's attack instantly crumbled. Just as the Rakshasa race was about to make a move, Xianxia roared ferociously. With the support of his divine seal, the ice Dao, the thunder Dao, and the saber Dao spread out layer by layer. 3 Dao domains? The 4th layer of the thunder Dao domain? The middle-aged Rakshasa cultivator's expression instantly turned grave, and the bone sword in his hand flew out and stabbed forward. Beams of sword light turned into resplendent black light. In an instant, they poked thousands of holes in Xianxia's Dao domain. What a sharp sword! Naturally, Xiaochen would not let the Rakshasa race continue as he pleased. With a flick of his finger, he sent out a raindrop. What is a fiend? Water droplet breaking the firmament. The second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, a raindrop, instantly struck the Rakshasa race sovereign emperor. Boom! Boundless saber light tore apart the Rakshasa race sovereign emperor's flesh, clothes, and armor, leaving only a skeleton. Die for me! Xiaochen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, entering hell while carrying the might of his third-layer Dao domain. The saber light turned into a dragon, turning into a world-destroying dragon that roared ferociously from hell. Then it struck the skeleton. Kasu. The skeleton immediately shattered into pieces. A flash of white light wrapped around the shattered bone sword as it frantically fled far away. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and did not give chase. It would be very difficult to truly kill a sovereign emperor. As Xiaochen thought this, he heard a miserable shriek from the other side. It came from the other underworld god guard. Lin Feng's death Dao domain eroded away all the life force of the underworld god guard, causing it to die powerlessly. Xiaochen was flabbergasted. Then, he thought to himself, of course, even a sovereign emperor would be wise not to offend a madman who grasped the death Dao domain. After dealing with their opponents, the two soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then they flew quickly through the night. The two spent the remaining days dodging the pursuit of the underworld god guards. To sovereign emperors, the final blood battlefield was not very vast. However, they could not break out of it. The two fought with the pursuers practically every day and night. Furthermore, they did not dare to linger. Once they were delayed, the underworld god guards would surround them and attack them. At that time, only death awaited them. This was how miserable it was to be in someone else's territory. If they were in the central great realm, given the Heavenly Alliance's strength, they would not be in such a sorry state. Unfortunately, the ninth layer of the abyssal underworld was the underworld god hall's main camp. Once the underworld god guards targeted them, it would be extremely difficult to shake them off. Xiaochen would be fine. Actually, he could use the Divine Universe Steel to return to the Blue Dragon's old lands and shake off the pursuers. However, if he did that, he would have to abandon Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Xiaochen decided that there was no need to use the Divine Universe Steel unless he was truly in dire straits. However, it was not all bad news. After half a month, the two recovered 80% of their injuries. While they were not at their peak, they were not far from it. As long as they did not get surrounded by more than 10 underworld god guards, they would not be in danger of getting delayed. Touch of Death. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique. In the mortal realm. When Xiaochen and Lin Feng knocked back the underworld god guards chasing them again, they showed strange expressions. Xiaochen, did you notice that, aside from the underworld god guards fighting at full power at the start, something happened later? These underworld god guards only want to trap us in the final blood battlefield and are not in a rush to surround and kill us. Lin Feng voiced the doubts in his heart as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen nodded slightly. However, he could not understand what was going on. The two could feel it. In the first 7 days, the underworld god guards followed them like shadows, not giving the two time to catch their breaths. The underworld god guards looked like they wanted to kill Xiaochen and Lin Feng, not stopping until they were dead. However, something happened. Suddenly, they felt that the underworld god guards' pursuit weakened significantly. However, they chased but did not fight. It seemed like they only wanted to delay the two in the final blood battlefield. After they dealt with other matters, they would surround and kill Xiaochen and Lin Feng. Say, do you think it is possible that the underworld god guard's target was not us or even the ancient demonic sovereign corpse from the start? Think about it. If they cared about the ancient demonic sovereign corpse, why did they not appear when Luo Ho Wang made a move? A thought occurred to Xiaochen. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He continued, that must be the case. Back then, I saw Li Yun cursing and saying that someone betrayed him. Now that I think about it, this group of underworld god guards must have made an appointment with him but did not show up. Lin Feng said after some thought, The underworld god guards rarely interfere in these matters. When they move out, they usually target the righteous Dao cultivators and the righteous Dao superfactions. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The righteous Dao faction? Is it the Profound Gate's Holy Sun, Wenren Yu's group? Is it possible that this group of people's target is not the ancient demonic sovereign corpse, either? Thinking about it, a group of righteous Dao factions does not have much desire for the demonic sovereign corpse. They might just be taking advantage of the situation. The two of us are confused. Why are we guessing? We only need to know that the underworld god guard's main target is not the two of us. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Since that is the case, we will not leave. We will use this opportunity to recover our strength to our peak in one go. If I refine that divine nature flame, it might be possible for me to break through to one vein sovereign emperor." When Xiaochen gained the strength of a one-vein sovereign emperor and Lin Feng recovered to his peak, they could break through the seal and charge out of the final blood battlefield. Lin Feng said softly, "If I refine the life force of the divine grade peony, I might be able to break through as well." "Your death great Dao can refine life force?" Xiaochen asked, finding it strange. Lin Feng nodded. "The strongest poison is the best tonic. As long as one can endure the pain and fear of life and death, you can also refine the death great Dao. As long as you are willing, I can teach you the method to help you grasp the death great Dao." Xiaochen felt tempted for a moment. However, he chose to give up in the blink of an eye. Based on Lin Feng's appearance when he suffered the rebound, he could easily imagine the pain. It was not as easy as Lin Feng made it out to be. Furthermore, Xiaochen had the cycle Dao, which was even stronger than the death great Dao. However, it was harder to cultivate. We will talk about this matter later. Right now, let's find a quiet place to make our breakthroughs. Let the demon blood vulture protect us. Chapter 2202. After some speculation, they concluded that something had changed with the underworld god guards and that they had changed targets. Xiaochen and Lin Feng decisively chose to enter closed-door cultivation to break through without hesitation. This opportunity was fleeting. If they missed it and the underworld god guards recovered their wits, they would be trapped in this final blood battlefield forever. Xiaochen chose to refine the divine nature flame, and Lin Feng chose the divine grade peony's life force. He wanted to make a breakthrough while lingering between life and death. Comparing the two, Xiaochen was much safer than Lin Feng. He only needed to refine the divine nature flame. Lin Feng had to risk the rebound of his life force. If he could not endure it, the consequences would be dire. Choosing the Death Dao domain required an unimaginable price. However, it was nothing special to Lin Feng. Above the ice-fire lotus platform, Xiaochen sat cross-legged and circulated his energy with his eyes closed, using the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art to refine the divine nature flame. Back then, Xiaochen had absorbed only a tenth of the divine nature flame left by an ancient demonic sovereign, allowing him to recover from his injuries and return to his peak. If Xiaochen could absorb all of it, he would be filled with anticipation. What kind of opportunity would he obtain? In the soul pool, the divine flame filled the entire soul sea. The black flame was burning fiercely. As far as the eye could see, the entire soul pool was filled with this divine flame. The blue dragon divine seal in the center of Xiaochen's soul sea frantically absorbed this black flame. Time passed. Soon, one day and night passed. In his soul pool, Xiaochen's blue dragon divine seal flickered with light as the divine nature flame absorbed it. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the ice-fire lotus platform with his eyes closed, appearing very holy. Specks of holy light appeared around him, as if he was bathing in a celestial rain. The sun and moon behind him shone together, looking very wondrous. Xiaochen could clearly feel his soul energy growing at a horrifying rate, continuously climbing. Boom! The blue dragon divine seal in Xiaochen's soul pool flickered with light before exploding. The scattered soul pool quickly regathered and formed a brand new divine seal. A halo appeared around the azure dragon divine seal, bathing the entire divine seal in divine light. Before Xiaochen's divine energy broke through, his soul energy already reached the level of a one-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. There was still half of the ancient demon sovereign's divine nature flame left to be absorbed. This was just the beginning. Indeed, 2 days later, Xiao Chen's soul energy broke through again, reaching two-vein sovereign emperor. An even larger divine vein halo appeared around the azure dragon divine seal. Bathed in the 2 layers of divine vein halo, Xiao Chen's body trembled. He could clearly feel that the power of the divine seal was no longer the same as before. The greatest difference between a sovereign emperor and a human monarch was that aside from divine energy, their divine seals could be infused into their Dao domains. With the support of the divine seal, the Dao domain was like it had blood, flesh, and soul. Its might was completely different. Even now, Xiao Chen possessed the soul energy of a two-vein sovereign emperor. Even if his cultivation was lacking, he would not fear a two-vein sovereign emperor in a clash of Dao domains. Of course, this wasn't the end, because there was still a third of the divinity flame remaining. The last third was the essence of the ancient demonic king, a real god expert's divine fire. Whether Xiao Chen could break through or not depended on this. After another 3 days, the 10,000 dragon images on the divine energy sea under Xiao Chen's dantian suddenly gave off a bright golden light. The dragon images turned into beams of divine light and charged out of the divine energy sea, continuously crashing into each other. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Xiao Chen's body no longer had an ordinary body. He had already shed his mortal body. The divine veins in Xiao Chen's body waited to be opened. Once they were opened, his divine energy could circulate unobstructed. The divine veins would no longer be controlled by the meridians but by the stronger divine veins. Bang! 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 As the 10,000 beams of divine light continuously charged, the bottleneck Xiao Chen held started to loosen. Since entering the Heavenly Alliance for more than a year, Xiao Chen had been making preparations. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to open a divine vein within 3 years. Now that Xiao Chen obtained the divine nature flame and his soul energy soared, it also stimulated his cultivation. This was a form of reciprocation. It was like how a person's spirit would improve after their body recovered. When the soul grew stronger, it would also nourish the physical body. Essence, qi, and spirit became one, influencing each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chen frantically tried to break through his bottleneck. This time, Xiao Chen was determined to succeed. He was very confident in himself. Xiao Chen tried again and failed again and again. With each failure, he suffered great pain. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted and did not give up, there would be a result. Boom! Xiao Chen did not know how many times he failed, so many that he could not even remember. Then, he heard an explosion in his divine energy sea. It seemed like a brand new door opened in his physical body. A divine vein opened from the dantian to the heart, then to the forehead. Finally, it connected to the soul pool and the divine seal. Good things came in pairs. Just as Xiao Chen felt confused, his soul energy broke through again. Another ring of light appeared under the blue dragon divine seal. His soul energy now reached the level of a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. However, he did not show joy in them. Instead, he appeared somewhat confused. Breaking through to 1-vein sovereign emperor was understandable. Xiao Chen had been preparing for this for a year. Furthermore, he cultivated 2 powerful cultivation techniques, the 10,000 dragons art and the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Even without this divine nature flame, breaking through would have been a matter of time. What confused Xiao Chen was that his soul energy had increased so quickly. In a mere 7 days, he had reached 3-vein sovereign emperor. This was an incredible progress. In reality, Xiao Chen had somewhat underestimated the divine nature flame. This was the divine nature flame of an ancient demonic sovereign's true body. It was not as simple as Xiao Chen thought. However, the true reason was Xiao Chen's body. The Thundercliff tree, a 100,000-year-old herb king, that he had consumed and refined in the faux god world long ago, already had terrifying accumulations. Many medicinal properties had settled in his body, not being activated. That was a natural treasure that tempted even faux gods. The benefits it brought far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. Furthermore, Xianxia's soul energy accumulations were very strong, resulting in such a horrifying increase in his soul energy. If it was anyone else, even if they refined the flames of divinity, only their soul energy and cultivation would increase by 1 element each. If it were a 3-vein sovereign emperor or above, the effects would be significantly reduced after refining it. It would be unknown whether they could break through or not. This is still somewhat terrifying. I need to consolidate my strength. Xiaochen could not figure out the reason. After calmly analyzing it, he felt that advancing his soul energy too easily might not be a good thing. If it were anyone else, they would definitely rejoice. However, Xiaochen had his own plans. How could he limit his vision to that of a 3-vein sovereign emperor? He considered even further. Xiaochen imagined his opponents to be the experts of the entire Great Thousand Realms, the entire martial epic. He was no longer the Xiaochen of the past. Xiaochen leaped down from the lotus platform and stretched his body. With a thought, he felt his divine energy sea surge with strong waves. The surging divine energy gathered in his palm through his divine veins. What was even more miraculous was that this divine energy already contained his Tao domain and soul energy. That divine vein connected the nodes of his divine energy, divine seal, and physical body, merging the three into one. Now, Xiaochen truly entered the sovereign emperor realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a sharp light turn into a surging aura pressing over from the side. Xiaochen turned around and looked over. That surging aura instantly became like mud falling into the sea before him, vanishing into nothing. It was Lin Feng, who had broken through at this moment, successfully advancing to 1-vein sovereign emperor. Lin Feng opened his eyes and happened to meet Xiaochen's gaze. He immediately felt immense pressure, feeling like he was weaker than the other party from the depths of his soul. What's going on? His cultivation is clearly the same as mine. Why does he give me such immense pressure? Shock appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. You broke through? Xiaochen asked softly as he walked over. Lin Feng nodded and stared at Xiaochen for a while. Then he said, "You seem to be somewhat different." Xiaochen did not deny it. His soul energy had reached 3-vein sovereign emperor. Even if Xiaochen did not do it on purpose, Lin Feng could feel the pressure. It was just like when Xiaochen faced Luo Ho Wang back then. When Luo Ho Wang stood beside Luo Ho Wang, Lin Feng could feel the pressure unless Luo Ho Wang purposely withdrew his soul energy. However, doing so was very tiring. It was like pretending to be thin despite being a fatso. Reaching 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy was still somewhat exaggerated. Xiaochen did not intend to tell Lin Feng. He nodded and said, "Yes, the divine nature flame is even more extraordinary than I imagined." Lin Feng understood. So, that was the case. Then he said, "That is natural. After all, you are an ancient demonic sovereign, a bona fide true god. Congratulations." Xiaochen nodded slightly, and confidence appeared in his eyes. "It looks like we guessed right. The underworld god guards do indeed have a new target and have no time to care about us. However, with our current strength, even if we walk out openly, we do not have to worry about them surrounding us." Whoosh! With their strength improving, the two felt very confident of charging out of the final blood battlefield. Just at this moment, a flash of scarlet flame entered the two's vision. The demon blood vulture had returned. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, "The demon blood vulture said that it sensed from afar that the underworld god guards are fighting with someone. It seems like the battle is very intense." Lin Feng immediately felt interested. He said coldly, "Let's go and take a look. The enemies of the underworld god guards are our friends." That's what I was thinking. In reality, the two wanted to teach the underworld god guards a lesson. Given Xiaochen and Lin Feng's characters, they had been chased miserably for more than a month, stuck in the final blood battlefield, unable to leave. How could they let them off so easily? If there was an opportunity, they would definitely make a move to take revenge. Chapter 2203. Xiaochen's soul energy reached the level of a 3-vein sovereign emperor, and his divine energy successfully opened a divine vein. Now, Xiaochen really wanted to see who was fighting the underworld god guards. Lin Feng, who was at the side, said sullenly, "The underworld god guards are the backbone of the underworld god hall. They are somewhat similar to the Heavenly Alliance's members. In order to become an underworld god guard, one needs to be a sovereign emperor. This kind of elite force usually won't interfere in secular matters. Most of them are here to deal with the righteous path's super forces." Xiaochen was deep in thought. "Are you saying that they might be attacking the Mystic Light Sect's saint?" Lin Feng nodded. "It's very likely. As for whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go over and take a look." The two gently pushed off the ground and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then, they quickly flew towards the place where the incident occurred. The demon blood vulture moved very fast in this final blood battlefield. Furthermore, it was a demonic beast. In this battlefield, Xiaochen and Lin Feng were on its back, which could achieve the effect of deceiving others. Outsiders only knew that it was a demonic creature flying over, but they didn't know that Xiaochen and his companion were also on it. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling white ray of sword light erupted 500,000 kilometers ahead, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth as if it was daytime. Lin Feng was slightly startled. "It looks like there is an 80 to 90% chance that it is that group from the profound light Holy Land." This was clearly the Light Dao domain. Previously, when Wenren Yu attacked Luoho Wang, the mysterious phenomenon was similar to this. "Let's go take a look." The demon blood vulture accelerated, continuously flying closer. Sword hums sounded like flute music in the surroundings. The piercingly cold sword wind blew over from afar, causing people to feel a slight chill on their bodies. What a strong sword intent! Before we even get close to his Dao domain, the sword light he emits already makes it hard to approach. Lin Feng frowned slightly. With a thought, traces of black death qi emanated from his body. However, when the formless sword intent intertwined with the aura of death on his body, it was as if the sword intent was invisible. There was a hissing sound as the sword intent wrapped around Lin Feng's death qi, corroding his death qi. This, Lin Feng was greatly startled. His death Dao domain was very strong, aside from the life Dao domain. He had never suffered such a loss. His death qi was actually being corroded by someone else. Even when Xiaochen layered his 3 Dao domains, he could barely block the death Dao's Dao might. Xiaochen's eyes lit up as he glanced over. What a familiar sword light. "Don't care about the demon blood vulture. The two of us will go over first." A trace of anticipation appeared in Xiaochen's heart. He gently leaped up and unexpectedly flew over alone against the sword wind. A figure followed closely behind. It was Lin Feng. He was very curious about when such an expert had appeared in the profound light Holy Land, so he quickly followed. After a short while, the two of them landed on a mountain peak and stopped. If one went any further, it would be the Dao domain of that group of underworld god guards and the mysterious expert. Once one entered, one would definitely be dragged into a huge battle. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared in front of Xiaochen, looking like demons dancing wildly. Xiaochen could see close to 20 underworld god guards. He dashed about in all directions, executing all sorts of killing moves. Demonic qi surged like a boundless ocean. The person in the middle held a sword, not flustered at all. His body gave off a slightly chaotic light, dodging the killing moves. However, when he attacked, a 30-kilometer-long sword light tore through the sky, howling in all directions and illuminating the world. One sword light illuminated the 9 provinces. This person showed a smile on his face. Despite being surrounded by close to 20 underworld god guards, he still remained calm. With a sword in hand, he used the least amount of energy to defend himself, making it an impenetrable defense. What exquisite sword techniques! Who is this person? He does not look like someone from the profound light Holy Land. Lin Feng felt somewhat surprised. This person's light Dao domain was terrifyingly strong. He managed to suppress all these underworld god guards, who cultivated demonic Dao techniques, all by himself. Unexpectedly, this person was not from the profound light Holy Land. He looked very unfamiliar. Chu Chaoyin. Indeed, it is him, Xiaochen muttered to himself. When he saw that sword light earlier, he found it somewhat familiar. Now that he saw this person's face clearly, if it was not Chu Chaoyan, who else could it be? Xiaoqun could not help revealing a smile. He sighed ruefully in his heart. After parting in the Kunlun realm, if he counted the time in the Fogod world, it had been more than 20 years since they last met. 20 years passed quickly. Chu Chaoyan still looked as elegant as before. You know him? Lin Feng looked at Xiaoqun, finding it strange. Xiaoqun sighed softly. It's not just knowing him, it was not just knowing him. Xiaoqun's grudge with Chu Chaoyan had been entangled ever since he left Mo City. In the Sky Dome realm, in the Kunlun realm, the two were friends and enemies at the same time. Xiaoqun gave the other party the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind and personally let the other party leave the abandoned land. The word, acquaintance, simply could not describe all the things that happened. Go and save him. It looks like these underworld god guards are just delaying, waiting for reinforcements. This is for you. With a glance, there were close to 20 underworld god guards. Even with Xiaoqun's current strength, he would not have any hope of victory against so many sovereign emperors. At best, he could leave calmly. While Chu Chaoyan did not seem to be at a disadvantage, in reality, he could not escape. The 20 underworld god guards formed a killing formation, avoiding the battle and surrounding Chu Chaoyan without attacking. Clearly, they wanted to exhaust Chu Chaoyan's divine energy and soul energy, waiting for stronger reinforcements to arrive. This is a medial-grade soul tool? Lin Feng casually received the secret treasure that Xiaoqun gave him. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. After checking it out, he exclaimed, "The Xianxia Beast Ghost Pennant." This was one of the 3 medial-grade soul tools that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. Soul tools were also known as soul treasures. Only rank 6 sects could possess them. An inferior-grade soul tool was sufficient to form the foundation of a rank 6 sect. Medial-grade soul tools were something only rank 7 sects could possess. Even the sovereign emperors of superfactions rarely had inferior-grade soul tools. Medial-grade soul tools were even rarer. That was not all. When Xiaoqun took out the God Shadow Bow, Lin Feng felt somewhat stupefied. Another medial-grade soul tool. Xiaoqun, you really hit it deeply. Lin Feng sighed deeply. Then, he said somewhat helplessly, if you had taken out such a trump card earlier, we would not have ended up in such a sorry state. As Xiaoqun fiddled with the God Shadow Bow, he said indifferently, one should not flaunt one's wealth. If I had taken out this soul tool earlier, I might have attracted some trouble. Furthermore, when I first advanced to Sovereign Emperor, I could bring out only 40% of this medial-grade soul tool's might. What about now? Xiaoqun replied softly, saving him comes first. As Xiaoqun spoke, he drew the bowstring. In the past, he could only draw it slightly. At this moment, the bowstring was easily drawn into the shape of a full moon. The soul energy in the divine seal drained like a flood. However, Xiaoqun did not find this unbearable. When the conditions were right, success would follow. When the bow was drawn into the shape of a full moon, the entire bow shone with a hazy red light, looking like blood about to drip out. A baleful aura spread out from the bow, making the entire sky tremble. This slender bowstring stirred the winds and clouds. When the heart flame spread out on the arrow, a baleful aura spread out. Behind Xiaoqun, the boundless momentum, the mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and demonic qi for 5,000 kilometers around seemed to stir. The underworld god guards surrounding Chu Chaoyan all felt their hearts skip a beat, a strange horror spreading in their hearts. For some reason, they felt like the Grim Reaper was approaching, 1 foot in the gates of hell. Danger! Quickly scatter! Someone shouted, and the 20-odd underworld god guards gave up on Chu Chaoyan at the same time, scattering. Whoosh! However, it was too late. The instant Xiaoqun released his hand, he could not see the arrow's trajectory at all. Nearly the instant Xiaoqun released his hand, an underworld god guard got struck. His physical body exploded on the spot, and his soul perished. His boundless life force vanished in 1 second. Immemorial Xianxia Beast, Great Desolate Ian's Rage. On the other side, Lin Feng used his Death Great Dao to activate the Xianxia Beast Ghost Pennant. It produced an unimaginably horrifying might. A gigantic Xianxia beast image charged out of the pennant, carrying the rage of the great desolate Aeon that could destroy the world. It instantly knocked back a group of underworld god guards and made them vomit blood. The underworld god guards' souls trembled, and their physical bodies nearly turned into meat paste. Their hovering bodies wobbled, unable to stand stably. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xianxia followed up with more force, firing 3 arrows in a row, killing a martial emperor with each arrow. Whoosh! After continuously drawing the god shadow bow to a full moon and shooting 4 arrows in one breath, Xianxia found this somewhat taxing, so he let out a long breath. However, Xianxia revealed a smile on his face, not showing any fatigue at all. Clearly, Xianxia did this with ease, not injuring himself at all. In the past, when he used the god shadow bow, he would only injure the enemy 1,000 times but himself 800 times. Soul energy. This was the strength of a 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy. On the other side, Lin Feng was laughing maniacally as he held the Xianxia ghost streamer. As he wielded the Xianxia beast ghost pennant, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his Death Dao domain was unexpectedly easy to wield with this medial-grade soul tool. He even managed to activate the great desolate Aeon's rage hidden in the Xianxia beast ghost pennant, controlling the ferocious beast image to charge around, flustering the remaining underworld god guards. Although it was not as shocking as the god shadow bow's 1-arrow kill, its might was even greater when it continued to attack. None of the remaining 10-odd sovereign emperors managed to escape. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Chaoyun felt suspicious. When he looked up, he happened to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. In an instant, the gazes of the two of them met even though they were separated by 10,000 li. After a while, the two smiled at each other. Many emotions and all sorts of emotions were unspoken. Chapter 2204. Chu Chaoyun recognized Xiao Chen. He was slightly taken aback and involuntarily recalled the past. For a moment, the past slowly unfolded like a scroll in Chu Chaoyun's mind. Lin Feng used the Xianxia beast ghost pennant to torture the remaining 10-odd sovereign emperors, making them suffer a fate worse than death. The Xianxia ghost, which was already extremely terrifying, was actually triggered by Lin Feng's primal chaos rage. Traveling through time and space, the rage of the Great Desolate Aeon from the distant Great Desolate Aeon landed on the body of the Xianxia beast. It was like a Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beast had returned to the mortal world. What was even more terrifying was that it also contained the profound of death. It could extinguish all life and devour everything. Kill him. When these underworld god guards saw that they could not leave, they found it hard to advance or retreat. Coincidentally, he saw that Chu Chaoyun was in a daze. Immediately, he hardened his heart. Since he couldn't leave anyway, he couldn't. Now that Chu Chaoyun had revealed an opening, they would strike together and kill him. The 10-odd sovereign emperors used various killing moves at the same time, charging at Chu Chaoyun. Instantly, the world turned dark. The dense demonic qi dyed the sky pitch black, and not a single ray of light could be seen. The demonic Dao veritable essence energy was tyrannical, untamed, and unrestrained. When the 10-odd sovereign emperors attacked at the same time, it brought out its full potential. Every single underworld god guard's Dao domain was as terrifying as an endless purgatory. The flame Dao domain was black, and vengeful spirits roared angrily as vengeful spirits roared. The ice Dao domain was blood red, and the ice spread out like fresh blood. It was unknown how many martial artists' blood it had refined, making it seem sinister and terrifying. The various Dao domains were supported by the divine seals, layered over each other. The ruthlessness of the attacks left everyone flabbergasted. These underworld god guards were prepared to kill Chu Chaoyun regardless of anything else. Even if they had to endure a frontal attack from Xianxia, they had to kill Chu Chaoyun. While he was in a daze, he didn't give him any chance. It had to be said that these people had grasped the perfect opportunity. With Chu Chaoyun's temperament, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake if he hadn't seen an old friend. Oh no, your friend was too careless. Lin Feng could not help feeling anxious when he saw the situation. How could one be careless when fighting sovereign emperors? Even if they were a group of sovereign emperors severely injured by the Xianxia beast's ghost, They were still sovereign emperors. Not to mention a sovereign emperor, even if it was a fight between regular cultivators, the slightest opening could result in death. Now, Xianxia exposed his weakness to 10-odd sovereign emperors. He had been too careless. Xianxia frowned slightly. He wanted to warn Chu Chaoyun, but it was already too late. Without saying a word, Xianxia took out the God Shadow Bow and knocked another arrow. Then he infused all his soul energy into it. However, it was still too late. The killing moves of the 10-odd sovereign emperors instantly encased Chu Chaoyun, preventing him from dodging. When Chu Chaoyun came to his senses, he smiled. Still not flustered, he turned around and began to perform incantation gestures with his left hand. As his fingers moved, incomparably mysterious divine characters spread out from his body and surrounded him. When the 10-odd sovereign emperor's killing moves landed, a sword light flew out unhurriedly. Boundless primal chaos, heaven's splitting sword. Boom. When this sword light appeared, a loud sound came from Chu Chaoyun's body. The ground within 500,000 kilometers trembled. In the next moment, the sword light released a dazzling light. A sword intent even more ancient than the great desolate Aeon spread out. The 10-odd sovereign emperors paused before the ancient sword intense intimidation. It felt like time and space froze. They were clearly in front of Chu Chaoyun, but they could not get close. As long as they landed their killing moves, Chu Chaoyun's Tao would disappear. However, they could not land their killing moves on him. By the time the 10-odd sovereign emperors could move again, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The sword light knocked them into the air, a huge hole in their chests. Nearly at the same time, Xianxia unleashed his full power with an arrow. A sovereign emperor exploded on the spot. However, that was not all. The shock waves from the arrow, which contained heart flame, spread out. Boom. The other sovereign emperors were blasted into pieces, a cruel sight to behold. Then, the Xianxia beast ghost pennant charged over, carrying the rage of the great desolate Aeon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Most of the nearly 20 sovereign emperors died on the spot, leaving only 4 sovereign emperors. The remaining 4 sovereign emperors seemed to have gone berserk and fled, not caring about anything else. Xianxia did not want to leave behind any future problems. He also did not want to expose his 2 medial-grade soul tools as his trump cards, so he overdrew on his soul energy. Xianxia fired another 4 arrows. The 4 sovereign emperors, who were already startled by the mere twang of a bowstring and suffered many rounds of severe injuries, all died, leaving none alive. After putting away the bow, Xianxia felt like his head would explode. He stumbled and fell from the summit. The demon blood vulture moved quickly, turning into a beam of red light and catching the falling Xianxia. Bang! After landing heavily, Xianxia patted his head and shook his head. Even if you have the soul energy of a 3-vein sovereign emperor, you should not play like this. This is too scary. The arrow that Xianxia shot to save Chu Chaoyun drained nearly all his veritable essence energy and soul energy. Then he overdrew on his soul energy to shoot 4 more arrows. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fainted long ago. In the end, sovereign emperors were still too difficult to kill. Even with the 2 medial-grade soul tools that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind and an absolute advantage, it was still difficult for sovereign emperors who had not opened divine veins. This time, if Lin Feng had not accidentally activated the Xianxia Beast Ghost Pennant's Great Desolate Aeon Rage, his Death Great Tao, and the terrifying might of Chu Chaoyun's final sword strike, it would have been nearly impossible for Lin Feng to kill these nearly 20 sovereign emperors. It would have been nearly impossible for Lin Feng to kill these nearly 20 sovereign emperors. This is too much. 20 underworld god guards died. The underworld god hall will definitely send out the underworld god protectors. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted. He had thought of charging back to the underworld god hall to take revenge for his junior sister. However, he had never thought that a 1-vein sovereign emperor could kill 10-odd underworld god guards. The underworld god hall gathered the outstanding talents of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. Each underworld god guard was nurtured with a vast amount of resources. Losing 20 of them at once would definitely incur the wrath of the elders. A sovereign emperor, even an ordinary sovereign emperor, was a huge fortune. However, it was fortunate that these were not elite underworld god guards. Otherwise, they might have attracted the attention of the first elder. Although Lin Feng said that he still directed Xianxia's ghost to absorb the souls of these underworld god guards. A sovereign emperor's soul was a great supplement to the ghost penance refinement. He found himself falling in love with the Xianxia ghost streamer. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. With the help of the Xianxia beast ghost pennant, the Death Dao domain brought out a might that even Xiaoqin did not expect. On the other side, the demon blood vulture carried Xiaoqin to Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan's condition was not very good. That streak of sword light seemed to have been completely drained of his soul power and true essence. Congratulations! You seem to have touched the threshold of the primal chaos Dao domain. In that final sword strike, Xiaoqin could tell that although Chu Chaoyan had not comprehended the primal chaos Dao domain yet, he had touched the boundary of the primal chaos Dao domain and was extremely close. Chu Chaoyan smiled bitterly. That is easier said than done. I might not even be able to take half a step in my entire life. However, Chu Chaoyan raised his eyebrows and changed the topic. He smiled faintly and said, "After not seeing you for 20-odd years, I was wondering what your first words would be." Unexpectedly, it would be congratulations. Xiaoqin could not help feeling flabbergasted. Could it be that I nearly lost my life because I was thinking about this earlier? What are you doing in the final blood battlefield? What are you doing in the final blood battlefield? After a moment of silence, the two spoke at the same time, asking in unison. You first. You first. Xiaoqin and Chu Chaoyan felt somewhat embarrassed. The second sentence was exactly the same. Xiaoqin and Chu Chaoyan did not know what to say. Let me say it. The two of you are really strange. Holding the Xianxia beast ghost pennant, Lin Feng appeared before the two. Then, he said, he and I came to the Heavenly Alliance to carry out a mission. As for the contents of the mission, the Heavenly Alliance's rules state that we cannot divulge it. Xiaoqin nodded and said, there were some twists and turns along the way. It is basically as Lin Feng said. Chu Chaoyan felt slightly stunned. Then, he asked, finding this strange, could it be that you are here to find the same thing as me? Xiaoqin and Lin Feng felt slightly stunned. They exchanged glances, finding this somewhat strange. Chu Chaoyan is here to find something as well? Take it out together. Let's see what everyone is looking for. All right. Everyone had their own thoughts. Xiaoqin took out the Heavenly Alliance holy relic, the cracked 7-color stone. Chu Chaoyan took out a key. Coincidentally, it was the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. Chapter 2205. The Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. The Ethereal Immortal Palace Key in Chu Chaoyan's hand surprised Xiaoqin. This meant that Wenren Yu's group was here for the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key as well? You found this in the final blood battlefield? Xiaoqin asked softly as he looked at Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan nodded slightly and raised his eyebrows. He could tell what Xiaoqin was implying. You seem to know about the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. Xiaoqin did not say anything. He took out the 2 Ethereal Immortal Palace keys he had. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had given him one, and he was, temporarily, keeping the other for Yuan Zhen. 2. One is mine, and I'm temporarily keeping the other for someone else. Lin Feng said, let's go first. This place is not safe. The 3 soared into the air and mounted the demon blood vulture, quickly flying far away. Xiaoqin and Chu Chaoyan showed calm expressions, not showing any changes in their expressions. Only Lin Feng frowned slightly when he turned his head and looked at the 10-odd corpses on the ground. Lin Feng had stayed in the Underworld God Hall before and knew how big of a matter it was for 10-odd Underworld God Guards to die. After the 3 left for 4 hours, Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan rushed over with a group of Underworld God Guards. When they saw the Underworld God Guards' corpses, their expressions changed drastically. The group of Underworld God Guards behind very professionally stepped forward to check the corpses, their injuries, and the cause of death, to see who could be saved. After a while, one of them stepped forward and said, Lord Yen, 18 Underworld God Guards are all dead. They died no more than 10 hours ago. There are sword wounds, lingering auras of the Death Dao domain, and arrow wounds. It seems like a demonic Dao expert used a ghost pennant as a sacrifice, leaving no souls behind. The injuries were all messy, not easy to analyze. Just thinking about it gave Yan Songming a headache. Yan Songming asked, Zhen Yuan, what kind of conditions do you think are needed to kill 20-odd underworld god guards? Zhen Yuan thought for a while before replying, at least a 3-vein sovereign emperor expert or stronger. They would have a suppressive advantage, unable to flee. However, this possibility is very small. 3-vein sovereign emperors and above can be considered great perfection sovereign emperors. The appearance of such enemies will not escape the underworld god hall's attention. Silence. No one at the scene spoke. Everyone's face was a little ugly. More than 10 sovereign emperors died. This was not an era of war. The underworld god hall rarely suffered such heavy casualties. Everyone knew that someone was going to be out of luck. Yan Songming said indifferently, "That's it, then. Continue searching for Chu Chaoyun. I will report this and get the Vice Palace Master to send the underworld god protector to the final blood battlefield to receive us." Yes. When the others saw Yan Songming so calm, they felt confused. However, they still obeyed and scattered. Zhen Yuan said softly, "I thought that you would fly into a rage." Yan Songming's expression did not change as he said sullenly, "The ones who died were the underworld god hall's people. There were no flood dragon humans, so it has nothing to do with me. This problem cannot be blamed on me. A righteous Dao great perfection sovereign emperor must have sneaked in. The underworld god hall is at fault. What does it have to do with me?" Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. Then, he understood that Yan Songming had made up his mind to push the blame to the underworld god hall's intelligence department. The demon blood vulture flew for half a day before stopping near the edge of the final blood battlefield. With the demon blood vulture guarding, Xiao Chen and the other two circulated their energies with their eyes closed, recovering their exhausted divine energy and soul energy. Chu Chaoyun exhausted the least. 1 hour later, he was the first to open his eyes. Chu Chaoyun looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, who circulated his demonic Dao cultivation technique. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, dual cultivation of the demonic and righteous. To think that Xiao Chen chose to dual cultivate. Those who took this path did not end up well. After a while, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng opened their eyes one after another. "I'll go ahead and scout the way." Lin Feng entered deep thought. He knew that Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were old acquaintances and would definitely have something to say to each other. After a while, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun started chatting casually. Naturally, the first thing they talked about was the ethereal immortal palace key. Xiao Chen was very interested in this key. In Peach Blossom City, the profound heaven's holy son did his best to obtain the key. In the faux god world, Zhen Yuan did the same. Now, Chu Chaoyun took the risk to come to the final blood battlefield for the same reason. Speaking of the ethereal immortal palace key, naturally, we have to talk about the ethereal immortal palace. Everyone is interested in the wings of time in the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew all this, so he gestured for Chu Chaoyun to continue. No one knows the exact location of the misty immortal palace. However, after the last demonic calamity, the misty immortal palace was located there. However, after the previous demonic calamity, every few thousand years, a diviner would swear that the ethereal immortal palace would appear. At the very beginning, it would attract the experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao of the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, they would return empty-handed every time. As time passed, everyone became indifferent to it. Furthermore, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears and we gather all 7 keys, it will be useless without the inheritance key. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing, "It is the same this time. The top diviners of the 4 dynasties, the Tianwu dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, and the Shuowu dynasty, prophesied that the ethereal immortal palace will appear again." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So, whether it was true or not, the 4 dynasties had to make a move. After careful thought, Zhen Yuan's hidden spirit temple represented the Yanwu dynasty. The profound heaven's holy son, Wenrenyu, represented the Shenwu dynasty. In addition, Chu Chaoyun represented the Tianwu dynasty. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "It looks like you thought of it as well. Although the prophecy is not accurate, it concerns the wings of time. The three dynasties have to make a move. Hence, they sent people like us to collect keys. This key of mine was snatched from one Renyu's hands." Xiaochen said after some thought, "I still do not understand. What is the point of obtaining this key? If we cannot find the inheritance key, it will be useless." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Yes, it is indeed useless. However, with one key, one has the capital to compete for the ethereal immortal palace. Those without keys do not even have the qualifications. Hence, they still have to compete for it. Even if they know that it is useless, once they obtain it, they will have the capital to keep each other in check." Xiaochen was not stupid. With just a hint from Chu Chaoyun, he figured out the principle. There were only two words: keeping each other in check and grasping the initiative. Without a key, one would be in a much more passive position if one wanted to compete for the ethereal immortal palace. Chu Chaoyun took a sip of wine and suddenly said, "Actually, I know some information about the inheritance key. Speaking of which, it has something to do with your dragon race." "Oh." Xiaochen felt slightly startled. This piqued his interest. Speaking of which, only the blood-soaked dragon emperor truly used the wings of time. Actually, it was not surprising that the inheritance key had something to do with the dragon race. It is rumored, just rumored, that only one person knows the location of the inheritance key. That person is someone from your dragon race. When Xiaochen heard that, a person immediately appeared in his mind. He could not help saying, "The previous generation heaven dragon." Chu Chaoyun nodded and said, "That's right, that's him. Rumor has it that the purple gold dragon emperor did not kill the previous generation heaven dragon because he wanted to force out the inheritance key's location. Unfortunately, there does not seem to be any results. The tragic scene of the previous generation heaven dragon being imprisoned in the Starry Heavens dragon prison appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It was not just the physical body but also the soul that suffered constant torture. Now that Xiao Chen put it that way, it did seem like a method to force the previous generation heaven dragon to submit. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. How did you survive after leaving the Kunlun realm?" "That's a long story." When Xiaochen thought back to how he left the Kunlun realm and got to where he was today step by step, he found it incredibly difficult. First, he wandered the outer realm for 5 years. During that period, he faced so many trials and dangers that he could not even count. After he entered the central Great Realm, he had settled down in the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the end, he was chased out in a sorry state. Fortunately, he had advanced to Sovereign Emperor now. Everything was over. However, Xiaochen did not know when Lu Riyue could truly tell him the truth. After giving a rough account of his experiences, Xiaochen said, "Let's talk about you. I'm more curious about how you managed to survive these years." Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "I was slightly luckier. I have the bloodline of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan. The moment I left the Kunlun realm, the Tianwu dynasty's old ancestors sensed my bloodline wandering outside. The 4 dynasties attach great importance to the royal clan's bloodline. Once they discover a royal clan disciple wandering outside, they will do their best to find him. I only wandered for a year before I was brought back. My bloodline was verified, and I was recognized as a descendant. Then, my name was written in the clan records. Later, I learned that the prince who came to the Kunlun realm in a fit of pique was actually an incredible existence. After he left the Kunlun realm, he actually returned to the Tianwu dynasty and became the emperor. He even became the Universe Origin Sect's palace master." Xiaochen knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the Kunlun realm's first-generation Tianwu emperor. "Then, have you ever thought about taking revenge?" Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, "That fellow died long ago. He ran into a bad era. He was a genius, but he could not become a true god. Now, that group of old fellows from the royal clan thinks that I will be a second Xiaochen. The resources they give me are practically limitless. Speaking of which, it is really funny. I clearly hate that fellow to death. However, he is now my most hated enemy." When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but turn silent. Fate was fickle, It really liked to play tricks on people. Chu Chaoyun had worked hard in the Kunlun realm for his entire life. He wanted to charge out and ask that fellow, who left without caring about the destruction of the Kunlun realm's Tianwu dynasty, why was he so heartless? However, who knew the first-generation Tianwu emperor had died long ago? Now, because Chu Chaoyun had the first-generation Tianwu emperor's bloodline and came from the same realm, he ended up being treated as the person he hated the most. However, Chu Chaoyun could not explain this to anyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure flashed, and Lin Feng returned. He said sullenly, "We have to leave tonight. Otherwise, when the underworld god protectors charge over, it will be hard for us to escape." Chapter 2206. Nether God Protector? Lin Feng could tell that Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen were confused. He explained simply, "The god of the underworld is a kind of faith. It is the supreme being that the 9 great underworld worships together. The god of the underworld's protector is equivalent to a god in the underworld. They are seen as the underworld god's personal guards. They possess horrifying strength, at least as strong as 4 vain sovereign emperors." Chu Chaoyun had a pensive look on his face. "Is it because 18 underworld god guards died?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. The death of so many underworld god guards will definitely shake the entire underworld god hall. Normally, when such a situation occurs, the Vice Palace Master will personally send the underworld god protector to handle it. Right now, the Vice Palace Master is the one in charge of the final blood battlefield." Xiao Chen said, "They shouldn't have come so quickly." Lin Feng said with a grave expression, "As long as Yen Songming sends the message and the underworld god hall confirms it, the underworld god protector will need only 2 hours to be sent to the final blood battlefield." Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun immediately felt the seriousness of the matter. The sky of the 9th netherworld is filled with underworld god hall Dao platforms. A forbidden land like the final blood battlefield is no exception. Hence, we can only leave the final blood battlefield while Yen Songming sends the message and the other party confirms it. Lin Feng sighed softly, "I only hope that the underworld god hall will take as long as possible. I took a look earlier. The final blood battlefield is already sealed. Only people can leave, not enter. Those who go out have to undergo strict interrogation. It's almost impossible to leave without making a sound." Chu Chaoyun said, "There's no time to lose. Let's kill our way out. There's no need to think too much. The longer one remains in the final blood battlefield, the more dangerous it is." Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's missions could be considered completed. They had both found what they wanted to take. There was no longer any need to remain in the final blood battlefield. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was leave quickly. Go! The 3 were decisive people. After confirming this, they did not hesitate to head to the edge of the final blood battlefield. So. Soon, Xiao Chen saw 3 people wearing underworld god guard uniforms rushing over from the sky. These underworld god guards were very cautious. They stopped far away and shouted, "Halt! The final blood battlefield is already sealed. If you want to leave, state your identity first." Xiao Chen released his demonic aura and shouted, "Friend, we are a group of rogue cultivators. We have no way to prove our identities. Might I know what matter the lords of the underworld god guards have with me? Could we speak in private?" When the 3 underworld god guards saw the demonic Dao baleful aura on Xiao Chen, they relaxed somewhat. However, they still said ruthlessly, "Since you cannot prove your identity, please remain in the final blood battlefield. The underworld god hall will not kill the innocent." Xiao Chen and the other 2 exchanged glances and frowned slightly. These underworld god guards seemed to have received the news. All of them became extremely cautious and did not approach Xiao Chen's group of 3. They only shouted at them from afar. If the 3 made any strange movements, the underworld god guards would immediately raise their guard and inform all the nearby underworld god guards. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he said softly, "My god Shadow Bao can instantly kill 1 person." Lin Feng entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, "This is too far. If I control the Xianxia Beast Ghost Pennant, I can only guarantee severely injuring 1 person. I might not be able to kill them." Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, That won't do. As long as one person does not die, the underworld god guards rushing over might delay us. At that time, we will be in trouble. What should we do then? Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, trick them into coming over. Right after speaking, Chu Chaoyun shouted, Lords, they do not have any identity. I have the identity token of a rank 7 moon demon palace. Can that serve as proof? 3 blurry figures in the distance whispered to each other in the hazy demonic fog. After a while, 3 figures approached from afar, slowly becoming clearer before Xiao Chen's group. However, just as the 3 approached, they stopped. The leader of the underworld god guard said indifferently, remove the conical bamboo hat on your head and give me the identity token to verify its authenticity. After that, we will release them. Chu Chaoyun did not say anything. He tossed a jade bottle over. The person in the middle caught the jade bottle and frowned slightly. When he opened it, he discovered that it was origin liquid. Origin liquid? What does that mean? Boom! However, the reply to that person was a strike from Xiao Chen's group of 3 after storing up power, a peak strike from each of them. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and executed the fiendish saber inheritance's water droplet breaking the firmament. A drop of water containing all of Xiao Chen's fiendish saber quintessence instantly struck the leader. Chu Chaoyun's sword moved as fast as a fleeting shadow. In a flash, it pierced the forehead of the person on the left. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and the Death Dao domain turned into a beam of black light that instantly pierced the chest of the person on the right. Ignoring these 3, Xiao Chen's group's figures flashed as they quickly fled far away. Puxia. The 3 underworld god guards suddenly suffered severe injuries. Before they could send a message, they instantly fell into dire straits. They quickly tried to save themselves, unable to care about Xiao Chen's group. 1 hour later, the 3 successfully walked out of the final blood battlefield. Then, they turned their heads to look at the final blood battlefield. and released their bated breaths. Lin Feng said, those 3 should not die. However, they can't even protect themselves. They will not be able to send a message immediately. We should take this opportunity to go as far away as we can. The 3 disguised themselves and suppressed their cultivations. Then, they moved about the abyssal underworld cities, heading for the crack that led back to the central Great Realm. During this period, the 3 felt jittery at every city they went to. The city was heavily guarded. Underworld god guards appeared nearly everywhere. Underworld god guards would not easily appear before ordinary cultivators. Since they appeared so frequently, something major clearly happened. In a few days, news of the final blood battlefield spread throughout the entire abyssal underworld. Now, all the cultivators in the abyssal underworld knew of a sovereign emperor expert called the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had single-handedly killed 10-odd sovereign emperors of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao, snatching away the divine nature flame of an ancient demonic sovereign. Xiao Chen's reputation soared. It was even possible that the deaths of the 18 underworld god guards were related to him. The entire underworld god hall frantically searched for this Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen's group carefully traveled for 8 days, they arrived at the banks of the underworld river. After crossing this river, they would basically be out of danger. They would need less than 1 day to leave the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. At that time, they would be free to soar in the vast sky and swim in the vast sea. Even if the underworld god hall's 9 vain sovereign emperors gave chase, it would be useless. Given the strength of the Heavenly Alliance and the Universe Origin sect, they could send experts over at any time to provide reinforcements. After hiding for a few days, Xiao Chen's group was not used to it. They were bona fide sovereign emperors, peak experts no matter where they went. There was no need to feel so sullen, not even daring to reveal their cultivations. However, this was the underworld god hall's territory. No matter how sullen they felt, they had to endure it. As Xiao Chen's group looked at the surging, unending underworld river, they hid in the crowd, carefully waiting for the underworld boat to arrive. One could not fly across the underworld river. Even sovereign emperors had to ride the underworld boat. It's coming, Lin Feng said softly. Xiao Chen looked up and saw an underworld boat steadily rowing over the surging Scarlet River. After reaching the riverbank, Xiao Chen's group joined the crowd and boarded the underworld boat. After entering the boat, the three felt much more relaxed. As they looked behind them at the distant ninth layer of the abyssal underworld, they felt deeply moved. After leaving the final blood battlefield, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan realized how much trouble they had caused by killing 20 underworld god guards. The two felt like the underworld god guards were like shadows. Everywhere they went, there were underworld god hall experts searching the area. At all times, the three felt danger hovering above them, not daring to be careless. Even when they cultivated, the three took turns, allowing one person to remain absolutely awake, ready to fight at any moment. Everyone's heart was as taut as a string, and they could not relax. Now that the three boarded the underworld boat and gradually left the ninth layer of the abyssal underworld, they could finally calm down. Strange. Why do I feel that the people on this boat are strange? Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the cultivators on the boat. There were Yuxia, Asura, Rakshasa, and demonic Dao cultivators. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, speaking in soft voices. They did not seem any different from usual. However, at a glance, it felt strange. Chu Chaoyan frowned slightly. Something is not right. These people seem to be looking at us. That's right. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng suddenly startled awake. They were shocked to discover that the demonic Dao cultivators, who were talking, had their backs to the three, or were resting with their eyes closed, all seemed to have an eye on them. They were clearly an ordinary group of people, but it was like they all had an eye at the back of their heads. As the two thought this, they could not help feeling their hair stand on end. The more they thought about it, the stranger it felt. Don't panic. Xiao Chen held back Lin Feng, who was about to make a move. Then he walked over to a Rakshasa cultivator and asked probingly, "This friend, I have something I would like to ask you." What is there to ask? Do I have an eye at the back of my head? There is no need to ask. I can tell you that I do. That person did not have an eye. He chuckled, and right after he spoke, a vertical eye suddenly opened at the back of his head. At the same time, a vertical eye opened at the back of the head of everyone on the boat. The originally noisy underworld boat immediately turned strangely quiet. Aside from Xiao Chen, everyone else remained motionless. Only the vertical eye at the back of the head looked strangely at Xiao Chen and the others, seeming to be laughing. Lin Feng, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He directly attacked, landing a palm strike on the Rakshasa cultivator who spoke to Xiao Chen. Boom! That Rakshasa cultivator exploded before turning into a clump of images and vanishing. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. The three appeared in a desolate plain. There was a formless suction under their feet, making it hard for the three to move, much to the point where they found it hard to move. Illusion. Chu Chaoyan's expression changed slightly. He said sullenly, "We entered someone's illusion Dao domain." The Underworld God Protectors. Among the Underworld God Protectors, there is a 4-vein sovereign emperor skilled in illusions. They still caught up to us, Lin Feng cursed softly. Then he looked around helplessly. The desolate plain stretched out as far as the eye could see. The sky was dark and gloomy, looking horrifying. The three could not see the end of the desolate plain. At this moment, not to mention the fact that they could not move their feet, even if they could move freely, they would not dare to do so. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. In his eyes, this desolate plain was somewhat different from what Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyan saw. In the eyes of Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyan, the desolate plain was the real desolate plain, perfect and flawless. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, the desolate plain seemed somewhat unreal. The ground occasionally trembled, and black cracks flickered endlessly in space. Naturally, the reason was that the Underworld God Protector underestimated Xiao Chen's soul energy, which rivaled that of a 3-vein sovereign emperor. When those black cracks reappeared, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. The 3 divine vein rings under the blue dragon divine seal in the spirit sea pool rippled. In the next moment, the blue dragon divine seal on Xiao Chen's forehead shot out a beam of light made of soul energy and struck the black crack. Bang! The illusion shattered like a mirror, and the three returned to reality. The three suddenly discovered that the underworld boat had sunk into the river. Ghostly hands passed through the river and tightly grabbed their ankles. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for Xiaochen breaking the illusion, the three would not have woken up after being dragged into the underworld river. Chapter 2207. Hey! Just at this moment, someone on the underworld boat exclaimed softly. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and saw a black-haired old man standing on the bow of the half-submerged underworld boat. This old man looked ugly with two horns on his head, the symbol of the Wuxia race. When Lin Feng saw this person, he felt slightly startled. Indeed, it is old eccentric Qiao, the four-veined sovereign emperor who is the best at illusions among the underworld god protectors. Old eccentric Qiao held a scepter with a crystal gem embedded at the top. There was an eye hidden in the gem, looking very breathtaking. Xiaochen and the other two struggled, trying to break the ghostly hands in the underworld river. Unfortunately, they could not break them all. Since they could not break them all, they could only allow the underworld boat to sink into the river. This old man discovered you 3 days ago but did not make a move. Since I already made a move, how can I give you a chance to struggle free? These ghostly hands of the underworld river are resentful spirits that have been here for countless epochs. They cannot be broken. Lin Feng, you should be the clearest about this. Old eccentric Qiao showed a calm expression. His lips curled up in a cocky expression. Old eccentric Qiao had effortlessly captured the three alive. When he returned to the underworld god hall, he would definitely make a great contribution. The value of a dead person and a living person was completely different. This was especially so for Lin Feng, whom the Vice Palace Master wanted captured alive. Damn it! After a while, the river water reached the three's knees. The ghostly hands of the underworld river took advantage of the situation to climb up, and the tearing force became even more horrifying. It was not just their physical bodies. Xiaochen and the other two felt like their souls were slowly being torn out by these ghostly hands. Stop struggling. Only this old man can save your lives. Obediently hand over your medial-grade soul tools, and I will spare you from death. Old eccentric Qiao revealed a sinister smile as he continued. Xiaochen, what should we do? I have heard of these ghostly hands of the underworld river. Once, a righteous Tao Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor fell into them and lost his life. Chu Chaoyun's face sank slightly. Clearly, he could not think of a good solution for now. If he comprehended the primal chaos Tao domain, he could erode all these ghostly hands of the underworld river. Unfortunately, the Tao domain was just one step away from the Tao domain. All other methods were useless. Lin Feng's entire body was emitting a thick deathly aura. He wanted to devour those ghostly hands, but the speed at which he devoured them could not keep up with the speed at which they appeared. Damn it! The underworld river, which flowed through the 9 abyssal realms, had already been refined by the underworld god hall. Normally, the underworld river ghost hand was not this terrifying. It must be old eccentric Qiao's doing. Lin Feng had once stayed in the underworld god hall and knew some secrets. Old eccentric Qiao smiled but did not say anything. The eye in the gem on the scepter in his hand flickered with a strange light, as if it was verifying Lin Feng's words. Although Xiaochen did not have a high chance of victory against a four-veined sovereign emperor in the first place, his chances could even be said to be slim. However, if he were to die in such a sullen manner, he would not be willing to accept it. That was especially true for old eccentric Qiao. He had not even done anything, yet he had already been reduced to such a sorry state. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Xiaochen remained silent. He stared at the eyeball in the scepter, deep in thought. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng were thinking about how to deal with the problem before them. However, Xiaochen had other thoughts. When did the three of them fall for the illusion? Is it possible that everything before us is still an illusion? Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng had not experienced a heart tribulation before. However, Xiaochen had. He knew about the existence of multi-layered illusions. Some illusion experts were especially skilled in this path. Illusions hid the environment. It was like a dream within a dream. One might think that one had woken up, but in reality, one was still dreaming. However, if it was not a dream, then Xiaochen could not afford to gamble. Right now, the crux of the problem was, when did the three fall for the other party's illusion? Did they fall for the illusion when they entered the dock? Or did they fall for the illusion when they boarded the underworld boat? Xiaochen had always felt that, given the three's strength, they could not have fallen for the other party's trick without a sound. They must have triggered some kind of medium. Damn it. In the end, they relaxed when they saw the underworld river. Xiaochen could not recall many of the details. Alright, I promise you. I can hand over the soul tool to you, but you have to save our lives. Xiaochen said ferociously as he looked at old eccentric Qiao. Xiaochen. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng felt mildly startled. They did not know why Xiaochen suddenly gave up on begging for mercy. Shock immediately flashed in old eccentric Qiao's eyes. Then greed replaced it. This old man was wondering why those 10-odd underworld god guards all died. Just right. Brat, you do indeed have a medial grade soul tool. As long as you hand over the medial grade soul tool, this old man will spare your life now. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath to the underworld god. Lin Feng knows that we, the protectors who serve the underworld god, cannot go back on our oath. Xiaochen looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, he is right. I'm not asking you to spare our lives now. If you spare our lives now, you will still have to bring us back to the underworld god hall. What is the point? I want you to send us out of the netherworld. If you are willing, please swear an oath. Xiaochen said faintly as he gradually gained some confidence in his heart. Old eccentric Qiao's expression immediately changed. He said with a cold expression, little brat, you actually dare to negotiate with me. In that case, just wait for death. Wait for this old man to scoop up your floating corpses. It's not like I can't report back. Xiaochen smiled confidently and said, have you thought it through, senior? In that case, you will lose 2 medial grade soul tools. With a thought, I can destroy the soul tools at any time. What? 2? Old eccentric Qiao's heart immediately thumped heavily. 1 medial grade soul tool already made him somewhat unable to control himself. 2 medial grade soul tools were simply too shocking. Xiaochen continued, you can calculate this deal yourself. 2 mid-grade soul tools in exchange for our lives. As for the underworld god hall, you have only failed in your duties. How much punishment can you receive? No matter how you look at it, this deal is a profit, a huge profit at that. Old monster Qiao was silent. His face was gloomy, and the eyeball hidden in the gem on the scepter was blinking at a much higher frequency. Alright, this old man agrees. The underworld god above, I swear to you right now that as long as he hands over 2 medial grade soul tools, I am willing to let them out of the netherworld. If I go back on my oath, I will suffer the torment of the netherworld's flames for all eternity. Old eccentric Qiao finally made up his mind. He swore to the underworld god that he would let them go at the price of 2 medial grade soul tools. No matter who it was, they would make the same decision as old eccentric Qiao in this transaction. In fact, even if there was only 1 medial grade soul tool, he could let Xiaochen and the others go. This was because the price was too small. As long as they were not discovered, it would just be a breach of duty. However, Lin Feng felt that something was strange. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he could not figure out what was wrong. A bright light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He entered deep thought and seemed to understand something. I already swore. Toss out the soul tool and I will let you go. Old eccentric Qiao shouted as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen took out the god shadow bow but did not toss it out. He said, Senior, come and take it. I told you to toss it out, not hold it. Xiaochen mocked. What's wrong? Senior is a bona fide 4-vein sovereign emperor. You do not even have the courage to come and take the soul tool? When old eccentric Qiao saw the mocking look in Xiaochen's eyes, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. Then he showed some mockery in his heart. This fellow is playing this game with me. He really does not know his limits. From the start to the end, I played him in circles. To think that he wants to gamble one last time. How laughable. Some pity appeared in old eccentric Qiao's heart. Perhaps the weak were just so laughable, truly lamentable. Alright, this old man will come and take it. I know what you are thinking. You think that this old man is skilled in illusions. My physical body might be weaker, but if you make a desperate counterattack, you might have a chance. Ha, that's right. This old man's physical body cannot withstand severe injuries. However, this old man will walk over now. You can attack me as much as you want. Let's see who dies first. Remember, if you attack me, I will no longer have to worry about my oath. Old eccentric Xiao laughed maniacally as he walked over. His laughter was filled with confidence and arrogance as he walked over step by step. As old eccentric Xiao approached, the atmosphere turned somewhat tense. Lin Feng showed a grave expression, feeling somewhat worried. However, he did not know what he was worried about. Xiao Chen appeared calm and collected. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, showed a smile. When old eccentric Xiao arrived before Xiao Chen and was only 3 steps away, he said indifferently, "Hand it over." Xiao Chen handed the god shadow bow over and said with a smile, "Senior, take it." Old eccentric Xiao snorted coldly and reached out to grab the god shadow bow. However, when he was about to take it, he discovered that Xiao Chen did not let go. Old eccentric Xiao's expression changed slightly as he asked sullenly, "What do you mean? Do you really want to die that much?" Before old eccentric Xiao could finish speaking, something strange happened. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, suddenly attacked, piercing the crystal gem in old eccentric Xiao's scepter. Chapter 2208. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Chu Chaoyun's sword pierced through the eye in the gem on old eccentric Xiao's scepter. Kasi. In that instant, the surroundings shattered like a mirror, turning into countless shards. Then, the scene before them changed again. Xiao Chen's group returned to the underworld boat. However, the underworld boat had not sunk and all the passengers were on board. It was like time flowed in reverse, returning to when Xiao Chen went to test that Rakshasa cultivator. Furthermore, that Rakshasa cultivator still had his back to Xiao Chen. However, this time, there was no strange vertical eye at the back of his head. Of course, what was even more different was that an old man appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This old man grasped the god shadow bow with horror in his eyes. Who else could this Xianxia race old man be but old eccentric Xiao? Whoosh! Old eccentric Xiao's earlier arrogance and confidence vanished. Horror flashed in his eyes for a moment. The instant Xiao Chen looked at him, old eccentric Xiao let go and quickly fled far away. Boom! However, Xiao Chen had planned this for so long. How could he let old eccentric Xiao leave so easily before old eccentric Xiao let go? Before old eccentric Xiao let go, a golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He instantly activated his great desolate divine eyes and blue dragon bloodline. What was supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme. Xiao Chen instantly executed the strongest move of the Supreme Dragon Fist. 10,000 dragons gathered above his divine energy sea, and a vast and boundless 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiao Chen. The great desolate Ian dragon might appeared. This punch displayed the tyranny of a sovereign ruler. Old eccentric Xiao could not dodge at all. Xiao Chen's Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest move struck him. Bang! This punch blasted a huge bloody hole in old eccentric Xiao's chest. What a horrifying fist might! The horrifying fist might carried old eccentric Xiao away as it crashed into many figures. Then, it dove into the underworld boat and fell into the underworld river. What's going on? Damn it! Who hit me? It hurts. Why does it feel like I was dreaming? What a strong dragon might! How can there be such a horrifying dragon might in the abyssal underworld river? After old eccentric Xiao fell into the underworld river, the cultivators on the underworld boat felt like they had just woken up from a dream. They felt like they had just woken up from a dream, feeling somewhat confused. The people injured by old eccentric Xiao all howled in pain as they lay on the ground, dying from the pain. Xiao Chen's dragon might had not scattered yet. The remnant might of the Supreme Dragon Fist spread out in all directions in the warship's hold. The horrifying might deterred the various abyssal underworld cultivators from approaching. They all fled far away, not daring to remain in the warship's hold. What exactly is going on? Feng was, to say, was old, and was Feng. Chu Chaoyun revealed an expression of understanding. It was indeed so. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "How did you think of this?" Xiao Chen scattered his dragon might, but his great desolate Ian bloodline did not. He said, "I suspected long ago that the first layer of the environment was a trap that this old eccentric Qiao laid. However, I could not figure out when I fell for his trick and entered an illusion, so I could not be sure. When he approached me, I was sure that I was still in an illusion. Otherwise, this old fellow would not have risked his life to come and take my soul tool alone." Old eccentric Qiao's illusion was hard to distinguish between real and fake. At that time, Xiao Chen could not be sure that he was still in an illusion. However, once a person showed greed, they would definitely reveal an opening. Old eccentric Qiao was very smart. However, he did not know that Xiao Chen had already seen through his tricks. All he needed was a final confirmation. Feeling confused, Lin Feng asked, "But why did he come over to take the god shadow bow?" Xiao Chen explained calmly, "Because of greed and self-confidence. The medial grade soul tool made him blinded by greed. Furthermore, he was confident in his illusion Dao, so he thought that I would not be able to detect that it was still an illusion. However, the most important thing was that Brother Chu had shattered his illusion. Even if I made a move back then, I would still be in an illusion and would not be able to injure his true body. Hence, I was betting on whether Brother Chu could break his illusion or not. Otherwise, only death awaits you." When Lin Feng heard that, he felt shocked in his heart. This Xiao Chen was really bold. Not only was Lin Feng betting on whether old eccentric Qiao would fall for it or not, but he was also betting on whether Chu Chaoyun could detect the opening. However, Lin Feng was in awe of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun's tacit understanding. Even without any communication, they could cooperate so perfectly. Once there was a voice projection in the illusion, the other party would hear it. Lin Feng asked, "Xiao Chen, why did you take out the god shadow bow in the illusion realm? Why did you take it out in reality as well?" Xiao Chen replied softly, "I do not know much about the illusion Dao. However, I know that illusion Dao experts all have a skill that can turn the illusory into reality. As long as old eccentric Qiao wills it, he can materialize whatever we do in the illusion in reality. It is like he is controlling us. What is real and what is fake and what is real. Some people might not even realize that they have been controlled by illusions for their entire lives. Others might not even notice anything strange." Chu Chaoyun asked, "When did we fall for the illusion?" Xiao Chen replied sullenly, "If I guessed right, we all fell for it the moment the vertical eye appeared on the back of those people's heads. Earlier, we felt that the ship was strange probably because old eccentric Qiao was secretly trying to find the opening in our minds." Lin Feng's face sank slightly. He said with some lingering fear, "What a terrifying illusion. It is really hard to guard against. What should we do now?" A ruthless look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said coldly, "Let's wait for that old thing to come up. If I guessed right, he will appear the moment my great desolate Ian bloodline vanishes." Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng felt slightly stunned before they reacted. Old eccentric Qiao was a four-vein sovereign emperor. Even if he was only skilled in illusions, he was still a bona fide four-vein sovereign emperor. Although Xiao Chen's earlier strike was horrifying, it could not truly injure old eccentric Qiao's foundation. Even without using illusions, old eccentric Qiao could suppress the three as a four-vein sovereign emperor. The danger was not completely resolved. However, compared to when they were in the illusion, Xiao Chen's group now had more initiative against the severely injured old eccentric Qiao. Xiao Chen had clearly said that he would only attack after old eccentric Qiao came up. Right after he spoke, he drew the bowstring and opened the heavenly eye on his forehead. Immediately, the heavenly eye pierced through the river and revealed old eccentric Qiao charging up. A divine image appeared in the sky above the underworld river. As Xiao Chen plucked the bowstring, the world shook. A divine sound reverberated as Xiao Chen released the bowstring. The arrow silently entered the underworld river. Bang! In the next moment, the underworld river exploded, and a scarlet wave soared into the clouds. A figure on the top of the wave let out a miserable shriek. The shriek was sharp and terrifying, echoing over the surging underworld river. Xiaochen, this old man will make you die without a burial. It turned out that although old eccentric Xiao had sunk to the bottom of the river, he still knew everything on the underworld boat. He had heard everything Xiaochen said. Old eccentric Xiao smiled coldly in his heart. He wanted to catch Xiaochen off guard and beat him at his own game, capturing Xiaochen in one go. However, how could old eccentric Xiao have imagined that Xiaochen only said that on purpose? With his heavenly eye, he could see through the underworld river at any time. Before Xiaochen's great desolate Ian bloodline scattered, he was at his peak state. When he drew the god shadow bow, he struck old eccentric Xiao. This arrow, which could instantly kill a one-vein sovereign emperor, severely injured old eccentric Xiao's physical body and soul. The more horrifying thing was that old eccentric Xiao's injuries worsened, inflicting unbearable pain. If Xiaochen were stronger, he might have been able to kill old eccentric Xiao. Rumble! The shock waves from the god shadow arrow shook the bottom of the underworld river. The underworld boat shook, looking like it would capsize at any moment. For a moment, all the cultivators on the ship panicked, feeling uneasy. That is the underworld god protector, old eccentric Xiao. To think that it is Xiaochen. Could these three be the righteous Dao cultivators that the underworld god hall recently placed on arrest warrants? However, why is old eccentric Xiao in such a sorry state? He is a four-vein sovereign emperor. What is the point of caring about this now? If these people really start fighting, the boat will definitely sink. At that time, we will all die. Inside the boat's hold, Xiaochen's group felt the demonic might that surged over with old eccentric Xiao's words. Their bodies shook slightly, and they could not stand stably. The group's expressions immediately turned somewhat unsightly. Unexpectedly, old eccentric Xiao was still so mighty after being struck by the god shadow arrow. Xiaochen clenched his teeth and said, "What a troublesome old man. I need to let him strike me again. Otherwise, he will not be able to escape death." The difference was simply too great. With just one shout, old eccentric Xiao managed to make Xiaochen's group stumble. Furthermore, old eccentric Xiao was severely injured. If he were at his peak, the result would be unimaginable. Fortunately, old eccentric Xiao coveted the medial-grade soul tools of Xiaochen's group and was overly confident in his illusion Dao. If old eccentric Xiao had faced Xiaochen's group head-on from the start, he would not have stood a chance. However, Xiaochen's group did not know that if they did not die in the battle above the underworld river, they would become famous. Furthermore, this old eccentric Xiao was a four-vein sovereign emperor, someone who had already surpassed three-vein sovereign emperor. The difference in strength was on a completely different level. If it were anyone else, they would be frightened to death. How could they have the courage to face old eccentric Xiao head-on? "I'll do it." Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng spoke at the same time. Then, they exchanged looks, and determination flashed in their eyes. Without hesitation, they soared into the air and charged out of the underworld boat, taking the initiative to charge at old eccentric Xiao. When in a predicament, one could either wait for death or save oneself. The only way to save oneself was to be brave. "You are seeking death." Old eccentric Xiao, who stood on top of the waves, showed a ferocious expression, making his face look even uglier, like a malicious spirit from hell. When old eccentric Xiao saw Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng charging over, he snorted coldly. Then, he dragged his injured body and threw a palm strike. Boom! This palm strike was very horrifying. Overwhelming demonic might filled the sky. Layers of demonic might layered on top of each other, a total of 4 layers layered over each other. It was bottomless, looking as horrifying as an abyss. Before Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng could get close, the suppression made their qi and blood surge, making them feel extremely unbearable. Scram! When that palm strike landed, Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng each vomited a mouthful of blood. As their bodies wobbled, they felt the suction from the underworld river. The situation immediately became extremely dangerous. Great Desolate Ian's rage. Charge! 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 Lin Feng appeared deranged. Black lines appeared on his face as he took out the Xianxia beast ghost pennant. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and charged forward with overwhelming rage. On the other side, A sword light burst out of Chu Chaoyun's body. It was like the stars existed forever, existing with the rivers, the sun, and the moon. Then, Chu Chaoyun tore through the suction of the underworld river and charged forward proudly. Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun were risking their lives to delay old eccentric Xiao for Xiao Qin. A formless pressure landed on Xiao Qin, who was in the underworld boat. Xiao Qin only had one chance. Could he hit? Chapter 2209. Xiao Qin had only one chance to shoot the arrow. If he missed, the three would have a chance to survive. If he missed, all three would die. Xiao Qin did not fear death. However, he did not like this feeling. He did not want to lose his friends' lives because of his mistake. If possible, Xiao Qin was even willing to sacrifice himself for his friends' chances of survival. However, due to their trust, Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng placed their hopes on Xiao Qin, putting the greatest pressure on him. Old eccentric Xiao fought with Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun above the underworld river. His aura fluctuated as his figure flickered, creating many afterimages. After suffering once, how could old eccentric Xiao let Xiao Qin shoot him again? Whenever he sensed something, he would immediately dodge. It was simply too difficult to lock down a four-vein sovereign emperor. Old eccentric Xiao's soul energy was stronger than Xiao Chen's, and his soul sense was very sharp. Old eccentric Xiao's divine energy cultivation went without saying. With a thought, he could send out vast, sea-like divine energy with a wave of his hand. Even if old eccentric Xiao focused on illusions and not martial techniques, he could easily suppress Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng with just divine energy. This was the so-called breaking technique with brute force. No matter how powerful one's martial techniques were or how strong one's Dao domain was, old eccentric Xiao only needed one palm strike to easily break the peak strike that you put in so much effort. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng were fighting with their lives on the line. If not for the two being outstanding geniuses and if not for old eccentric Xiao being severely injured, they would not even have the chance to fight with their lives on the line. Damn it! Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. I can't find him. 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 Xiao Qin continuously swung the god shadow bow in his hand, but he could not draw the bowstring. When facing the wary old eccentric Xiao, the other party sensed it the moment Xiao Qin used his soul energy. Before Xiao Qin even used his soul energy, old eccentric Xiao already sensed it with just one look, allowing him to react in advance. Xiao Qin had always been decisive in killing, never hesitating. However, at this moment he felt fatigued. The mountain-like pressure prevented him from firing the arrow. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead like raindrops, blurring his vision. However, he did not dare to wipe them off. Little by little, Xiao Chen's heart became restless. The invisible torture was testing Xiao Chen's state of mind. An inner demon quietly emerged. A voice echoed in his mind. You were afraid that if this arrow missed, it would kill Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun. Because you are not a demon. Because you are weak. If you become a demon, you will be emotionless and loveless. There will be no worries or worries in your heart. There will be no fear, worry, or cowardice in your heart. If you become a demon, this arrow will definitely kill that underworld god protector. If you become a demon, you won't need to fear the underworld god protector. This world will be yours. Formless black demonic chi leaked out of Xiao Chen's body uncontrollably. It gave off a sinister light as it wriggled. Black devil chi converged bit by bit in his eyes, transforming into a sea of ink. It was pitch black and unfathomable as it devoured the last bit of spiritual light. This demonic chi inspired fear in the world. All the cultivators on the underworld boat trembled. The god shadow bow was infected by demonic chi, slowly turning cold. The cold aura startled even old eccentric Xiao, who was in the distance. Xiao Qin fall into the demonic Dao. The inner demon sounded its final horn, wanting to corrode Xiao Chen's final thoughts and make him fall into the demonic Dao. Become a demon? The instant Xiao Qin said no in his heart, the spiritual light in his eyes exploded. The overwhelming demonic chi and the boundless ink sea all disappeared. What demon? I've always been me. You'd better obediently lie down for me. Xiao Qin snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng, who were fighting old eccentric Qiao above the underworld river. The two fought with their lives on the line, constantly on the verge of death. With every second that passed, they could die. However, the two fought with all their might every second, not giving up. Xiaoqun could not help but understand. While he was not afraid of death, Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun were not people who feared death. It did not matter whether the arrow hit or not. Most importantly, there was once a bond that bound the three of them together above the underworld river. Unwilling to admit defeat, they fought with a four-veined sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen's left hand, which held the bow, no longer trembled. His heart was calm. This arrow is connected to my heart. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen was about to fire this arrow, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed through old eccentric Qiao's demonic might. Suddenly, it appeared out of nowhere and directly smashed through old eccentric Qiao's demonic might. A hole appeared in the sky, where the 4 layers of demonic might spread. The moment that black figure appeared, the pressure on Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng immediately decreased significantly. Bang! The two palms clashed, and old eccentric Qiao vomited a mouthful of blood as the black-clad figure knocked him back 5,000 kilometers. You are... This startled old eccentric Qiao. He seemed to recognize this person. However, just as he was about to say it, the black-clad figure pressed forward and attacked again. This forced old eccentric Qiao to swallow his words. He could only receive the attacks helplessly as he was continuously pushed back. Xiaoqun felt slightly stunned. Then, he put away the god shadow bow and entered deep thought. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived beside Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun. The two were incredibly fatigued and covered in injuries. However, they were still spirited, their fighting spirit not diminished. This gave Xiaoqun some relief. Xiaoqun, who is that person? I find him somewhat familiar. Lin Feng said, finding this strange. To think that someone in the abyssal underworld helped them push back old eccentric Qiao. This was simply incredible. Lin Feng could vaguely sense who that figure was, but he could not be sure. That is someone from the Azura race's Luoho bloodline. I'll talk to you in detail later. The three left elegantly on the underworld river before the dumbfounded cultivators below, leaving behind phantoms. After landing on the riverbank, Xiaoqun said somewhat apologetically, Sorry, I made a mistake with that arrow earlier. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, You are overthinking. Xiaoqun, there is no need to apologize. In reality, both Lin Feng and I could feel it. If not for your existence, making that old fellow fear you and keeping his guard up against you, we would not have lasted for so long. Lin Feng nodded. He could have killed us several times, but he gave up in the end. At first, I did not understand. Now, I understand that you scared him. Ha! Old eccentric Qiao has dominated the abyssal underworld for his entire life. First, you broke the illusion Dao that he is most proud of. Then, you scared him until he could not even kill 2 one-veined sovereign emperors. After this battle, he will definitely embarrass himself. Lin Feng laughed very carefreely. Xiaoqun was slightly stunned. It seemed like ever since he met Lin Feng, Xiaoqun had always felt this way. It seemed like Xiaoqun had never seen Lin Feng laugh before, much less laugh as happily as he did today. The god Shadow Bao did not fire that arrow. However, that arrow already appeared in Xiaoqun's heart. This allowed Xiaoqun to understand many things. There were some things that he could not give up. That was a bond and friendship that could not be obtained even with the entire world. Come, let's leave the abyssal underworld first. Right. Xiaoqun called out the demon blood vulture and quickly carried the three far away. After that, there were no more surprises, everything went smoothly. Xiaoqun briefly told Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun about the deal he made with Luoho Wang in the final blood battlefield. The two felt enlightened and said that Luoho Wang was indeed a passionate person. At the very last moment, he actually got an older generation sovereign emperor of his race to save Xiaoqun. It was worth it for Xiaoqun to face 10-odd sovereign emperors for him back then, helping him fulfill his wish. As for what kind of pressure Luoho King would face after this, the three of them were well aware of it. Feeling helpless, they did not say anything. The underworld god temple would definitely not let Luo Ho Wang off. He was an Azura noble, so they would definitely not kill him. However, their punishment would definitely not be light. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's trio passed through the abyssal rift and returned to the central world. The long-awaited sun was rather dazzling, but it was also abnormally comfortable. His repressed emotions were swept away. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the netherworld, it had been full of twists and turns. It had been extremely dangerous, but fortunately, everyone had returned alive. Before he could be happy for too long, it was time to part again. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng wanted to return to the Heavenly Alliance, while Chu Chaoyun wanted to return to the Universe Origin sect. Naturally, the paths were different. Xiao Chen, if you need anything in the future, you can come to the Universe Origin sect to find me directly. If it's inconvenient for you to come, you can also send a message. Before parting, Chu Chaoyun revealed his signature smile and said softly. Xiao Chen nodded. You too. Goodbye. Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and left. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng only withdrew their gazes after Chu Chaoyun finally vanished from their sight. Let's go. It's time for us to turn in our mission. Lin Feng reluctantly returned the Xianxia beast ghost pennant to Xiao Chen as he spoke. Xiao Chen raised his hand and stopped Lin Feng. Take it first and make do with it. You can return it to me when you no longer need it. Oh, by the way, this is for you as well. Lin Feng looked at the item Xiao Chen gave him in his palm. This greatly startled him, rendering him somewhat speechless. That's not good, right? Xiao Chen smiled and said, Who cares? It's useless anyway. Come, let's return to the Heavenly Alliance. Lin Feng looked at the item in his hand and shook his head. He thought to himself, I really can't figure out Xiao Chen's thoughts. Then he carefully put it away and quickly caught up to Xiao Chen. The two walked side by side under the blazing sun, gradually going far away.